There is no text on this page. https://www.facebook.com/donald.marshall 148 http://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/board/1/general Board Vincent Eastwood interview https://www.youtube.com/watch V equals ABMVPXELBZQ Donald Marshall Books Control plus click on image to the right to be directed to Donald Marshall's books. Contents list of images forward the Vril, full disclosure, Part 1 Introduction the connection between REM, driven human cloning and Vril reptiles. The purpose of this document further discussions involving REM cloning and Vril reptile parasites. The word Vril and is Donald Marshall discrediting himself with Vril? Vril reptile parasites can be verified. The different types of Vril reptiles. Profile of Vril type 1 reptiles creating human hosts with Vril type 1 / the droning process with Vril type 1s. What happens after the creation of human hosts via Vril type 1 proboscis? The dilemma of Vril reptilian human hosts. How to detect human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. The soulstone microchip and technological body snatching with Vril type 1's technological body snatching with Vril type 1 reptiles. How Vril type 1 reptiles created human hosts of Vril consciousness. Secretly bewildering reasons the Illuminati use Vril type 1s to create human hosts. The weaknesses of Vril type 1 reptiles. Vril type 1 reptiles preferred choice of food. Different names for Vril type 1. Reptiles profile of Vril type 2 reptiles. Profile of Vril type 3 reptiles. The strengths of Vril type 3 reptiles. Height and intelligence. Parasite psychology. Highly developed pineal gland. Vril type 3 reptiles can scream loudly. Forearm spikes. Vril type 3 reptiles can open their mouths extremely wide. Vril type 3 reptiles can hibernate in freezing temperatures. Narcotic/sedative spit difficult to beat in hand. 2. Hand combat. The weaknesses of Vril type 3 reptiles. Atmospheric pressure on the Earth's surface. Weak skulls. Dumb creatures. Highly sensitive methods to kill Vril type 3 reptiles. Other names which refer to Vril type 3 reptiles. Vril type 3 reptiles preferred choice of food. Tequila's encounter with a Vril Type 3 reptile at the cloning centers. Why doesn't the Vril species come to the surface and make themselves known? Endeavor to reach a place where this disclosure about Vrils is a truth for you. Corroborative evidences which support the disclosure of Vril reptiles. Corroborative evidences in support of Vril type 1 reptiles. Articles and videos. The Ecuadorian lizard. The structure and role of a proboscis. Corroborative evidences. The creation of a human host via Vril type 1 proboscis. The droning ceremony. Questions about the authenticity of the creation of human host of Vril type 1. Picture circumstantial evidences in support of suspected human hosts of Vril type 1. Circumstantial evidences in support of Vril type 2. Corroborative evidences in support of Vril type 3 reptiles. Conclusion. Be the guardian and protector. Destiny now calls you to be. Bonus chapter Phase 4 Information. The reason Illuminati and Vril type 1 reptiles eat gold. Contact information. Interviews. Information about Donald Marshall's interviews for newcomers. Links to Donald Marshall interviews. Vincent Eastwood, February 26, 2013. Lisa Phillips, CFR, April 11, 2013. Janice Barcelo, March 8, 2013. Green Egg Radio Show, March 21st. 2013. Greg Carlwood, THC, February 26, 2016. Squatch Zone, March 6, 2016. Squatch Zone, May 29, 2016. Brett Wayne. Patchmeyer and Cole Johnson, March 21st, 2014. Donald Marshall's first interview, May 10, 2012. Radio presenters. Contact Donald Marshall. Professionals who understand consciousness transfer. Contact Donald Marshall. Canopy which blocks consciousness transfer to REM sleep phase. Human clones. Faraday Labs. Trademark. Silver EMF protection. Bed Canopy. Other sources corroborating Donald Marshall. Astral 7 IGHT. Blogspot. Donald Marshall Books. DonaldMarshall.com. Vril Lizards. Ancient Truth Bio.link. Brittany Weber Bio.link. Josie Dutch INS Tiagram. Sasha Edwards. Donald Marshall Conspiratorium Room. Music videos, links, and news. Donald.
Marshall Public Figure Facebook page. Rogue One. The Reference Palace. Donald Marshall's chat room. Stop Human Cloning. Seeing Through the Looking Glass. Donald Marshall. Clones Enter Victim. Petition Stop Human Cloning and Human Cloning. REM-driven Human Cloning. Appendices Appendix A. Steps you can take to help expose the Illuminati. Useful guidelines for understanding this disclosure. 1. Know the information. Listen to Donald Marshall's opening letter about the Illuminati. Watch George Green's interview. George Green interview. Part 1 of 2. George Green interview. Part 2 of 2. Phil Schneider's video lectures. Read information about Donald Marshall's interviews for newcomers. Watch Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood. February 26, 2013. Read Donald Marshall's Proboards forum. Watch the remaining Donald Marshall interviews listed in this document. 2. Tell your close friends and family about this information. Tell people about this information in person. Offer to answer any questions which others may have about this information. Information for your contacts who would like to know about this disclosure. Share Donald Marshall's summary. Disclosure document with loved ones. 3. Read all of Donald Marshall's information. March 2012 to December 2015. Start by reading Donald Marshall's short documents. Get on a laptop/computer and start reading. 4. Click like on Donald Marshall's Facebook posts which you like. Click like on Donald Marshall's Facebook greeting posts. 5. Share Donald Marshall's Facebook posts on your Facebook timeline. Start by slowly sharing Donald Marshall's Facebook posts on your timeline. Continue to read Donald Marshall's Facebook timeline. Share Donald Marshall's posts to your Facebook timeline. Share your first Facebook post about REM-driven human cloning. 6. Join activist groups exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. Invite like-minded people to join. Activist groups helping to expose this information. 7. Sign and share the petitions listed. 8. Share Donald Marshall's video/audio interviews on multiple online platforms. 9. Share videos, audio, and other sources which corroborate this disclosure. 10. Make your own videos about this disclosure. 11. Share Donald Marshall's document disclosures. 12. Form groups with like-minded individuals to help expose the Illuminati. Closing words. What we must do to help with this exposure. Appendix B. The reality of human cloning. May 23, 2012. When did the Illuminati start to clone human beings? Initial factors which stifle people's ability to accept the reality of human cloning. Appendix C. Legislation. Glossary. References. List of images. Human pancreas. Vril type 3 reptiles. Favored food choice. 58 Vril type 1 reptile. Exactly how they look in reality. Artist drawing. 65 representation. A dead body of a Vril type 1 reptile. 66 dried out and carved out manta ray. A similar depiction of Vril type 1 reptile. 67 comparison. Photo of dead Vril type 1 and artist's drawing. 67 Ecuadorian lizard with proboscis. 68 The droning ceremony. The creation of a Vril reptile consciousness, parasite human host. 71 artist's interpretation. Vril type 2 reptile. 81 real Vril type 3 reptiles depicted in Star Wars, Attack of the Clones. 85 Real depiction. Young Vril type 3 reptile. 86 scale models. Vril type 3 reptiles. 87 long-necked Vril type 3 reptile. 88 Vril type 3 reptiles entrenched in ancient Egyptian culture. 89 representation. How Vril type 3 reptiles can walk on all fours. 90 Pumpkinhead. Vril type 3 reptiles look similar to Pumpkinhead when older. 90 ancient Egyptian cartouche rock carvings of Vril type 3 reptiles. 91 painting. Man-worshipping Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is a Vril type 3 reptile. 91 Mothman. Mothman is a Vril type 3 reptile. 92 dead Vril type 3 reptiles, resulting from a failed hibernation. 93 Lady Gaga, Vril type 3 reptile claw. 94 The real enemies of humanity, terrestrial aliens, technological aliens. 106. Forward Hey, this matters to you because within the pages of this groundbreaking nonfiction book, a hidden world is unveiled, a world teeming with danger, threat, and an ancient species known as the Vril reptiles. I invite you to embark on a journey that transcends the boundaries of ordinary understanding into the depths of a reality that challenges our very existence. In the gripping narrative that follows, our protagonist, Donald Marshall, a courageous individual whose experiences defy conventional belief, lays bare the existence of a species that has lurked in the shadows of human history, the Vril. These subterranean troglodytes, divided into three distinct races, Vril Type 1s, Vril Type 2s, and Vril Type 3s, pose a threat that transcends the physical realm, with the Vril Type 1 capable of a chilling parasitical takeover of the human brain, transforming a person into a mere host for their consciousness. Why does this book matter to you? It's not just a riveting tale, it's a crucial revelation. That contributes to a paradigm shift in human consciousness. For the first time, humanity is confronted with the reality of an underground species that can biologically body-snatch human beings through a parasitical takeover. Donald Marshall, risking life and reputation, unveils the strengths and weaknesses of each Vril race, knowledge that empowers you to counteract their dangers and threats. What's your reason to read this book? Simple. This book could save lives, yours, your families, your friends, and your descendants. Armed with the knowledge of the Vril reptiles' secret ability to parasitize human brains, you become the guardian of your loved ones, prepared to face a danger previously hidden in the shadows. The remarkable qualities of Donald Marshall lie not just in his courage, but in his dedication to exposing the truth about Vril reptiles. Through Donald Marshall's first-hand experiences, he provides hope, strength, and invaluable knowledge, transforming fear into preparedness. The credibility of Donald Marshall is rooted in tangible encounters with Vril reptiles. Holding them, examining them, Donald Marshall offers a unique perspective that extends beyond personal experiences, revealing a truth acknowledged by others who, constrained by fear, dare not speak openly about the Vril threat. The main theme revolves around the Vril reptiles and exploration of their strengths, weaknesses, and the profound threat they pose to humanity. This book is a wake-up call, urging you to recognize the constant danger posed by the existence of Vril reptiles, capable of body-snatching and walking among us. The main message is clear: wake up. Your life and the lives of every human being are in danger as long as the Vril reptile species persists. The revelation of their parasitic abilities demands immediate attention and informed action. Special elements within the book include references to real life experiences of notable individuals, links to mythologies and legends, and corroborative evidence that underpins the existence of Vril reptiles. A bonus chapter delves into the reasons behind the Illuminati's and Vril Type 1 reptiles' fascination with gold, unraveling shocking implications for the world's gold reserves. Moreover, this book promises a paradigm shift, a profound realization that extends beyond its pages, resonating in the fabric of everyday life. As you explore this extraordinary account, prepare for a journey that transcends the ordinary, awakening you to the reality of a hidden world, a world where Vril reptiles threaten our very existence. Your understanding will shift, and the echoes of truth will reverberate through your perception of reality. Embrace the revelations, and let this book be your guide through the uncharted territories of the Vril species. The Vril, full disclosure, Part 1 Introduction. This is the most important time of your lives. This is a critical turning point in human history. You must read all previous documents, as well as upcoming documents regarding the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This is the most important and most interesting information you will ever see. No one else is going to disclose the verifiable nature of the reptilian conspiracy involving Vril reptile parasites other than me. If you disregard the facts presented in this document, previous documents, and upcoming documents, then you doom the human race to becoming human hosts, also known as drones, and allow wicked people to continue to sacrifice children and adults to Vril reptile parasites, for which Vril are also referred to as demons. It is absolutely critical to the survival of our species that Vril parasites be eradicated from our planet. Copy all pertinent facts and keep these facts for prosperity to show others. The only phase that will stop the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, as well as bring an end to the Vril reptile parasites, is the widespread divulgement of this information to the populace. I have no agenda other than to share the truth with the world, for which I gained extensive knowledge about the machinations of the Illuminati from experience through REM, rapid eye movement, sleep-driven human cloning technology, as a result of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM sleep-driven human clone body to the cloning center whenever I reached REM sleep in my original body. I must share with the world the extensive knowledge I have gained regarding the Illuminati because I could still die from heart failure as a result of REM sleep-driven human clone torture, which affects my original body because consciousness is linked. Petkova and Ersin, 2008, Ersin, 2013, TEDx Talks, 2016. Find and read all of my Facebook posts also archived in Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, 2012B forum. You should especially read my older Facebook posts, as well as read all documents, previous documents, Marshall 2015A, Marshall 2015B, Marshall 2016A, Marshall 2016D, and upcoming documents. You should also make a continual effort to read corroborating information. This will be your only chance to save the human race and our world from Vril. The connection between REM-driven human cloning and Vril reptiles REM, rapid eye movement, sleep-driven human cloning is 32nd degree of Freemasonry and high-level Scientology knowledge. Information relating to Vril reptile parasites is 33rd degree Freemasonry and the highest level Scientology knowledge. Many people attend the cloning centers as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves via the process of consciousness transfer to their REM-driven human clones whenever their original bodies sleep and reach REM sleep, but many of these people never know about the Vril parasites. Many people new to the disclosures of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture can reach a point where they understand REM-driven human cloning via consciousness transfer is a current and prevalent reality much faster than they can attain a point they comprehend the information about Vril reptile parasites is also a current and prevalent reality. Therefore, it is critical, and most importantly, the reader understands that I came to acquire the knowledge of Vril parasites from first-hand experience through the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven human clone body, and I am only disclosing information I am absolutely certain of. It is extremely essential that the reader understands this fact. When consciousness gets transferred to a REM-driven human clone body, the person who has their consciousness transferred to the REM-driven clone body still experiences the same world, this world, as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves, from a first-person perspective with the five senses intact, just like we experience this world from a first-person perspective with our five senses when consciousness resides in our original bodies. Therefore, provided a person who has their consciousness transferred to their REM-driven human clone is not on drugs as a REM-driven human clone, the person is not under memory suppression technology or MK-Ultra, mind control technology, Marshall 2015A, p. 29, pp. 33 to 34, as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves, then the person will experience the same world, with the clarity of vision as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves, and will continue to perceive the world with five senses, exactly like we perceive this world with five senses in our original bodies. However, the difference via REM-driven human cloning technology is that the person now perceives the same world clearly with the five senses as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves. Furthermore, because the person is not on drugs, under memory suppression technology, or MK Ultra technology as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves, once the person wakes up from sleep and regains consciousness in their original body, the person remembers their REM-driven human cloning experience clearly as a memory. As an example, the event of REM-driven human clone memories can be analogous to traveling to the shopping center in one's original body, shopping for groceries and returning home. Once you are home, the shopping event is no longer the prevalent experience. You are home, and your home environment is what you currently perceive clearly with your five senses. Nonetheless, the shopping experience did happen for you and followed a linear sequence. You remember the shopping experience clearly when you are at home, and you choose to recall the shopping experience via your memories. It is literally how vivid REM-driven human clone experiences are for anyone who is not on drugs, memory suppression technologies, or MK Ultra, mind control technology, Marshall 2015A, p. 29 pp. 33 to 34 as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves. Nonetheless, the difference is that people do not travel to the cloning center physically in their original bodies, but it is the consciousness which travels to the cloning centers, and it is the consciousnesses of original people which temporarily get stored in REM-driven human clone bodies by the Illuminati while original people sleep. Consequently, the memories which are remembered via REM-driven human cloning are memories which happened in this physical world because it is the same world people continue to experience via consciousness transfer to REM-driven human clones. Hopefully, the above explanation clarifies many questions regarding the current and prevalent reality of REM-driven human cloning, as well as the current and prevalent reality of Vril reptile parasites. I have met Vril reptile parasites. As a REM-driven human clone version of myself at the cloning center countless times for over 30 plus years since I was a child, and unknowingly having my consciousness transferred to my REM-driven human clones at the above ground cloning center in Western Canada. I have held Vril reptile parasites physically via the process of consciousness transfer to my REM-driven human clones, and as a result, I have met, seen, held, touched, and even been eaten by Vril reptile parasites as a REM-driven human clone version of myself. Vril reptiles are very much part of this physical reality, and Vril reptiles are very prevalent and form a part of humanity's current reality in this physical world. Nonetheless, Vril reptile parasites have been kept secret from the populace for many centuries, and therefore, it is the duty of the reader and every human to discover the truth to this information through diligent research and realize the current reality and existence of Vril reptile parasites, so that eventually, Vril reptiles can be eradicated from this planet. The disclosure on Vril reptiles forms part of the most urgent information you hold in your hands. It really would be worth your time to realize the reality of this disclosure because the fate of humanity depends on you realizing these truths. The purpose of this document is a humble attempt to demonstrate to the complete newcomer to this information the reality of Vril reptile parasites. For the complete newcomer, this information is initially a steep learning curve. You cannot expect to merely read this document about Vril reptile parasites, and with reading alone, be confident that this information is genuine. It takes plenty of patience and diligent research to be able to understand and then finally see the truth about the disclosure on Vril reptile parasites. The reason it takes the complete newcomer plenty of patience and diligent research to realize the simple truth regarding Vril reptile parasites is that the exposure of Vril reptile parasites Parasites is one of the biggest kept secrets in human history for millennia. This is very important to remember as you continue to read this document. The information of Vril reptile parasites has been kept secret for many thousands of years from the populace, and it is, therefore, the duty of the reader to unravel the secret by ensuring the reader makes every possible effort and uses every possible source or resource to ensure he eventually sees the truth today. Disclosure regarding Vril reptile parasites. Remember, a grand deception is being played to keep these simple truths from you, and you will realize how simple this truth is once you have unraveled the current reality and prevalence of Vril reptile parasites. A friend mentioned in a comment that it took him a month of continuous and diligent research until he realized that Vril reptile parasites are legitimate and currently prevalent in this world. Then he became fearful. This happens a lot. Once people realize the reality of the disclosure of Vril reptile parasites, the initial human response is to become very fearful. In general, people have thought they might go to sleep and see Vril reptiles in their dreams, or that they may see Vril reptile parasites in their waking life because they now know the truth and secret of Vril. After people realize the disclosure on Vril reptile parasites is true, due to their fear responses, some people tend to have misguided preconceived notions that, when they are out next in public, a Vril reptile parasite will appear from nowhere, parasite them biologically, and turn that person into a human host. Many of these preconceived imaginations are unlikely to occur, and many people have similar generalizations once they realize there is truth in the disclosure of Vril reptile parasites. You are not alone in your fears. There are currently over 20,000 people actively and publicly subscribed to my Facebook page who know of this information and more, who will readily help you overcome any initial setbacks or fears. There are also millions worldwide who have viewed at least one video of me discussing cloning centers. Moreover, if you have never met a Vril reptile parasite in your waking life and in public, then it still remains doubtful that you will meet a Vril reptile parasite in your waking life and in public, although Vril reptile parasites are very much a reality which continues to hide in the background of our world. Nonetheless, once you reach the stage where you realize the truth about the disclosure of Vril reptile parasites, although the likely fear responses are declared here, it will still be commonplace for you to start sweating profusely. If you begin to display the fear responses stated here, take very deep breaths, and tell yourself, I can read and handle the truth, and from here, take the required and necessary actions to rectify this dire situation. There will be subsequent documents concerning frequently asked questions which will detail and answer further information about the Vril reptile parasites. The reader should not feel that after reading and witnessing corroborative evidence for Vril in this document, one should understand this information entirely after the first reading, or even believe that Vril reptile parasites are a valid and a current reality existing on this earth at this present moment. It truly takes plenty of patience and diligent research for a complete newcomer to this information to realize the reality of Vril reptile parasites before a person can confirm confidently that Vril reptile parasites are legitimate. It is strikingly urgent that the reader reaches a level whereby they know this information to be valid, get to a place where you know the information presented in this document is true. Further discussions involving REM cloning and Vril reptile parasites. The humans of this world must help to fully expose the Vril reptile parasites, because quite frankly, if you are human and you do not speak up against the threat of Vril reptile parasites, you have betrayed your own species. It is as simple and as serious as that. However, before this document starts to disclose the highest level, 33rd degree knowledge, it is important a few things are mentioned about 32nd degree knowledge involving human cloning and R.E.M. rapid eye movement, sleep-driven human cloning. As an insider disclosing these topics to the world, I can understand that it is difficult to initially accept that reality may not be what you have thought it to be, and in the background of this world, human beings have been cloned. This is wholly understood. It is also understood that when people tend to discuss human cloning, they think it is from a baby stage upwards, and cannot fathom or currently accept that human cloning has advanced much further in secret, and it now involves sleep-driven human cloning, whereby original people go to sleep, and wake up through the process of consciousness transfer from their original bodies to their REM sleep-driven human clone alternatives, and therefore are simultaneously asleep in their original body, and simultaneously awake via consciousness transfer as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves. I do understand this is plenty to comprehend. Nonetheless, the disclosures on 32nd degree level knowledge involving REM-driven human cloning, Marshall 2015A, reduces to advanced and hidden medicine, science, and technology in comparison to that currently available and in public use. Furthermore, the disclosures on 33rd degree level knowledge can be reduced to biological parasites, which are kept hidden and secret by world leaders and governments and used as biological weapons to parasite human beings. The reader shall understand these simple truths when he/she makes every possible effort and uses every possible source or resource to ensure he/she eventually reaches a stage where he/she has unraveled this millennia-long secret which involves the exposure of Vril. Reptile parasites. For the complete newcomer to this information, it will be an initial struggle to accept many topics presented here, yet alone to realize the information presented in this document is a current reality. The steep learning curve is one main aspect which presents initial difficulties towards realizing the truths of these disclosures. There are many mental hurdles to overcome, personal to everyone before one can see the plain and obvious truth of these whistle-blowing disclosures. Nonetheless, three main stumbling blocks people face in realizing and knowing the truths of such disclosures are technological advancements, the environment, and personal biases, pp. 149 to 153. If you accept that the current technology which is available publicly is the pinnacle of humanity's technological capabilities, then you must do some serious homework on this, because it simply is not. What we currently see in public is most certainly not the height of humanity's technological capabilities. Moreover, our environment continues to reinforce this illusion, because we go out into the world, and accept that what we perceive with our five senses is the only reality, and this aspect further reinforces the illusion that what we perceive in our environment is the height of humanity's technological capabilities. This is simply not true. Furthermore, we all have personal biases, and it is difficult not to have formed any personal biases once we have lived in this world for many years, and we have been indoctrinated into believing, mostly through little fault of our own, that we know what the world is, or what this world is about. Personal biases are the most difficult stumbling blocks to overcome, because they are personal, and with a whistle-blowing disclosure as explosive as sleep-driven human cloning via consciousness transfer to substrate bodies, as referenced in the movies Avatar, 2009, Inception, 2010, The 13th Floor, 1999, A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984, as well as countless others. It forces us to address our personal biases and re-examine life, and if we are unable to address our personal biases and re-examine life, we simply cannot see the simple truth and reality of REM sleep-driven human cloning which is present today. Many topics discussed in previous documents, Marshall 2015A, Marshall 2015B, Marshall 2016A, Marshall 2016D. This document and upcoming documents are likely to counter many opinions, beliefs, and knowledge you have previously held to be true. Nonetheless, when we currently have many world-renowned scientists claiming they are 99% or even 100% sure that a topic such as consciousness transfer, Big Think, 2020, Daily Mail Online, 2023, Research Pod, 2023, is not only possible, but consciousness transfer will be reality in say 20 years' time, you must ask how. How can these people be so precise in terms of a timeline, and be so certain? Asking the question how, to such claims alone, should leave the skeptic in you, with many unanswered questions worth exploring, whereby, through diligence on your part, you come to realize that what is happening is not so much predictions, but rather scripts. This makes more sense, because one does not need to read the future, when one is writing the future. The above statement becomes glaringly obvious once Through diligence on your part, you come to realize that what is happening is not so much predictions, but rather scripts. This makes more sense, because one does not need Through diligence on your part, you come to realize that Through diligence on your part, you come to realize that what is happening is not so much predictions, but rather scripts. This makes more sense, because one does not need to read the future, when one is writing the future. The above statement becomes glaringly obvious, once it is realized, the level of technological progress hidden from humanity. It takes skepticism, open-mindedness, and optimism to make breakthroughs. Marshall, 2015a, p. 41. We must all break through to realize the simple truths of these whistle-blowing disclosures. Skepticism keeps you from believing fallacies. Skepticism keeps you from believing that which you have not yet proven to yourself. This simply means, one must be diligent and reach the point where one knows and can concretely separate facts from fiction, backed by evidence. It is better to know than to believe. To know means to understand with certainty. To believe is to accept without proof. The skeptic in you should want to know the truths of these whistle-blowing disclosures. Optimism gives you the ability to give merit to that which you have not proven for yourself. Therefore, instead of just being, and thinking skeptically, what rubbish, sleep-driven human cloning, and now Vril reptile parasites etc., and move towards an optimistic standpoint, one should ask what will be the implications if sleep-driven human cloning is a possibility, what will be the implications if Vril reptile parasites are actually animals which exist and are really kept secret by world leaders, etc. You will be surprised at the answers you receive. Take this further by finding research which either verifies or challenges your assertions, causing you to reconsider your estimations or your presuppositions. Open-mindedness gives one the ability to see that which has not yet been proven. One has to be open to the possibility, that on some statistical probability, it is possible to clone humans. R.E.M. Sleep-driven human cloning is possible, consciousness transfer is possible, that there is a possibility. That there is a type of animal in this world which can parasite a human being, and create a human host. Because there are many parasites capable of creating hosts in the animal kingdom. Animal Planet, 2020, Trend Max, 2020, that there is a possibility, on some statistical probability, that Vril reptile parasites do exist, and so on. One must be open, on some level, to such possibilities, because, so long as one remains closed, one will simply not have the gumption to look further to realize if there is indeed truth to these whistle-blowing disclosures, and it is as simple as that. This is exactly what newcomers to these disclosures must do. With such initial mind-boggling disclosures, although primarily difficult to accept, what one can do is to just weigh each topic on an arbitrary and personal statistical probability. For example, if consciousness transfer to substrate bodies is possible, then what personal and arbitrary statistical probability would one assign, that it is possible to transfer consciousness? Initially, when others, who have now come to realize the truths to these whistle-blowing disclosures, through their own research and diligence were, considering these topics, some people gave a personal and arbitrary statistical probability that it is approximately 5%, out of 100%, possible in their worldview that consciousness transfer is possible, because such a disclosure was initially difficult for them to accept. However, even such a small arbitrary, personal, and assigned statistical probability, meant that these people now had to change their thought processes from being completely skeptical, to being slightly open-minded, and then optimistic. This is because, if one is now open to such a possibility of consciousness transfer, from an optimistic standpoint, what are the implications, etc., etc.? At this stage, others who reached an understanding where they realized the truth to these whistle-blowing disclosures, continued to research their assumptions on each topic, until, for example, that arbitrary personal statistical probability of consciousness transfer was no longer at the 5% level, but closer to being a certainty for them, in their worldview. Skepticism, open-mindedness, and optimism are really needed to make breakthroughs and break new grounds. Most importantly, good healthy skepticism keeps one from falling into fallacies, throughout the entire research process, and from believing anything which one has not yet proven to himself/herself, when one objectively seeks evidences, sources and resources, either in support of these whistle-blowing disclosures, or against these whistle-blowing disclosures. It is essential to be strictly objective, throughout the entire research process, when studying these whistle-blowing disclosures. Furthermore, although one must obtain good healthy skepticism throughout their entire research process, one must also be strictly objective as possible, and try especially as hard as possible, not to allow personal biases, to prevent one from reaching objective conclusions, supported with many evidences, so far as these whistle-blowing disclosures are concerned. Moreover, try as best as possible, during your personal research process, not to leave open loops, because it can be argued that assertions are not demonstrable, where open loops can be found. Furthermore, for people who have kept up to date with previous documents, and have researched the validity of the assertions made in those documents, and read further by visiting my Facebook page, you should already know human cloning and R.E.M, rapid eye movement, sleep-driven human cloning is a reality, which exists today and is kept secret. It is extremely obvious to those who have kept up to date or read ahead. If you are still skeptical that there is indeed truth to these disclosures, put forward, then remember, one also needs optimism and open-mindedness to either see the truth of such claims, or to debunk such claims by means of thorough research methodology. By taking the aforementioned points into consideration, this document will concentrate on exposing the Vril reptile parasites, and as best as possible, this document will also help newcomers to these disclosures explore the reptilian conspiracy involving Vril parasites, to the point where newcomers realize this information is worthy of urgent consideration. Moreover, in respect to anybody new to these disclosures, and anyone horrified by the thought that governments and world leaders have been cloning human beings in secrecy for over 80 years, well, when it comes to this disclosure of Vril reptile parasites, this document aims as best as possible to lessen the shock factor for anyone new to the disclosures of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, with the intention that the person reading this information does not become overly panicked, or paranoid, if one has never heard of Vril or what exactly it is referred to when there is talk of Vril. Vrils must also be exposed, because if you are a human being, and you are fully aware of the threat of Vril, and you choose to keep silent about Vril, then you have simply betrayed your own species, humanity. In short, Vril can be likened to an animal which governments and world leaders have kept secret for many thousands of years. For example, if the animal rattlesnake is mentioned, most people will not be extremely frightful by mentioning the fact that rattlesnakes pose a threat to humans, because most people have heard and seen videos or images of rattlesnakes, and know through being informed about the dangers of rattlesnakes, it is best humans keep at a distance from rattlesnakes. This is the same with Vril. Humans should keep their distance from Vrils, because vrils are just as dangerous as rattlesnakes, if not more so. Nonetheless, because the animal rattlesnake is more publicly known, and the fact that such information about this reptile is readily available, the shock factor is heavily reduced, because the information on rattlesnakes is open. Nevertheless, because vrils are largely unknown publicly, kept hidden and secret, this factor causes a huge psychological detriment to others who are new to this information, once presented with the prevalence and reality of vril reptile parasites. It is because of the secrecy aspect, and the threat vrils pose to humans, similar to how people may become extremely fearful than they normally would, if rattlesnakes were kept hidden and secret, and then one day, there is a revelation about rattlesnakes, and the threat rattlesnakes pose to humans. It is the secrecy aspect which further causes a much larger than normal psychological detriment, once people are first introduced to the prevalence and reality of vrils. However, once information is known openly, and known about for many years, the shock factor reduces. Consequently, the aim of this document is to help further expose 33rd degree level knowledge which involves vril reptiles, without causing the reader to go into states of shock, panic, fear, and paranoia etc. Provided the reader does not know what vrils are. As it has been mentioned above, vril can be likened to that of an animal which governments and world leaders have kept extremely secret, and formed alliances with for many thousands of years. The underlying message is that these vril reptile parasites must be known about publicly, their strengths and weaknesses must be known publicly, and eventually, vril reptile parasites must be eradicated from this planet. Overall, vrils are cowardly, and therefore one should not be too fearful of vrils. And just like rattlesnakes, it will be demonstrated in this document that vrils must be kept at a distance, and just like a rattlesnake, vrils must be killed, before vrils kill humans. Furthermore, yes, it is wholly acknowledged how an outsider to these disclosures must feel, when first introduced to the levels of depravity by governments and world leaders which happens in complete secrecy. And that initially, from an outsider's perspective, governments and world leaders are cloning human beings secretly, and now governments and world leaders also have dangerous animals which they keep secretly. Yes, they commit such heinous crimes in secret for amusement and for entertainment. By taking into consideration each point mentioned above, there is not much requirement for panic when it comes to vrils. Vrils just have to be fully exposed, known publicly worldwide, and severely dealt with. This is the aim of this document. The word vril and is Donald Marshall discrediting himself with vril? A question which newcomers are likely to have about this disclosure is, what on earth is the word vril? If you are completely new to such information, then there is a chance you may have never heard of this word before. However, what it is important to realize is that the first incidents we find about vril was publicized in 1871 by Edward Bulwer Lytton in his book The Coming Race. Bulwer, Lytton, 1871, and because of this, the word vril is part of modern language, and this is not a word invented by me, to describe the subterranean reptilian troglodytes, as it has been suggested by others, new to these disclosures. The vril species also call themselves vril. Another question which frequently gets asked by people new to the disclosure of vril reptile parasites is, why would Donald Marshall discredit himself by discussing something so far-fetched sounding to the point of ridiculousness, that it almost sounds as if he is adding misinformation to discredit himself, because R.E.M. sleep-driven human cloning is easier to demonstrate in its accuracy, than Marshall's disclosures on the vril reptilian parasites. The answer to this is simple, I am only exposing facts about the Illuminati's REM driven human cloning subculture which I am absolutely certain of, as a result of being a victim of the Illuminati's REM driven human cloning subculture via the process of consciousness transfer to my REM driven human clones. Furthermore, I have examined vril reptile parasites extensively as a REM driven human clone version of me, at the above ground cloning center in Western Canada, and I know through first-hand experience that the information on Vril reptiles is a current reality. For the reader who initially feels highly skeptical of this disclosure regarding Vril reptile parasites, this is a perfectly natural response. Have patience, research the claims made in this disclosure document extensively, and soon, you too, will realize that this disclosure on Vril reptile parasites is truth, and that Donald Marshall did not discredit himself by discussing a topic which initially, on the surface sounds so far-fetched sounding. Vril reptile parasites can be verified intellectually. This disclosure, which exposes Vril reptile parasites, and details the fact that Vril reptile parasites are capable of secreting their parasitic cells into the brains of mammals, thereby extinguishing a mammal's consciousness, and creating a host, which results in the Vril reptile consciousness, as the dominant consciousness, that controls a mammal's entire bodily functions after parasitical takeover, makes sense intellectually. However, we cannot just intellectualize this information, because although such concepts make sense rationally, they can nonetheless be relegated to the perceptions of theories if we are to intellectualize alone. Moreover, for the most part, this disclosure document is not written for the purpose of speculating theories. Rather, it is written with the aim for the reader to reach verifiable truths, and this disclosure on Vril reptile parasites can be verified. Furthermore, one will not know the truths of this disclosure until one starts to realize references in their everyday world and reality. This is when one will start to realize the truths of this disclosure on Vril reptile parasites, and there are many references in the world which references Vrils. This is when a paradigm shift from intellectualist concepts towards truths is likely to happen for readers who aim to see the truths to this disclosure. The defining moment when people have said that they realized the reality of Vril reptile parasites is when they saw a representation of Vril on camera. However, before this disclosure links the video clip, as well as display an image which demonstrates the physical appearances of Vrils, this document will discuss the different types of Vril reptile parasites. The different types of Vril reptiles, to my current knowledge, gained from unwillingly having my consciousness transferred to REM-driven clone alternatives. At the cloning center, there are 3 different races/types of Vril: Vril type 1, Vril type 2, and Vril type 3. All 3 types of Vril can be referred to as terrestrial aliens. The phrase terrestrial aliens always appears to cause confusion for some, with the respect that, how can Vril be aliens, yet terrestrial? The confusion stems from the fact that when the word alien is mentioned, people tend to associate aliens with off-world species, and this is how the term terrestrial alien can sound like a contradiction, although it is not, and can cause confusion for some. All 3 types of Vrils can be described as terrestrial aliens, because the Vril species have always been of this earth, and therefore, can be considered terrestrial. Nevertheless, the Vril species can also be described as aliens because the word alien also means foreign. All 3 types of Vrils are foreign to the surface of the earth, because their current habitat is underneath the surface of the earth, and therefore, Vrils can be described as aliens to the surface of the earth, although Vrils have always been of this earth. This explains how Vril can be considered terrestrial aliens. The Vril species are an ancient race, and have always been part of this earth. This refers to all 3 types of Vril. The Vril species, which are also considered terrestrial aliens, have lived underneath your very feet, for many thousands of years, and this also forms part of the deception orchestrated against humanity for many years on end. We have constantly been told to look up into the skies, in search of aliens. However, there has always been a species of terrestrial aliens living underneath our very feet for many years, and humanity are rarely, if ever told, to consider what may lie beneath the Earth's surface, or even consider that a species of aliens may live underneath our feet. The highest levels of government and world leaders know a lot that there is to know about these species of terrestrial aliens, Vril. In the classical sense, when people generally think of aliens, they think of aliens to be from outer space, and from different planets. However, if we are to refer to different species from different planets, this implies the species we are referring to are extra-terrestrial aliens, not of this Earth, and therein lies the key difference between terrestrial aliens and extra-terrestrial aliens. The Vril species have always been of this Earth and also claim to be older than humans. Each race or type of Vril can be described as subterranean troglodytes, because Vrils, on the whole, are trolls. Vrils are underground dwellers. The Vril type 1 is a highly evolved species of lizards, belonging to the class of reptiles. All three races of Vril have existed since the days of the dinosaurs. However, the cataclysm which killed the dinosaurs, and rendered the dinosaurs extinct, did not affect the Vril species, because each race of Vrils, the Vril type 1, Vril type 2 and Vril type 3, sought shelter by burrowing deep beneath the surface of the Earth. All three races of Vrils tunneled extremely deep beneath the surface of the Earth, and as a consequence, all three races of Vrils were unaffected by the cataclysmic event which ensured the extinction of the dinosaurs. Moreover, after the cataclysmic event which would see to the end of the dinosaurs, all three races of Vrils lived underneath the surface of the Earth for many centuries on end. Whenever the Vril species were low on food supply underneath the surface of the Earth, the Vrils would cannibalize on each other. It is unknown whether there are hundreds of thousands of Vrils, if we consider all three races of the Vril species as a whole, or millions of Vrils, if we are to consider all three races of Vrils combined. However, what I am aware of is, the Vril species population is large. There is currently a large population of the Vrils, to the effect that all three races of Vrils eat everything considered a food source underneath the surface of the Earth. Furthermore, whenever the Vril species are low on food supply, they begin to cannibalize on each other. All three races of Vril have little concern for eating their own race or species whenever the Vril population underneath the surface of the Earth is low on food resources. All three races of Vril are neither race nor species loyal. During critical times with respect to the Vril population food supply, Vrils will cannibalize on each other without care. All races of Vril are primitive in nature. This is a current and literal crisis. This really is the biggest emergency the world has ever faced. The current situation of the world, involving the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and the threat of Vril reptiles, is worse than the threat of the Nazis. Furthermore, the Nazis are complicit with the Vril agenda, and therefore, the only phase which is going to stop the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, and stop the Vril reptiles living underneath our very feet, is worldwide knowledge of this information, because the populace must rise up, and oust leaders complicit with REM-driven human cloning, as well as oust world leaders complicit with Vrils. Some governments of this world are actually good, and contain good people within their establishment, and will not deter the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, nor will some governments of the world discourage the exposure of Vril reptiles. However, someone must take the first step, to guarantee that this world witnesses an end to such a crisis. Profile of Vril Type 1 reptiles. Vril Type 1s are a class of reptiles which can be described as a much evolved form of lizard species, and therefore, Vril Type 1s are also referred to as Vril lizards. Vril Type 1s look similar to what can be likened to an extremely smart, bipedal iguana, although Vril Type 1s are much uglier in their physical appearance than an iguana. Vril Type 1s can be considered as one of the ugliest animals on Earth. Vril Type 1s are also the most numerous of all the Vril species. The Vril Type 1 race outnumbers the combined total population of Vril Type 2s and Vril Type 3s. There are more Vril Type 1s than any other race of Vrils. Vrils currently live underneath the surface of the Earth. Vril Type 1s, Vril Type 2s, and Vril Type 3s all live underneath the Earth's surface. The deep underground military bases, D.U.M.BS, have connecting tunnels, which extend deep into the earth, and this allows for the Vril species to travel from deep beneath the Earth's surface to the deep underground military bases, via the connecting tunnels. Moreover, there are miniature-sized stairs, made for the smaller Vrils, Vril Type 1s and Vril Type 2s, at the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada. There are also miniature-sized stairs made for the smaller Vrils, Vril Type 1s and Vril Type 2s, at the deep underground military bases. Consequently, the Vrils travel from deep underneath the surface of the Earth, enter the connecting tunnels created for Vrils, and traverse the miniaturist stairs, to frequent the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada or the deep underground military bases. Once the Vrils have traversed the stairs and arrived at the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada, the Vrils sit in the stands of the arena with the REM sleep-driven human clones. It is absolutely sick and disgusting to witness Vrils sat alongside REM-driven human clones, at the cloning center in Western Canada. Vrils are all over the world, living underneath the surface of the Earth in many different locations. Vrils emerge from underground and frequent the Earth's surface, in many different locations all over the world. The Vril Type 1s, are the first race of Vrils that I met, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, activated unwillingly by the Illuminati, via the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven human clone. Initially, I was under the impression Vril Type 1s were the only race of Vrils, and it would not be until many years later, that I became aware that there are also two additional races of Vrils. Vril Type 1s, are 1 foot tall, 30 centimeters, in adolescence, and can grow to be 2 and a half feet tall, 76 centimeters, in adulthood. Vril Type 1s are weak and hollow-boned. The bones of Vril Type 1s are like the bones of most lizards, hollow. Furthermore, Vril Type 1s are fragile, skinny, and breakable. The Vril Type 1s have red, diamond-shaped scales, all over their bodies. Underneath the diamond-shaped scales of Vril Type 1s contain flesh, and the flesh underneath the diamond-shaped scales of Vril Type 1s, is smooth like the outlayer of a human's skin. The flesh underneath the scales of Vril Type 1s is extremely sensitive. Citrus juice burns the flesh underneath the scales of Vril Type 1s. Moreover, there are different Vril Type 1s, in different regions, which have different colored scales. There are some Vril Type 1s in different regions which have evolved to have black scales. The Vril Type 1s which live underneath the surface of the Earth in the Middle East have black scales. The Vril Type 1s which live underground in the British Islands have red scales. Yes, the Vril species are a real problem. Vril Type 1s have a head shape similar to that of a king crab. Britannica, 2023, ADFD, 2024, Encyclopedia of Life, 2024, and the eyes of Vril Type 1s are mounted on stalks. Vril Type 1s have eye stalks. Vril Type 1s also have a proboscis. Oldroyd, 2023, Britannica, 2024a, which sticks out from the top of their heads. The very tip of the proboscis, which emerges from the top of the Vril Type 1's head, and can be observed visually, is conical, coned, in shape and size. The very top of the proboscis is cone-shaped, and this cone-shape, which forms the top part of the proboscis of Vril Type 1s, can be observed visually. The cone shape of a Vril Type 1's proboscis is the absolute to top of a Vril Type 1's spinal cord. The proboscis of a Vril Type 1 contains a Vril Type 1's brain and spinal cord, and it is the proboscis which is referred to as Vril power. Vril Type 1s and young Vril Type 1s are the race of Vrils which the Illuminati exploits to create human hosts, because the proboscises belonging to young Vril Type 1s are small enough to go around the back of a human eye, and travel into the human brain, without causing a great swelling to the human eye, and eventually, lead to the creation of a human host. Furthermore, Vril Type 1s have a built-in sonar system, echolocation. Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History, 2016, BBC Earth Unplugged, 2017, BBC Wildlife, 2022, Britannica. 2023a, Popular Science 2023, and as a consequence of the inbuilt sonar system, Vril Type 1s are extremely sensitive to light and sound. The fact that Vril Type 1s are highly sensitive to lights and sounds, is a reason. Vril Type 1s live underneath the Earth's surface, because sunlight blinds Vril Type 1s, and loud sounds debilitates Vril Type 1s. Vril Type 1s can see sound. Vril Type 1s also love music, and can see music. Moreover, the inbuilt sonar system, echolocation, BBC Wildlife, 2022, Britannica, 2023a, Popular Science 2023, of Vril Type 1s, allows Vril Type 1s to use sound waves and echoes to determine where objects are in an environment, and as a result, Vril Type 1s make clicking noises in total darkness when underground, in order to determine where items are, in their environment, and through the use of echolocation is how Vril Type 1s maneuver underneath the surface of the Earth. The Illuminati, as REM, driven human clone versions of themselves wanted to see what sonar looks like, visually, to Vril Type 1s, and consequently, the Illuminati used mind, computer technology, Moody and Moody, 2004, Jim Christie, 2009, Berkeley News, 2011, UCI, 2013, Thrivus, 2019, BioRxiv, 2019, on Vril Type 1s to determine what sonar looks like to Vril Type 1s. Through the use of mind, computer technology, UC Berkeley, 2011, PLOS, 2019, Yannick Kilcher, 2020, the Illuminati were able to determine the visual field of Vril Type 1s, and saw how sonar looks visually to Vril Type 1s. The inbuilt sonar system of Vril Type 1s can be described as being similar to that of a bluish field of vision. Furthermore, the Illuminati used computer graphics to recreate this bluish field of vision for the movie Daredevil, 2003, starring Ben Affleck. The bluish field of vision, which Daredevil sees when Daredevil looks at Elektra while it is raining, Bilal Senjez, 2020, Jedgerson, 2021, is almost exactly how Vril Type 1s see the world. Vril Type 1s do not have a tongue. Instead, the Vril Type 1 race have a blood spike. The blood spike is used by Vril Type 1s to pierce their prey. Furthermore, the saliva of Vril Type 1s is caustic, capable of burning or destroying living tissue, and extremely nasty. Vril Type 1s regurgitate stomach acid. The stomach acid of a Vril Type 1 must be the nastiest in the world, because, when Vril Type 1s spit at prey, the saliva of Vril Type 1s contains acid which has been regurgitated from the stomachs of Vril Type 1s. Consequently, the saliva of Vril Type 1s is automatically debilitating to humans, as well as other animals. The saliva of Vril Type 1s is extremely concentrated, and paralyses humans completely, and causes humans to seize in extreme pain. The saliva of Vril Type 1s is extremely awful, in the respect that, the saliva of Vril Type 1s completely debilitates humans. The saliva of Vril Type 1s is worse than Komodo dragon saliva. National Geographic, 2009, National Geographic, 2013, Remarkable Animals, 2023, and the saliva of Vril Type 1s is extremely concentrated and designed to bring down much larger animals relative to the size of the Vril Type 1. The saliva of Vril Type 1s causes complete paralysis in humans, to the point that, if a human is spat on by a Vril Type 1, the caustic design of a Vril Type 1's saliva will cause black and purple veins to appear on the body of the human who was spat on by a Vril Type 1 reptile. As a REM-driven human clone version of myself, activated unwillingly by the Illuminati, via the process of consciousness transfer, to my REM-driven human clone, I have witnessed Vril Type 1 spit on REM-driven human clones, at the cloning center, and the result was that, on the surface of the arms of the driven human clones, formed black and purple veins, because the arms of the REM, driven human clones came into contact with Vril type 1 reptile saliva. The saliva of Vril type 1s is so awful, to the point that, if a Vril type 1 was to spit on a human being's eyes, the human would gouge out their own eyes in desperation, in the hopes of being relieved from the caustic saliva of Vril type 1s. Vril type 1s are also referred to as chupacabras, Spanish, meaning goat sucker, because of their proficient abilities in draining blood from their prey, and the fact that Vril type 1s enjoy drinking goat blood. Vril type 1s can stand upright and move from one place to another in a bipedal fashion. Nonetheless, Vril type 1s can also move on all four limbs in a quadruped manner. Vril type 1s move much faster on all four limbs than they do in a bipedal way. Vril type 1s are extremely fast and agile, and run on all four limbs. Vril type 1s can jump far and high. However, Vril type 1s tire very quickly, and then become slow, sluggish, and lethargic. The Vril type 1 race are strong for their relative size. Nevertheless, Vril type 1s lack endurance and stamina. Vril type 1s have two upper limbs, and have claws at the ends of their upper limbs. Vril type 1s have two claws, one big main claw and a smaller thumb claw. The claws of Vril type 1s are similar to fingernails, however, the claws are bigger and thicker than fingernails. Moreover, Vril type 1s are diggers, and therefore, their claws evolved for burrowing into the earth. The Vril type 1s are smart enough, whereby the Vril type 1s can use some limited tools, but overall, Vril type 1s are stupid creatures. The fact that Vril type 1s have claws, means, the Vril type 1s could not, and did not know how to invent machinery, or use complex machinery with their claws. Vril type 1s are extremely dumb creatures, and are unable to use technology or complex instruments due to their claws, and this fact about their biology greatly upsets the Vril type 1 race. Vril type 1s have evolved to talk. This is also one aspect of disclosure which is kept secret from the majority of the public, and that is, most animals, when given time and evolution, eventually do learn to talk. The focus of this document is to discuss Vril reptiles, and therefore animals which have evolved to talk, will be mentioned in upcoming documents. Vril type 1s communicate mostly in what sounds like clicks and gurgles, and it is possible to learn the clicks and gurgles which the Vril type 1s communicate by, as well as the phonetic language of Vril type 1s, and speak with Vril type 1s in their language, just like any language can be studied. Vril type 1s can talk, although they do not talk very well. The Vril type 1s have a blood, dart, spike, instead of a tongue, and therefore, the words which have an L sound are vocalized by Vril type 1s, as if it had an M sound, and words which have an N sound are spoken by Vril type 1s, as if it had an M sound. Moreover, when Vril type 1s speak English, the Vril type 1s have a very high-pitched tone, similar to that of a human who has inhaled helium before speaking. Vril type 1s sound as if they have inhaled helium, whenever they talk. There are also different Vril type 1s, in different regions across the world which do not communicate in the same language, and do not understand the clicks and gurgles of other Vril type 1s in different locations around the world. This is similar to how human beings communicate in different languages across the world. There are Vril type 1s which communicate in different clicks and gurgles compared to other Vril type 1s in different regions. Furthermore, Vril type 1s scream when in distress, as a call to others, and they screams sound like something which can be likened to the scream-a-pillar, crazy caterpillar, in the Simpsons television show, Dr. Roxo 1987-2016. The distress screams of Vril type 1s is an experience most humans have never heard of before. Vril type 1s have a hexagonal brain, in other words, the shape of the brains of Vril type 1s is hexagonal in structure. Moreover, the Vril type 1's brains contain hexagon chambers, whereas, compared to human brains, Human brains can be described as spewed layers of custard. However, the brain of a Vril type 1 is hexagonal in structure. Furthermore, when the Illuminati use the proboscises of Vril type 1 to create human hosts, although the human loses his or her entire consciousness, because of Vril type 1 parasitical takeover, the brain of the human host still remains as spewed layers of custard. The brain of a human host keeps its original biological shape, resembling spewed layers of custard, and the shape of the brain does not transform into a hexagon due to Vril type 1 parasitical takeover of a human brain. Vril type 1s are extremely dumb when compared to human beings. The Vril type 1 race are smarter than chimpanzees. However, Vril type 1s are significantly dumb compared to human beings. Moreover, in terms of the psychology of Vril type 1s, the Vril type 1 race are stupid, erratic, violent, and evil. Furthermore, because Vril type 1s are so small, they are instinctually cowards when alone. Parasites tend to be cowardly in terms of their mindset, and Vril type 1s are cowardly in nature. As a consequence of the instinctual fear Vril type 1s have when they are alone, Vril type 1s attack in packs, and do not attack alone. Vril type 1s are parasitic creatures. Parasitic psychology is very cowardly, and Vril type 1s need evil humans to help them in their attacks. Vril type 1s are hermaphrodites, asexual creatures, and have both male and female organs. Vril type 1s are all asexual, and all the same gender. The method by which Vril type 1s have sex is comical. Vril type 1s make trains of group sex. It is horrifying to behold. Moreover, because Vril type 1s have both male and female sex organs, the Vril type 1s form a train of 30 long, back and front, with each other, and this is how Vril type 1s mate. The Vril type 1s breed the fastest. They lay clutches of 3 eggs at a time and reproduce quickly. Creating human hosts with Vril type 1s / the droning process with Vril type 1s. One of the biggest kept secrets in this world, currently, is that there are not any parasites which can parasite a human being, and effectively turn human beings into human hosts. The unfortunate truth is that there is a parasite which can body-snatch human beings, and consequently create human hosts. This parasite is called a Vril type 1 reptile, and it is the biological property of the Vril type 1's body, the proboscis. Oldroyd, 2023, Britannica, 2024, which is used to turn human beings into human hosts. The Vril type 1s have a proboscis located in the middle of their heads, which contains the Vril type 1's brain and spinal column. It can be described as an ejecting brain and spinal column, and world governments, as well as Illuminati members, use the proboscises of Vril type 1s to parasite human brains, and create human hosts via the use of Vril type 1 proboscises. What happens is that individuals who are already human hosts, with Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, operating a human body, or handlers, are recruited by the Illuminati to restrain the person who is to become a human host, via Vril type 1 reptile proboscis. By observing the head of Vril type 1s, we find located, in the middle of the heads of Vril type 1s, what appears to be a cone shape. The cone shape is the absolute top of the Vril type 1's proboscis. The proboscis contains the Vril type 1's brain and spinal column. Moreover, once in the lifespan of a Vril type 1 reptile, the Vril type 1 reptile through great difficulty can slowly eject the spinal cord from the top of their head, and what happens here, is that the conical shape which is the absolute top of the Vril type 1's reptile proboscis, comes out of the top of the Vril type 1's body, and the proboscis just wriggles out of the body of the Vril type 1. Once the Vril type 1 ejects its proboscis from its body, the contents of the Vril type 1's spinal column are also ejected by the Vril type 1. The process of ejecting its reptile proboscis from its body, kills the Vril type 1's reptile body. The Vril type 1's proboscis, which now contains the Vril type 1's internals, brain, and spinal column, cannot enter the Vril type 1's reptile body, for the Vril type 1 to experience life once more in its Vril type 1 body. During this process, once a Vril type 1 decides to eject its proboscis from its body, it kills the Vril type 1's reptile body, because it is a one-way transfer. The Vril type 1, which is now just a proboscis, cannot wriggle its way back into the Vril type 1 reptile body to experience life once more in the body it just left. As a result of ejecting its spinal column from its body, the Vril type 1, for all intents and purposes, just becomes the proboscis, and it instinctively wriggles from one place to another in a similar motion to that of a worm. When Vril type 1s eject their proboscis, which contains their internals, brain, and spinal column, Vril type 1s, from this moment onwards, experience life, just as a proboscis. The proboscis, which slithers around and wriggles from one place to another, similar to a worm, is also known conversationally as the quill. The quill becomes everything which is left of the Vril type 1. The proboscis which is ejected from the Vril type 1's body is much smaller in size than the Vril type 1's reptile body. If the Vril type 1, which is now just a proboscis, or quill, does not find a mammal to parasite, the Vril type 1 will die as a proboscis. At this stage, the human being who is about to become a human host, via Vril type 1 proboscis, is either withheld, unconscious, or restrained by handlers and individuals who are currently human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. The victim who is about to become a human host via Vril type 1 reptile proboscis is not given anesthetics or drugs, despite the excruciating pain the victim feels as a result of Vril type 1 parasitical takeover. The victims, who are to become human hosts, are not provided with anesthetics or drugs, because anesthesia or drugs will weaken the Vril reptile proboscis, which is now set to parasitically extinguish the consciousness of the human being, and result in the creation of a human host. At this point, the handlers or individuals, who are currently human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, pick up the proboscis, quill, and hold the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis over one eye of the victim, either the left eye or right eye, while the person is either withheld, unconscious, or restrained. The Vril reptile proboscis instinctually wriggles like a worm, and slithers into the eye of the victim, because the proboscis was placed over the eye of the victim, by the handlers, and the individuals who are currently human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. While the victim remains either restrained, unconscious, or withheld. During this stage, the Vril reptile proboscis travels by wriggling its way into a victim's eye, and then, to the back of the victim's eye. The Vril reptile proboscis then spirals around the person's optical nerve, and the Vril proboscis continues to travel by wriggling inside a person's head, until it reaches the person's brain. Once the Vril type 1 proboscis is inside the brain of the victim, it continues to travel by wriggling its way to the epicenter of the brain, until it gets to the location of the brain, where the victim's consciousness begins. The location where consciousness begins has been scientifically detected as the claustrum. New Scientist, 2014, Newsy Science, 2014. Once the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis has reached the location where the victim's consciousness begins, in the brain, the claustrum, the Vril type 1 proboscis starts to secrete parasitical cells from the top end of the proboscis, and this contains contents of the Vril type 1's proboscis and spinal cord. The parasitical cells are secreted from the cone-shaped part of the proboscis. The cone-shaped part of the proboscis is the top end of the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis. Once the parasitic cells are released by Vril type 1 proboscis into the brain of the victim, this process completely dominates the victim's brain, cell by cell. When the Vril type 1 proboscis releases parasitical cells inside the brains of mammals, this stage of the process is conversationally known as sweating the quill, because the contents of the quill proboscis is released. After having read that the Vril type 1 proboscis travels into an eye, and then around the back of the eye, to reach the location where consciousness begins inside a mammal's brain, you may be wondering, how does this uncoordinated Vril type 1 reptile proboscis find the location of consciousness inside a human brain in order to discharge its parasitical cells and extinguish human consciousness and as a result, take over the mechanical functions of a human body? The answer to the above frequently asked question is, the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis is driven to the location where consciousness begins in a human brain by taste. Vril type 1s, and Vril type 1s when they are just a proboscis, quill, have an acute sense of taste, and therefore travel to the site of human consciousness inside a person's brain by taste sensations. Consequently, the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis knows when it has reached the location where human consciousness begins inside the human brain, because the location of consciousness inside a human brain tastes like butterscotch to the Vril type 1 proboscis, or, the site of human consciousness, tastes similar to the sensation of butterscotch, with respect to how humans perceive butterscotch to taste. The Vril type 1s, which are capable of speaking, explained to me, when I was a REM-driven human clone version of myself, at the above, ground cloning center in Western Canada, that the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis is capable of finding the site of human consciousness, inside a human brain by taste sensations. The Vril type 1s, which are capable of speech, explained the answer themselves, to a REM-driven human clone version of me, at the above, ground cloning center in Western Canada. Furthermore, once the Vril type 1 proboscis reaches the epicenter of consciousness, New Scientist, 2014, 2022a, inside a human brain, the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis does what can be described similar to what humans do, when humans temporarily suspend their breathing, which is also known as voluntary apnea, in other words, the sensation of holding one's breathing, and then exhaling outwards, pushing the breath outwards. Once the Vril type 1 proboscis reaches the epicenter of consciousness, New Scientist, 2014, 2022b, inside a human brain, the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis proceeds with the sensation similar to voluntary apnea, holding one's breathing, and exhaling outwards, pushing the breath outwards, and this is how the parasitical cells stored inside the proboscis are expelled by the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis. The parasitical cells are released by the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis through a sensation similar to voluntary apnea, holding one's breathing, and exhaling outwards, pushing the breath outwards. I am one of the biggest skeptics and therefore I did not initially believe that Vril type 1 reptiles, when they are just a proboscis, quill, do, in actuality, release their parasitical cells from the top end of their proboscis, the coned-shaped part. As a consequence of being skeptical about such a process, when I was a REM-driven human clone version of myself, at the cloning center, I made a Vril type 1 reptile proboscis, expel its parasitical cells, in the open of the dirt arena at the cloning center, and just like it was described by the Vril type 1 reptiles themselves, the parasitic cells stored in the Vril type 1 proboscis was discharged from the top end of the proboscis, the coned-shaped part. It was very strange for me to witness as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis discharging its parasitical cells in the open of the dirt arena. Consequently, once the Vril type 1 proboscis expelled its parasitic cells in the open of the dirt arena, the Vril type 1 proboscis died. This is an important aspect, regarding the process of creating hosts or human hosts via Vril type 1 reptile proboscis, and that is, if the Vril type 1 proboscis does not have a mammal's brain to parasite, the Vril type 1 proboscis eventually dies. Moreover, once the Vril type 1 proboscis has traveled to the site where consciousness begins in a human brain, the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis begins secreting parasitical cells in the human brain, and as a result, such a process completely dominates the human brain via parasitic takeover, cell by cell, inside the human's brain. During the process whereby the Vril type 1 proboscis is expelling parasitic cells inside the brain of the human, the poor unfortunate soul suffers excruciating pain, and begins to scream worse than ever. At this point, the person screams no. 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 Don't. As the Vril type 1 reptile proboscis is parasitizing and dominating the person's brain, cell by cell. It is an extremely terrible phenomenon. It is so terrible, and I have witnessed the creation of human hosts via Vril type 1 reptile proboscis, live from the stands of the cloning center, as a REM-driven, human clone version of myself. I have also witnessed this phenomenon as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, via video playback, on the big video display screens, which hang from the center of the ceiling, at the above ground cloning center in Western Canada. Parasitical takeover via Vril type 1 reptile proboscis, is one of the worst fates human beings suffer. Furthermore, after the Vril type 1 proboscis has secreted the contents of the proboscis, inside the brain of a human, the entire consciousness of the person is gone forever, after Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, and the human body is now absolutely dominated and controlled by Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, and is now, essentially, a human host. The Vril type 1 parasite consciousness cannot get out from the human body after the process of Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. The Vril type 1 consciousness will remain in that human body for the remainder of the lifespan of the human body. For example, if the human body will last until age 80 and then experience death, when a human being suffers the consequences of Vril type 1 parasitical takeover, and experiences such a phenomenon, at say, for example, age 40, that person will have their consciousness completely extinguished from their human body at age 40, and from age 40 onwards, the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness completely dominates and controls the human body. The Vril type 1 reptile consciousness will then remain in that human body until age 80, when the human body perishes and dies. Essentially, Vril type 1 reptiles, body, snatch humans biologically. In other words, after a Vril type 1 reptile proboscis has completely extinguished human consciousness, and a Vril type 1 reptile consciousness becomes the dominant consciousness inside a human body, the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness remains in that human body for the entire lifespan of the human body. The Vril type 1 reptile consciousness cannot leave that body. After Vril type 1 parasitical takeover, it is a one-way transfer, which leads to the death of human consciousness, and the body, snatching of a human body, biologically. Moreover, human hosts are also known conversationally as drones, hosts, or parasite hosts. The creation of hosts or human hosts via Vril type 1 reptile proboscis is also known conversationally as droning, and it is therefore also referred to as the droning process. A dictionary definition of the word drone also means parasitic loafer, and therefore it is apt to reference human hosts as drones. During conversation and typically, with respect to referencing human hosts as drones, the term drones does tend to cause confusion with the unmanned aircraft, and therefore it may be more appropriate to use the term human host, parasite host, or parasite human host conversationally, to refer to individuals who are not entirely human because their bodies are operated by Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, and not human consciousness. Moreover, a drone is a human host of a Vril type 1 reptile, which has Vril type 1 reptile consciousness in a human body, operating a human body. The process of creating human hosts via Vril type 1 reptile consciousness cannot be reversed. The person's consciousness is completely extinguished, and the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness totally dominates and controls the entire bodily functions of the human body from that point onwards. It is extremely terrible news. The description above details the entire process of how Vril type 1 reptiles can parasite human beings, and effectively turn human beings into human hosts. The next section describes what happens after human hosts are created via the process of Vril type 1 reptile parasitical takeover. What happens after the creation of human hosts via Vril type 1 proboscis? After the person's consciousness has been completely extinguished by Vril type 1 reptile proboscis, and a human host is created because Vril type 1 reptile consciousness is the dominant consciousness operating the human body, the brain which experienced Vril type 1 parasitical takeover, needs time to heal. After Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, the newly created human host displays severe signs of physical illness and needs 1 month's recovery time. The newly created human host displays physical weaknesses, lethargy, has extreme difficulties with mobility, and the health of the newly created human host, in terms of physical mobility and weakness, can be described similar to that of a person who has been in an accident and needs considerable amounts of time before their health and mobility is restored to normal. The newly created human host needs 1 month's recovery time, before the body-snatched human body recovers after Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. The newly created human host is ill for approximately 1 month, and cannot do anything other than eating and sleeping. The human body becomes extremely weakened after Vril type 1 parasitical takeover, and as a result, the newly created human host, which is now a Vril type 1 reptile consciousness controlling a human body, is also extremely weakened after Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, and therefore, all that the newly created human host can do is eat and sleep, lay down, eat and sleep, for approximately 1 month. Newly created human hosts are sometimes even spoon-fed, and need assistance to sit up to eat, and then after being spoon-fed, the newly created human hosts lay back down to sleep again. This process of eating and laying back down to sleep continues for approximately 1 month. After a month has passed, and the human body has recovered from Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, which is the dominant consciousness in the human body and controls the human body, can now use the biologically body-snatched human body with much ease. Mobility is now much easier for the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness operating the biologically body-snatched human body. After a month has passed and the biologically body-snatched human body recovers from illness, after suffering Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, the newly created Vril reptilian human host, which is now the dominant consciousness inside a human body, and controls all the mechanical functions of the biologically body-snatched human body, can now use the human body with ease, and as an example, the newly created human host can look around the room in which the Vril human host laid bedridden, for approximately a month, stand up and say I feel much better now. Human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness operating a human body, say that life as a human is much better than as a Vril type 1 reptile. From this point onwards, the human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness mimics the life, mannerisms, and behavior patterns of the previous human, who had his or her consciousness extinguished from their human body as a result of Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. Human hosts mimic human behavior because they know the life of a human host is dependent on mimicking human behavior. Essentially, as well as body-snatching human bodies biologically, human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness steal the life of the human being which the Vril type 1 proboscis body-snatched parasitically. The Vril type 1 consciousness goes from living life as a dirty reptile, living underground, to body-snatching a human being, then stealing the life of a human, whereby the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, or newly created human host, lives the life of the human, who had his or her consciousness extinguished by Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. The newly created human host now spends whatever money the human who had his or her consciousness extinguished by Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover had. The newly created human host drives the car, eats the food, and does everything else for which the human who had his or her consciousness extinguished by Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. Essentially, all human hosts of Vril type 1 consciousness, operating biologically body-snatched human bodies, steal the lives of original, natural-born humans. Although newly created human hosts recover from illness after a month of bed confinement, over time, the human host body will develop rashes, hair loss, and over time the human host body degrades, but it does not rot. Human hosts have many health problems. With some human hosts, their fingernails starts to become brittle, the fingernails loses its color, or the fingernails become softer. Some human hosts develop rashes on their skin. Other human hosts also develop thyroid problems, whereby the thyroid does not produce efficient levels of T3, triiodothyronine, and T4, thyroxine, which are chemicals the human body needs to regulate vital bodily functions such as breathing, heart rate, central and peripheral nervous systems, body weight, muscle strength, menstrual cycles, body temperature, cholesterol levels and much more. Endocrine Society, 2022. Most human hosts suffer with a thyroid problem, and have to take a drug called Synthroid, WebMD, 2024, for hypothyroidism or topazole, also known as methimazole, for hyperthyroidism. Hypothyroidism, simply means, the thyroid gland does not produce enough hormones which the body needs. In other words, hypothyroidism references an underactive thyroid gland, NHS UK, 2021A, Thyroid UK, 2022. Hyperthyroidism means the body produces more than enough hormones the body requires, and the thyroid gland is overreactive. Furthermore, human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness controlling a human body are much crazier and wackier than original humans, with human consciousness controlling their own human bodies. Human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness have an extremely warped sense of psychology. Human hosts have no compassion for anything and can be extremely twisted in their mentalities. Human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness controlling human bodies also have very primal and primitive drives. The mentality of human hosts at times can be limited to only one line of thought or action, such as, all that a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling a human body, will want to do is, seek pleasure through sexual gratification. Human hosts also prefer to torture human beings, or watch human beings getting tortured. Human hosts gain satisfaction from witnessing events and acts of torture. Human hosts also like to find more human beings to be body-snatched by Vril type 1 reptile proboscis, and in essence, create more human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. Human host create more human hosts either through trickery or deceiving human beings, and sometimes, human beings are kidnapped outright, and then restrained, withheld, or unconscious, and a Vril type 1 reptile proboscis is held over an eye of the human being. The Vril type 1 reptile proboscis then slithers into the eye, spirals around the optical nerve, travels to where consciousness begins in the human brain. Claustrum New Scientist 2014, UMSM 2022b, and the Vril reptile proboscis then extinguishes human consciousness forever through the secretion of Vril type 1 proboscis parasitical cells, and this results in the making of a newly created human host. There are human hosts who enjoy creating more human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. Human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling human bodies, are usually bisexual, homosexual, or child molesters. Human hosts also prefer to tell plenty of lies. Human hosts lie more than they tell the truth, and believe they are outsmarting human beings through acts of deceiving humans, and providing humans misinformation. The psychology of human hosts is extremely amiss. Furthermore, trickery and deceit is ingrained in Vril psychology, as well as the psychology of human hosts with Vril type 1 reptile consciousness operating human bodies. Human hosts truly have no compassion for anything. Human hosts live for however many years the biologically body-snatched human body lasts for. For example, if the human body will last 80 years and then perishes and experiences death, the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness in the human body, controlling the mechanical functions of the human body, will be dead after 80 years, in the biologically body-snatched human body. Once a Vril type 1 reptile proboscis extinguishes human consciousness, and becomes the dominant consciousness inside a human body, the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness cannot get back out of the human body. It is a way transfer, and the Vril Type 1 consciousness will control that human body for the remaining lifespan of the biologically body-snatched human body. Human hosts are absolutely loyal to the person, or group of people, who allow the chance for Vril Type 1 reptiles to body-snatch humans biologically, through Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. Human hosts are absolutely loyal to other human hosts, evil Illuminati members, the Vril Society and any other individual who offers the Vril Type 1 reptile the chance to body-snatch humans biologically. Human hosts are totally compliant slaves, and human hosts display absolute gratitude and total loyalty towards the person, or group of people who offer the opportunity for the Vril Type 1s to body-snatch humans biologically. Human hosts do whatever the people who helped the Vril Type 1 reptile to body-snatch a human being biologically wants it to do, because human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are extremely happy to live life as a human being now. Human hosts continue to repeat the phrase that life is much better as a human than it is as a Vril Type 1 reptile. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling human bodies, are completely compliant and extremely coherent because human hosts know that their life and existence is dependent on mimicking human behaviors, and therefore this is exactly what human hosts do. Human hosts mimic human behaviors extremely well. Hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousnesses are very good at mimicking the behaviors of the mammals. They parasitically extinguished their consciousnesses, which results in the biological body snatching of mammals, and this includes animals too. Even with animals such as dogs, cats, and horses, the host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness controlling the mechanical body functions of these animals after biological parasitical takeover, is smart enough to instinctually mimic the corresponding animal's behavior. I have seen the parasitizing of animals such as dogs, cats, and horses, via the use of Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis, as a REM driven human clone version of myself, at the cloning center. The animal hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling the mechanical bodily functions of animals, for example, dogs, cats, and horses, incorporate the corresponding animal's neurology. In some instances, the animal host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling the mechanical bodily functions of the animal, whether this involves dogs, cats, horses etc. The animal host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, is smarter than the consciousness of the animal which had its consciousness extinguished, as a result of Vril Type 1 reptile parasitical takeover. In other words, because the host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness which now controls the entire bodily functions of say, a cat, a dog, or a horse, is smarter in terms of its consciousness, compared to the consciousness of the animal which had its consciousness extinguished, after Vril Type 1 parasitical takeover, the animal host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling either a cat's, a dog's, or a horse's bodily functions, becomes a much smarter pet in some instances. And therefore, Vril hosts of pets, such as cats, dogs, and horses, can behave and become much smarter pets as a result of Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. Some animal hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness become much smarter versions of pets, either cats, dogs, or horses. Moreover, in terms of human hosts and Vril Type 1 consciousness, while a human host of Vril reptile consciousness inhabits a human body, human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness become much smarter, while the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness resides and dominates a human body, than they ever were, as a Vril Type 1 consciousness, experiencing the world in a Vril Type 1 reptile body. Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness becomes extremely smart, after Vril Type 1 parasitical takeover of a human body. Before the parasitical takeover of a human body, Vril Type 1s, experiencing life in their Vril Type 1 reptile bodies are extremely dumb creatures. However, the same consciousness of the Vril Type 1 reptile, after parasitical takeover, and the biological body, snatching of a human being, becomes extremely smart. Nonetheless, although Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness becomes smarter after the biological body, snatching of a human body as a result of parasitical takeover, human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling a human body, are still significantly, much dumber, than the original human, who had her or his consciousness extinguished as a result of a Vril Type 1 proboscis, parasitical takeover. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are significantly dumber than the original human with human consciousness operating their human body. Moreover, after Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, which leads to the complete extinguishing of human consciousness, the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, which is now the dominant consciousness in a human body, gains access to some of the memories belonging to the human who had her or his consciousness extinguished. Vril Type 1 parasites controlling human bodies, cannot access all of the memories belonging to the previous human who suffered Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. However, the Vril Type 1 human host parasites can access some of the memories. Furthermore, human host of Vril reptiles, do get access to plenty of the memories of the previous human, who unfortunately had her or his consciousness extinguished as a result of Vril Type 1 parasitical takeover. The Vril Society, as well as other Illuminati members, likes to turn beautiful women into human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, by using Vril Type 1 proboscises to biologically snatch beautiful women. Men, who are members of the Vril Society, as well as Illuminati members, get married to the human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, who control the human bodies of beautiful women. The human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness which control the human bodies of beautiful-looking women, are also offered to any man who wants a relationship with a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, and these men do not care that it is a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Some of these men, knowingly have relationships with, and marry human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Furthermore, because human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness look like human beings on the outside, in terms of their physical appearances, human beings who are not privy to such information never suspect whether the person they are conversing with may not have human consciousness inside their human body, and that in actuality, the person being communicated with is actually a Vril parasite human host inhabiting a human body. However, one of the telling features of Vril Type 1 human hosts is that some Vril human hosts tend to have one eyeball which protrudes further out than the other eye, because this is the eye for which the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis entered, and parasitically extinguished the consciousness of a human being as a result. Moreover, when the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis is spiraling around the optical nerve, behind the back of a person's eye, sometimes, this phase makes the brain swell up, and as a result, makes the eye for which the Vril Type 1 proboscis slithered in, pop out further than the other eye. Sometimes, during Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, one eye permanently protrudes further outwards than the other eye, and therefore, one eye becomes more pronounced than the other eye, and this becomes an everlasting feature of the physical appearance of the human host, as a result of a Vril Type 1 reptile biological body snatching parasitical takeover. Nevertheless, although some human hosts have a telling feature, whereby one eye sticks out further than the other, as a result of a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis parasitical takeover, an eye which protrudes further than the other is not a concrete method to detect the existence of an actual human host, because there are natural human beings, with human consciousness operating their human bodies who naturally have an eye which protrudes further outwards than the other. For the simple reason that people are not entirely symmetrical. Consequently, although a protruding eye is a characteristic feature of Vril human hosts, this is not a foolproof method to detect the actual existence of Vril human hosts. The phenomenon whereby an eyeball or both eyeballs bulge outwards is medically termed keratoconus, NKCF, 2022, Cherish Eyesight and Vision Inc. 2022A, 2022C, Mayo Clinic, 2023A. Although bulging eyes can be scientifically and naturally possible, for the simple reason that not all humans, who have human consciousness in their body, are entirely physically symmetrical. Vril type 1 reptilian parasitical takeover sometimes can cause an eyeball to bulge further outwards, and become more pronounced than the other. Vril type 1, reptile proboscis, parasitical takeover, can cause keratoconus, bulging eyes, for human hosts. It is revelations such as that mentioned above, which makes people more paranoid than anything, when it comes to the disclosure of vril reptiles. This simple realization is that, not everyone in this world, who has a human body, is a human being in this world, because some human bodies are infected with parasites, and this specific parasite is a vril type 1 reptile parasite, which has the capability to body-snatch humans biologically. Moreover, there is a small percentage of the world's population which are human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness. The rough estimation of the world's population which consists of vril human hosts is approximately 3%-5%, in some countries this figure is higher, and in other countries this figure is lower. A frequently asked question which is worth mentioning here is, do human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness know that they are human hosts? People tend to ask this question after reading the information relating to vril type 1s, and how vril type 1 reptiles can turn human beings into human hosts. People tend to wonder if there is any possibility they could have been unsuspectingly made into a vril human host without their knowledge. The answer to this question is, yes, human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness know they are human hosts. Therefore, even if there is the possibility that a person is knocked unconscious and their body was parasitized by a vril type 1 reptile proboscis, the vril type 1 reptile consciousness, which now operates the human body, after extinguishing human consciousness as a result of a parasitical takeover, knows it is a vril human host, and the vril type 1 reptile consciousness controlling the entire functions of the human body, knows its life is dependent on mimicking human behavior. Moreover, because the life of a human host of vril type 1 reptile consciousness is dependent on mimicking human behavior, it becomes most evident that a human host is not going to go to their local police department and say, "Hey, I am a human host of vril reptile consciousness," or "I am an alien parasite of vril reptile consciousness," because human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness would be killed when their existence is unequivocally proven that vril type 1 reptiles can body-snatch people biologically, with the use of their vril proboscis, and parasitically turn human beings into human hosts. This is another reason human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness are totally compliant slaves. Moreover, using vril type 1 reptile proboscises to create human hosts is murder of human beings, because it is murder of human consciousness, and such a procedure is extremely evil, amiss, and tremendously twisted. This is also what the reference to vril power refers to. Vril power references using the proboscises of vril type 1 reptiles to body-snatch humans biologically, and turn human beings into vril reptilian human hosts. The information presented here forms one of the many reasons for why these disclosure documents must reach everyone in all parts of the world, and reach them quickly. Moreover, due to the fact that human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness are completely loyal to the person, or group of people who gives the vril type 1 reptile the opportunity to biologically body-snatch a human body, the Illuminati, world governments, heads of states, royalty etc. use vril type 1 reptiles to replace human beings which they do not like. In other words, certain individuals who had human consciousness in their human bodies have been replaced via the use of vril type 1 reptile proboscis, and are now human hosts of vril type 1 reptile consciousness, instead of human beings with human consciousness in their bodies, because certain Illuminati members did not like these people. This is the information which helps to demonstrate why so many people cover one eye in the entertainment industry. With this information, the reader should now begin to understand why so many people in the entertainment industry cover one eye. It is to do with vril, and specifically, it involves Vril Type 1 reptiles. It is about how Vril Type 1 reptiles, with the use of their reptile proboscis, can turn human beings into human hosts. This is why you may see some images in the entertainment industry with individuals who put a finger to their lips, and signal a shush motion. These images are indirectly referencing shush, keep quiet and keep the secret of Vril, s. Do not reveal 33rd degree Freemasonry knowledge, do not reveal the highest level Scientology knowledge, and especially do not reveal the highest level of knowledge concerning the Vril Society. Always make sure to cover your eye, or watch your eye, because you may end up with a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis in your eye, which will turn you into a Vril human host, if you do not keep quiet, or you may end up with a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis in your eye, which shall turn you into a Vril human host, if you do reveal the highest level occult secrets. The depiction of people covering one eye in the entertainment industry, or putting their fingers over their lips to signal shush, also represents and references the fact that individuals who are aware of such knowledge should not divulge the information about the Vril Type 1 reptiles, which are capable of inserting their proboscis into a person's eye and turning that person into a human host, because any person who reveals such information about the Vril Type 1 reptiles may become the person who ends up with a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis inserted into their eye, which will result in that person becoming a Vril human host, as a result of disclosing the secret of Vril, s. Moreover, human beings should regard parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness as aliens, because such malevolent things which body-snatch human bodies, are not human at all, and can be dispassionately considered as aliens. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are not human. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are despicable entities which begin life as murderers. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness murder human consciousness, in order to biologically snatch a human body and control the entire mechanical functions of a human body. Human hosts are murderers. Furthermore, a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness does not have any human rights, it is a murderer. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness do not have a mindset or psychology like human beings. Vril reptilian human hosts are malevolent and sinister. Human hosts are aliens. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 consciousness are aliens, and I do not care about human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Kill all the Vril human hosts. Human hosts do not like it that I endorse the extinction of Vrils and human hosts. However, most human beings, with human consciousness in their body, also do not care about human hosts. A parasite host is a host, with regards to Vril Type 1 reptile parasitical takeover. It is not a symbiotic relationship as it is depicted in the movie The Host, 2013. Vril reptile parasitical takeover is total and complete domination of a human being biologically. There is absolutely nothing left of human consciousness, and human consciousness dies as a result of a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis parasitical takeover. From that point onwards, it is the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness which operates the entire functions of the human body, and this is why human beings can dispassionately refer to human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness as aliens or alien murderers. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are aliens and they are murderers. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are beyond the lowest forms of life on Earth, because human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness begin their lives as murderers. Human hosts are going to have to be wiped from existence. The dilemma of Vril reptilian human hosts. When I was a REM-driven human clone version of myself, activated unwillingly via the process of consciousness transfer from my original body to my REM-driven human clone, the Illuminati REM-driven human clones tried to convince me that the situation regarding human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is much severe than it can be imagined, and that it is a worldwide takeover because the percentage of the population who are human hosts is large, and that I better give up in my attempts to warn the world about the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. However, it is not true that the population of human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness is so great in this world, that any attempts to rectify such a situation is futile. Human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness consist of a very small percent of the world population, and a good estimation is that the percentage of human hosts of Vril type 1s is approximately within the region of 3 to 5% of the total world's population. It is also best to mention the psychological aspect which takes place, with regards to how individuals feel once they first learn about Vril human hosts, and the likely percentage of the world's population which may comprise of human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. When people first hear that it is possible to create a host of a human, for which the Vril reptile parasite is capable of extinguishing human consciousness and then control the entire bodily functions of a human body, for the lifespan of that human body, people get scared, frightful, and especially paranoid. Moreover, the initial fears and the paranoia increases when people are told, for example, the population of human hosts is as high as 10%, 15%, 20%, or even 25%. This is the aim of the Illuminati, to ensure that the world's populace becomes so scared and paranoid that when they first hear about the reality of human hosts created via Vril type 1 reptile proboscises, and the percentage of the world's population which are Vril human hosts, the initial fear and paranoia which they feel, overwhelms them, and people start to become extremely fearful and believe that any attempts to rectify such a situation is futile. The percentage of human hosts created via Vril type 1 reptile proboscises is small. A rough estimation is that the percentage of Vril human hosts is approximately 3 to 5% of the total world's population. The population of human beings far exceeds the population of human hosts created via Vril type 1 reptile proboscises. Furthermore, every race of human beings of the past, from the ancient Egyptians, 3000 BC, 31 BC, Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages, 2020, World History Encyclopedia, 2021, History 2023a, World History Encyclopedia, 2024, Aztecs, 1345 AD, 1521 AD, World History Encyclopedia, 2014, Britannica, 2024b, Hopi Indians, Britannica, 2024c, Mayans, 2000 BC 900 AD, History, 2023b, Digital Maps of the Ancient World, 2024, History on the Net, 2024, and Native Indians. History, 2023c, World History Encyclopedia, 2023a, World History Encyclopedia. 2023b, Britannica, 2024d, Britannica, 2024e, etc. Has beaten, driven, and killed Vrils, whenever their populations rose too high. This is another reason Vrils currently live beneath the surface of the earth. Vrils were beaten by humans of the past, and fled underground for shelter. Moreover, when humans give birth to a child, through sexual reproduction, the child is human. When clones give birth, through sexual reproduction, the child is human, and when human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness give birth to a child, the child is human. The only way to become a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness is viaduct the proboscis of a Vril type 1 reptile. In other words, a child born to parents who are human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness is human, and the child can only become a human host via the proboscis of a Vril type 1 reptile. Therefore, so long as the child never has the proboscis of a Vril type 1 reptile slither into the child's eye, the child will remain human for his or her entire life. By taking the above facts into consideration, the percentage of humans of the world's population far exceeds the percentage population of human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, for the simple reason that in every case, through sexual reproduction, human beings are born. Furthermore, for individuals who contend, or are of the belief that clones cannot reproduce, the following extract from the Department of Health and Human Services and U.S. Food and Drug Administration, 2021, demonstrates that replicated clones which go through a gestation period, and grow from a baby upwards to adulthood, can reproduce, either through sexual reproduction, or with the assistance of technology, whereby the resulting offspring are not clones, but are the same as any other sexually reproduced animal. Myth: offspring of clones are clones, and each generation gets weaker and weaker and has more and more problems. No, not at all. A clone produces offspring by sexual reproduction just like any other animal. A farmer or breeder can use natural mating or any other assisted reproductive technology, such as artificial insemination or in vitro fertilization to breed clones, just as they do for other farm animals. The offspring are not clones, and are the same as any other sexually reproduced animals. US FDA, 2021. By taking the above fact into consideration, also adds credence to the statement that the population of human beings far exceeds the population of human hosts created via Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Moreover, because the information regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, which consists of human cloning, REM-driven human cloning, Vril reptilians and more, is spreading worldwide, the Illuminati REM-driven human clones, in desperate attempts, are trying to spare the lives of parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, by trying to convince me, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven human clone at the cloning center, that there are good parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, and there are bad parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Such a statement is just comical. Whether a parasite human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness leads a good life or not after biologically body-snatching a human being's body, via Vril Type 1 reptile parasitical takeover, is irrelevant. All parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness begin their lives through the murder of human consciousness, by excreting parasitic cells in the brains of humans, and this process extinguishes human consciousness in a human body forever. Therefore, human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness murder human beings, in order to biologically body-snatch a human body. Consequently, all human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness must face death, and must be eradicated, because Vril human hosts begin their lives as murderers. This is why the statement made by the Illuminati REM-driven human clones, that there are good parasite hosts, and bad parasite hosts is, somewhat, laughable. The Illuminati REM-driven human clones are following the progress of this disclosure diligently, and rehash the statement that it is only a matter of time, until the Illuminati are fully exposed and much is known publicly about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, because these disclosures continue to reach more and more people of the world, day by day. How to detect human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. The Illuminati creates many Vril reptilian human hosts, in many different countries, by using the proboscises of Vril Type 1 reptiles, to turn human beings into human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Nonetheless, human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness can be detected through the use of CT, computed tomography, scans, Mayo Clinic, 2022, NIBIB, 2022, Cleveland Clinic, 2023A, and MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, Mayo Clinic, 2023B, NIBIB, no date, Cleveland Clinic, 2022, scans. The methods mentioned above will help with the detection of damage to the eye, for which the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis slithered through. CT scans and MRI scans will also help with the detection of damage to the frontal lobes of the brain, as well as other areas of the brain as a result of a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis parasitical takeover. Blood tests also help with the detection of human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. It must also be mentioned here as a caution, the difficulty about life, even when it comes to human beings with human consciousness, operating their bodies. Some people are naturally just negative, and as humans, we cannot be expected to view every single human being favorably. Therefore, just because you may not have a positive view of another does not necessarily mean that person is a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. That line must be repeated because it is especially urgent. Just because you may not have a positive view of another does not necessarily mean that person is a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. This is the part of disclosure which must happen as smoothly as possible, because riots, panic, chaos, fear, and paranoia will not help the human race rectify the situation of human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Therefore, Vril Type 1 reptiles must be proven to the public unequivocally. The parasitizing nature of Vril Type 1 reptiles with the use of their proboscis which can turn mammals into the host of a Vril Type 1 reptile, must also be proven unequivocally, and after this is proven, Vrils, and all types of Vrils, must be eradicated from the earth. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness must also be proven to the public unequivocally. With CT scans, MRI scans, and blood tests. Moreover, the Illuminati have supposedly kept records of individuals who were made into human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. If this is a fact, and such records do indeed exist, the records of human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness must be verified and corroborated. It must also be demonstrated, unequivocally and concretely, that certain individuals are indeed human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Only through unequivocal and concrete proof must a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness face death, for the simple reason that human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness begin their lives through the murder of human consciousness, and in essence, murder human beings. There cannot be a single human being, with human consciousness, inhabiting their human body, who dies as a result of a false positive, which incorrectly indicates such an individual as a Vril reptilian human host, when she or he is not, during the times of public exposure. Concerning Vrils and human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, it must be unequivocally and concretely proven that an individual is indeed a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, before death must ensue for the individual. There cannot be a single death of a human being with human consciousness, during the exposure of Vrils and Vril human hosts, because that would be a disaster for the human race. The reasons mentioned above indicate why it is important to remain calm, during the exposure of Vrils and human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Other human beings, provided they are not against humanity, are not our enemies, even if we do not necessarily have a positive view of them. Human beings must remain calm, so that human beings can realize the actuality of exposing Vril reptiles, and human hosts of Vril reptile consciousness. This is why it is absolutely crucial to remain as calm as possible. This is also why it is absolutely critical not to riot, cause chaos, panic, or live in fear or paranoia, because this stage of disclosure must progress smoothly, and reach a point where Vrils and human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are unequivocally and concretely proven, so that Vrils and human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness meet their extinction and eradication. The Soulstone microchip and technological body snatching with Vril Type 1s. There is a way to cheat death and remain on this plane of existence. However, the method which was discovered by the Illuminati is a flawed method of living, after the body experiences death. Even as far back as ancient Egyptian times, the culture of the day sought methods to cheat death and live forever, or experience eternal life. One method which the ancient Egyptians believed they could experience eternal life was through the process of mummification. National Geographic, 2022. It has been alleged that mummification, in actuality, preserves viable cells which can be used for cloning and specifically clone the remains of the deceased person. Daniken, 1968 ch. 7. If the process of mummification used by the ancient Egyptians does indeed preserve viable cells which can be used to clone the remains of the deceased, Pabo, 1985, The New York Times, 1985a, The New York Times, 1985b, Sci. Hub, no date, This may actually explain the phenomenon of reanimated human clones, clones of dead people, from as far back as ancient Egyptian times. Illuminati News, 2010, InfoWorm, 2023. There are currently many reanimated human clones of pharaohs from ancient Egypt who walk the earth today, as a result of highly covered advances in human cloning technologies, used by the Illuminati. There are many motivations which drive individuals who want to live forever. A motivating factor which drove the billionaires of the mid-20th century is wealth accumulation, because through the experience of death, billionaires cannot take the wealth which they accumulate in their lifetimes, once they die. The need to retain their wealth, or continue in their quest of wealth accumulation, was the impetus which drove the billionaires of the mid-20th century, to seek methods to cheat death and live forever. The theme of achieving eternal life through the use of technology, as well as body-snatching through the use of technology, stemming from the desire for billionaires to retain their wealth, or continue to enjoy the rewards derived from wealth accumulation, was explored in the 2015 movie Self/Less, 2015. In actuality, the themes explored in Self/Less, 2015, forms part of the current reality of how the Illuminati realized a method to cheat death, although flawed, through the use of technology. The Illuminati, including the billionaires of the mid-20th century, met with each other to discuss the possibilities and feasibilities of life prolongation, as well as living on after death. The venture of life prolongation, as well as living on after death, would prove favorable to the billionaires. Billionaires of the Illuminati, for many reasons, if viable and sustainable methods of life prolongation, or cheating death, could actually be realized. As a consequence of the gains, which could be realized through the achievement of life prolongation, or cheating death, the Illuminati billionaires combined their wealth, and hired 10,000 of the world's best scientists, to research and produce feasible methods for life prolongation. This venture resulted in the development and advances in human cloning, as well as the development of the soul stone, consciousness, microchip. However, living on as a human clone version of oneself has many flaws. Duplication human cloning, which involves human clones grown via the process of regenerative medicine, science, and technology, Marshall, 2015a, has many flaws. The duplicated clones are usually unstable and dumber than the original. The body of a duplicate clone also degrades quickly, and needs to either be replaced or attuned to bring into working condition approximately every 6 months to a year. The maximum lifespan of a duplicate clone is approximately 2 years. The duplicate clone must then be either replaced or attuned after its maximum lifespan. Replicated clones are human clones which experience life from a baby stage upwards, and are genetically identical to the original donor/person. However, replicated human clones are shaped by their environment and develop a mind and personality of their own. Replicated human clones also become dumber than the original, depending on how old the DNA blueprint of the original person which they were cloned from is. Furthermore, replicated human clones of original people have zero recollection of the previous life which they lived. Replicated human clones develop a mind and personality of their own, shaped by the experiences of their life, and environmental factors. As it is explained above, there are many flaws with human cloning, and there are many flaws regarding the two different types of cloning, duplication cloning and replication cloning. The flaws of human cloning is a reason which helps to explain why some human clones have handlers or babysitters. The handlers or babysitters ensure the human clones are perceived by outsiders to function as normal as possible. Although there are flaws in human cloning provides somewhat of a viable method for the billionaires who sought to cheat death. However, one flaw in human cloning which the billionaires of the mid-20th century sought to rectify was the fact that the newly created human clones, although identical in physicality and DNA blueprint to the original, the newly created human clones of the original have zero recollection of the original person's life. The above-mentioned flaws in human cloning led to ventures into the research and development of viable methods which could attain the very essence of a being's memories, life experiences, personality, etc. In other words, the billionaires of the mid-20th century also sought viable methods whereby the entire essence of a being could be attained and somehow be transplanted into human clone versions, as a method to allow the human clones the ability to recall the original person's life experiences. Through much diligence, research, and development, by the scientists hired by the billionaires of the mid-20th century, such a method which retrieves the very essence of a being, which is inclusive of a being's memories, life experiences, personality, and more etc., was eventually realized. In other words, through the financial backing of the billionaires of the mid-20th century, between 10,000 of the world's best scientists, the scientists devised a method which could record the entire consciousness of a being, although flawed, onto a microchip. The microchip is then inserted into the brain of a human clone, and from that point onwards, the microchip, which contains the entire consciousness of the original, is capable of overriding the consciousness of the human clone who has zero recollection of the original's life, and this method of inserting a microchip into a specific region of a human clone's brain allows the human clone to retrieve the memories and life experience of the original person. This is the method the billionaires of the mid-20th century realized as a way to cheat death. Cheating death has been achieved through human cloning and consciousness microchips. Nonetheless, this method of life prolongation contains many flaws, and it is coupled with many side effects. Furthermore, there have recently been many celebrities who have mentioned that they have microchips in their heads. Amanda Bynes is one celebrity who kept mentioning that she has a microchip inside her head. The Mercury News, 2016, The Daily Beast, 2017. Amanda Bynes is a victim of the Illuminati's technologies, and she is one celebrity who has publicly stated that she does have a microchip in her head. Nicki Swift, 2022. Amanda Bynes is not the only person or celebrity with a microchip in her head. Many celebrities have microchips in their heads, and this is a verifiable fact. Nonetheless, there are many different types of microchips. Beams, 2007, NBC News 2020, Seyfarth, 2021, Michael Morales, 2023, Vox 2023, ABC News, 2024, and not only one type of microchip. There are different microchips which have different functions, and the most important microchip held by the Illuminati is the microchip which the Illuminati have termed the Soulstone microchip, Astral 7 IGHT 2013A. The Soulstone microchip is the microchip which can record the entire consciousness of a being, as well as record everything that an entity is, although it is a flawed recording. Moreover, the Illuminati can now record the entire consciousness of an entity onto this microchip, which is the size of an apple seed, approximately 0.50 centimeters in length. An example of how this microchip may end up in a person's head unsuspectingly is when a person is under anesthesia for an operation of some sort. Illuminati members will then drill a tiny hole into the back of a person's head. The individual performing such an operation then places the Soulstone consciousness microchip onto a stainless steel rod. The person performing the operation then uses a rangefinder, which is an instrument for measuring the distance of an object, to retrieve the distance and angle for which the microchip must be inserted into the brain. The person performing the operation then pushes the microchip, found on the stainless steel rod, through the drilled hole in the back of the person's head, and through the brain tissue, and this is brain damaging. The microchip is then pushed until it gets to a certain depth of the brain, between the hypothalamus and thalamus. The microchip is then left in this specific region of the brain. At this point, the Illuminati member performing such an operation takes a remote control, which is programmed for the Soulstone consciousness microchip. The Illuminati member then points the remote control at the person under anesthesia who has a microchip inserted in their head. The consciousness on the microchip then becomes becomes activated, and overrides the consciousness of the person under anesthesia. The remote control is similar to any remote control, such as a television remote control for example. The consciousness on the microchip is now capable of controlling the entire bodily functions of the person, and it is now the consciousness on the microchip, which is the dominant consciousness in that human body, and not the original human consciousness, belonging to that human body. The above example details how technological body snatching of a human being via the soulstone microchip occurs, as well as one method for which microchips are inserted into the heads of individuals unsuspectingly while under anesthesia. Technological body snatching involves placing the soulstone consciousness microchip into the brain of an original living human being. The consciousness on the microchip then overrides the original human consciousness belonging to that human body, once activated via remote control. The consciousness on the microchip then becomes the dominant consciousness in the body, and from that point onwards, the consciousness on the microchip can control the entire bodily functions of the human body it inhabits. Technological body snatching via the soulstone consciousness microchip is also another way to cheat death. However, one peculiar aspect about technologically body snatching original human beings via the soulstone microchip is that the biological makeup of the person who has their consciousness recorded onto the microchip must be biologically similar to the person who is about to be body snatched via the microchip. When the biological makeup of the person who has their consciousness recorded onto the soulstone consciousness microchip is much different to the person who is about to be body snatched technologically via the soulstone microchip, when the consciousness on the microchip is activated via remote control, in an attempt to override the human consciousness belonging to the human body, this will cause the consciousness recorded on the soulstone microchip to act in a crazy, wackier, and display much more erratic behaviors, as the consciousness on the microchip tries to control a body much different than to its biological makeup. This is the reason why the soulstone consciousness microchip is used to predominantly to body snatch original human beings of similar biological makeup to the person's consciousness recorded on the microchip. Moreover, for whatever reason unknown to me, the Illuminati stopped using the procedure where they insert the soulstone consciousness microchip into the brains of unsuspecting victims through the back of victims' heads. There are many incidents and many cases of people reporting that they have been micro-chipped, and these victims protest and say that I have been chipped, artificial telepathy sucks. 2020, Danny Jones, 2022, but the victims do not know exactly how microchips were placed inside their bodies without their knowledge. As an example, similar to the one mentioned above, people are micro-chipped without their knowledge when they are under anesthetics. NHS UK, 2021B, Cleveland Clinic 2023B, for whatever operation they may be having, and the second method to override consciousness with the soulstone consciousness microchip sometimes occurs in hospitals. The second method, which involves inserting the soulstone consciousness microchip between the hypothalamus and thalamus, Medline Plus, 2023, News Medical, 2022, entails the method of removing the victim's eyeball and placing the microchip onto a stainless steel rod, then pushing the stainless steel rod, which holds the microchip on it, through the eye socket, until it reaches the specific region of the brain between the hypothalamus and thalamus. An example of how the soulstone consciousness microchip may find its way into a person's head unsuspectingly is also given here, and can also happen when a person is under anesthesia for an operation. Rather than going through the back of the head, this time, the Illuminati members remove the eyeball of the person who is under operation from the eyeball socket. The eyeball then comes out of the socket. However, the eyeball remains attached to the body as it dangles out of the eye socket, with the optic nerve which connects the eye. The Illuminati members completely take the eyeball out of its socket. They then place the soulstone consciousness microchip onto a stainless steel rod. A rangefinder is then used to identify the distance and the angle which the microchip must travel. The microchip placed on the stainless steel rod is then pushed through the eye socket at the desired angle until the microchip reaches a certain depth and region of the brain between the thalamus and hypothalamus region of the brain. The distance to travel to reach the region between the thalamus and hypothalamus is supposedly shorter, and this method does not leave a person with a little bald dot at the back of their head or a hole in their skull. This method is also used by Illuminati members to technologically body-snatch individuals and control the entire bodily functions of an individual by overriding the consciousness, which belongs to that human body, via the use of the soulstone microchip. The Illuminati members then put the eyeball back into the eye socket, after the procedure of inserting the microchip through the eye socket, with the use of the stainless steel rod, until the microchip reaches the required area of the brain. Once the person wakes up from the operation the person had, the person will complain in great anguish about how much one of their eye hurts, or how badly their head hurts, and may even inquire about their throbbing headache and distress, only to be told, oh, it is just a side effect of the anesthetics. Nevertheless, in this example, the person has been unsuspectingly micro-chipped while under anesthetics, and the above example details how lots of people all over the world can become micro-chipped unknowingly. Technological body snatching with Vril Type 1 reptiles. The soulstone consciousness microchip allows for a flawed recording of the entire consciousness of a being. Technological body snatching of a human body via the soulstone consciousness microchip is also achievable, and a current reality. The consciousness of a Vril Type 1 reptile can also be recorded onto the soulstone consciousness microchip. Once the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, stored on a microchip, is inserted into the brain of a human being, and the microchip is activated via remote control, this allows for the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness to override the consciousness of the human being belonging to the human body, and as a result, this also leads to the body snatching of a human being's body, technologically. This is another method which Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness can dominate a human body. Once Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness overrides human consciousness belonging to the human body, via the use of the soulstone consciousness microchip, the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, which is now the dominant consciousness in a human body and controls a human body technologically, behaves in much crazier and more erratic ways than usual. In other words, Vril Type 1 parasite human hosts are more sinister and more evil through technological takeover than a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, created as a result of biological parasitical takeover. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 consciousness, whether created biologically or technologically, are extremely abominable. Moreover, human hosts of Vril Type 1 consciousness, either created technologically or biologically, are extremely amiss and twisted in their mentality, and have little care or compassion for anything. How Vril Type 1 reptiles created human hosts of Vril consciousness secretly through REM-driven human cloning technology, and having my consciousness transferred unwillingly to a REM-driven human clone version of myself. I once picked up a Vril Type 1 reptile as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, at the cloning center. The Vril Type 1 reptile was trying to look as cute as it can be towards me, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself. However, Vril Type 1 reptiles are human, killing, biological, body, snatching critters. Therefore, the cute act did not work on me, when I was a REM-driven, human clone version of myself at the cloning center. This is the method by which Vril Type 1 reptiles infiltrate and create human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Vril Type 1 reptiles literally try as best as possible to look as cute and likable as can be. The Vril Type 1 reptile will stumble around clasping its claws behind its back. The Vril Type 1 will try as many poses as necessary, in order to look its very best and be as appealing as it can be. as if trying to emulate the poses of the late actress and model, Marilyn Monroe. Getty Images, 2016, at a photo shoot. Vril Type 1 reptiles instinctually feign being as cute as can be, as a ploy to infiltrate. The Vril Type 1 reptile is extremely smart for a creature of its size and brain capacity, with respect to the fact that the Vril Type 1 reptile instinctually knows it must act cute, as a stratagem to infiltrate, because, if the Vril Type 1 reptile does not appear to be appealing, it will not be accepted, and the Vril Type 1 reptile instinctually knows this. Vril Type 1 reptiles are much smarter than chimpanzees, although they are extremely dumb in comparison to human beings. Furthermore, the Vril Type 1 reptile is extremely ugly in terms of its physical appearance and therefore feigns cuteness, as a ploy to be accepted. Once the Vril Type 1 reptile infiltrates, through deception and feigning cuteness, the Vril Type 1 reptile releases reproductive fluids which are stored in the Vril Type 1 reptile body. The Vril Type 1 reptile releases the reproductive fluids stored in its body by choice, and once the Vril Type 1 reptile infiltrates, the Vril Type 1 reptile releases its reproductive fluids stored in its body faster, and in a secret location, unknown to the owners which accepted the Vril Type 1 reptile. The Vril Type 1 reptile behaves in a manner similar to what can be described as an evil Alf, Salzman et al., 1986–1990, which it is. ALF, acronym for Alien Life Form, was a 1980s television sitcom, which depicted a fictional, friendly extra-terrestrial alien, which crash-landed on Earth, IBID. However, Vril Type 1 reptiles are part of humanity's current reality. Vril Type 1 reptiles pose a great threat to humanity, and Vril Type 1 reptiles are dangerous and nasty. Moreover, Vril Type 1 reptiles are terrestrial aliens. Vril Type 1 reptiles are not extra-terrestrial aliens, aliens from outer space, such as the alien named Alf, the fictional, extra-terrestrial alien, depicted in the 1980s television sitcom, IBID. Vril Type 1 reptiles are real, and alien to the surface of the Earth. Furthermore, Vril Type 1 reptiles have always been part of this Earth, and live beneath the surface of the Earth. Consequently, once the Vril Type 1 reptile is accepted by a new owner, the Vril Type 1 reptile releases its reproductive fluids stored in its body, and then lays a clutch of 3 eggs in a secret location, unknown to the owner, Once the Vril Type 1 reptile eggs hatch in secret, and the young begin to emerge from the eggs, this gives the parent Vril Type 1 the opportunity to body-snatch the owner, or one of the owners. The parent Vril Type 1 understands that once its eggs hatch, this is the time which provides a perfect opportunity to body-snatch the owner, or one of the owners which accepted the Vril Type 1 reptile, as a result of the Vril Type 1 reptile initially feigning cuteness. Once the eggs of the Vril Type 1 have hatched, or are hatching, the parent Vril Type 1 will then wait for another opportunity, such as, for example, when the owner is asleep, to body-snatch the owner. Biologically, once the owner is asleep, the parent Vril Type 1 reptile will then eject its proboscis from its body, and slither into an eye belonging to the owner, or another human being while the owner is asleep, or another human being who is asleep, and the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis will then start its journey to extinguish the consciousness of a human being, through the secretion of its parasitical cells, once it has reached the brain of a human being. The Vril reptile proboscis is small enough to enter a person's eye, even when the eyes are closed. After parasitical takeover of Vril Type 1 proboscis, the brain needs time to heal, and the newly created human host of Vril Type 1 consciousness is ill for approximately 1 month. After a month has passed, the human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness can then use and control the entire bodily functions of the biologically body-snatched human body with much ease. This process of infiltration, through feigning cuteness, ensuring the Survival of the Vril type 1 reptile species through reproduction and oviposition, the act of laying eggs, which then presents the parent Vril type 1 reptile, the opportunity to parasitically take over a human being, and therefore create a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, happened many, many times in the past, as a reality. People of the past would think the Vril type 1 reptile species were angels, demons, leprechauns, or trolls, and for whatever reason, people would accept these Vril type 1 reptile species. After the Vril type 1 reptiles deceived people, through feigning acts of cuteness, and then ensuring the survival of the Vril type 1 reptile species by laying their eggs, and certifying the eggs hatched, this eventually led to the Vril type 1 reptile species taking over human beings parasitically, and creating new human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. Furthermore, some of the old fables about trolls, in actuality, are about Vril type 1 reptiles and the reality of Vril type 1 reptiles. Consequently, the fables which were told, are true life accounts. It is easy to think that such stories told about trolls are just make-believe bedtime stories, however, this is not the case. These legends were passed down to warn human beings against the danger of trolls, and in other words, to warn against the dangers of Vril type 1 reptiles. Gu, pronounced, more, Gui, Pond's Dictionary, 2024, Yellow Bridge, 2024, or Mogwai, pronounced, more, Gua, in Chinese refers to demons and references underground trolls, Pandaneset, 2023. Bewildering reasons the Illuminati use Vril type 1s to create human hosts. Sometimes, there are news headlines on the television about people who have either become sinister or rogue, and as a result, chop up other human beings, in the basement, or eat other human beings. In a sinister and reprehensible fashion, and to any person of sound mind, such behavior is absolutely bewildering. People have sometimes even asked, how can a human being do such a thing? In some incidences, some of these cases, which make the news headlines, are not human beings, with human consciousness, in their bodies, committing such atrocities, rather, it is parasite human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, who carry out such barbaric actions, and most importantly, the Illuminati, the Vril society, governments, heads of states, royalty etc. like to create parasite human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, and then release these parasite human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness into society, just to see what these Vril reptilian, parasite human hosts, which now control the entire mechanical functions of a human body, will do. Creating human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness forms part of the Luciferian agenda. The Illuminati creates many human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, in all walks of life. The Illuminati creates human hosts of Vril type 1 consciousness from grassroots, to the highest levels of society, as well as governance. When I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven human clone, version of myself at the cloning center, the Illuminati REM-driven human clones, told me that Vril type 1 reptiles were the sons of Satan/sons of Lucifer. Furthermore, I was told as a REM-driven human clone version of myself by the Illuminati REM-driven human clones, at the cloning center, that, taking the proboscises of Vril type 1 reptiles, and using Vril type 1 reptile proboscises, to turn human beings, into human hosts, of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, pleases Lucifer. Moreover, in order to prove their loyalty to Lucifer, some Illuminati members, or individuals who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves, will intentionally ensure that one family member is turned into a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, as an agreement, to demonstrate their loyalty to Lucifer. Nevertheless, the Vril type 1 reptiles, are not the sons of Satan or Lucifer. The Vril type 1s, are just a species of reptiles which survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by burrowing deeply underneath the surface of the earth. The weaknesses of Vril Type 1 reptiles. The following bullet points details the weaknesses of Vril Type 1 reptiles. Vril Type 1s are small in size, between 30 cm to 76 cm tall, weak, and hollowed-boned. Vril Type 1s are also fragile, skinny, and easily breakable. It is easy to smash Vril Type 1 reptiles because they are small, and their bones break easily. Vril Type 1s are paranoid and cowardly. Vril Type 1s are extremely cowardly and paranoid because they are so small. Due to their small size, Vril Type 1 reptiles do not attack alone. However, Vril Type 1 reptiles attack in packs. Vril Type 1s are parasitic creatures. Parasitic psychology is extremely cowardly, and this is why Vrils prefer to hide in the shadows than to make themselves known. Most Vril Type 1 reptiles cannot survive on the Earth's surface now, because Vril Type 1s are extremely sensitive to light. Therefore, sunlight would blind Vril Type 1s. Bright artificial lights also blind Vril Type 1 reptiles. Vril Type 1 reptiles are also extremely sensitive to sound and loud sounds. A trumpet or horn will disable Vril Type 1s, or anything loud will disable Vril Type 1s. Vril Type 1 reptiles become debilitated whenever exposed to loud sounds. Despite the apparent weaknesses of Vril Type 1 reptiles explained above, it must be stressed that Vril Type 1 reptiles are extremely dangerous creatures. Therefore, it is extremely important to keep the following in mind. Never let any Vril Type 1 reptile spit on your bare skin or eyes, or latch onto your body with its claws and bite you, because Vril Type 1s have a necrotic bite, and with just one bite from a Vril Type 1, a human being will die. This is how dangerous Vril Type 1 reptiles are. Nevertheless, in the unfortunate event whereby a Vril Type 1 spits on a person's skin, mouth, or eyes, the toxins contained in the saliva will kill the person at a slower rate, and eventually, the person will die. The saliva of Vril Type 1 reptiles is extremely toxic, and the saliva of Vril Type 1s is designed to overcome large prey. Keep Vril Type 1s at a distance, and kill Vrils before Vril kills you. Necrotic means the death of cells or tissues from severe injury or disease, especially in a localized area of the body. Vril Type 1 reptiles' preferred choice of food. The following bullet points details the foods Vril Type 1 reptiles like to eat. Vril Type 1 reptiles' favorite food is goat blood and human blood. The type of human blood that Vril Type 1 reptiles prefer is children's blood. Vril Type 1s prefer children's blood to adults' blood, because Vrils can taste the differences in blood, and children have had fewer vaccinations in their lifetime than adults. Vaccinations cause human blood to taste different for Vril Type 1 reptiles. The solids that Vril Type 1 reptiles like to eat are human brains, human pancreas, and human excrement. Human pancreas tastes like cantaloupe to Vril Type 1 reptiles, and human excrement tastes like candy for Vril Type 1 reptiles. The information below gives further details and explanations regarding Vril Type 1 reptiles' preferred choice of foods, the types of foods the Illuminati feed Vril Type 1 reptiles, the reason hundreds of thousands of children become missing in the world, why the Illuminati feeds Vril Type 1 reptiles natural occurring gold, and how Vril reptiles have survived till this day despite the cataclysm which eradicated the dinosaurs. Vril Type 1 reptiles prefer children's blood to adults' blood, because Vrils can taste the differences in blood, and children have had fewer vaccinations in their lifetime than adults. Vaccinations cause human blood to taste different for Vril Type 1 reptiles. Sometimes, Vril Type 1 reptiles die when they drink human blood which belongs to vaccinated people, or the Vril Type 1 reptiles become ill from drinking human blood of vaccinated people. Vrils can also die from consuming human blood derived from a person who has had an arbitrary number of vaccinations. The blood becomes poisonous to the Vrils. The information presented here pertains to one of the many reasons why hundreds of thousands of children become missing without a trace. Many of these missing children's cases involve children who are kidnapped and brought to the underground bases to be eaten by Vrils, all three types of Vrils, because Vrils love human blood, and children's blood tastes better to the Vrils than adults' blood. Vrils are also less likely to die after consuming children's blood than adults' blood, and this relates to one of the many reasons why many hundreds of thousands of children become missing every year without a trace. Unfortunately, these children become a food source for Vrils. Furthermore, Vril type 1 reptiles do not like to drink blood from people who smoke, because Vril type 1 reptiles can taste the differences in blood, and human blood originating from smokers tastes ashy to Vrils. All three types of Vrils can taste the differences in blood. The Illuminati also feeds chickens, dogs, and cats to Vril type 1 reptiles. However, Vril type 1 reptiles have to revert back to consuming humans as a food source, because eating chickens, dogs, and cats constantly makes the Vril type 1 reptiles cranky, and the Vril type 1 reptiles start behaving a little violently. Therefore, because Vril type 1s become cranky and violent after a period of continuously eating chickens, dogs, and cats etc., Vril type 1 reptiles have to revert back to consuming humans as a food source, in a manner similar to a drug addict who needs their fix of their preferred choice drug. The Illuminati also feed the Vril type 1 reptiles natural gold. When Vril type 1s eat natural occurring gold, which is mined, the natural gold makes the Vril type 1 reptiles extremely stupefied. The Vril type 1 reptiles experience a high worse than heroin. Due to the fact that the Vril type 1 reptiles become extremely stupefied when eating natural occurring gold, the Illuminati record their consciousness onto a microchip, attach a wire, whereby the wire connects from the recorded human consciousness on a microchip to a certain region of a Vril type 1 reptile's brain, to enable the Illuminati members' consciousnesses to experience the same high through the body of a Vril type 1 reptile, which is worse than heroin. Consequently, Vril type 1 reptiles eat natural occurring gold, and the Illuminati members feed Vril type 1 reptiles natural occurring gold. Furthermore, the super rich world leaders such as Vladimir Putin, and royalty such as Queen Elizabeth II and others, eat natural occurring gold, and feed gold to the Vril type 1 reptiles, so that with the aid of their human consciousness stored on a microchip, they can experience extreme intoxications through the body of a Vril type 1 reptile. The fact that Vril type 1 reptiles eat gold and Illuminati members and the super rich eat gold is one cause for the depleted levels of gold in the world. A detailed explanation about why the Illuminati want gold is included in the bonus chapter section, pp. 98 to 105. However, at this stage of the document it is just important to know that the Vril type 1 reptiles are fed natural occurring gold by Illuminati members, because eating natural occurring gold makes the Vril type 1 reptiles extremely high. For anyone who has difficulty accepting the fact that the Illuminati members, rich or super rich eat gold, simply review the following videos: GQ 2014A, GQ 2016. Moreover, there are also other species which live underground where the Vrils inhabit. For example, there are prehistoric ground sloths which the Vril type 1, Vril type 2, and Vril type 3 eat. When the Vrils are underneath the surface of the earth, the Vrils eat the prehistoric ground sloths. Vril type 1, Vril type 2, and Vril type 3 also cannibalize on each other whenever the Vrils are low on their preferred food supplies underneath the surface of the earth, and this is how the Vrils have survived till this day, despite the fact that there was a cataclysm which wiped the dinosaurs. Vrils also eat each other underneath the earth's surface whenever their food supplies are low. Different names for Vril type 1 reptiles. Vrils and Vril type 1s have always been part of this earth, and as a result, Vril type 1s have been given many names by humans of the past, ancient cultures, and ancient civilizations. Some of the names which reference Vril type 1s are as follows: chupacabra, Spanish, means goat sucker, critters, demons, doppelgangers, dwarfs, elves, falling angels, fairies, fey folk, gnomes, goblins, gremlins, leprechauns, mimics, Mgu/Mogwai, Chinese, meaning demons or underground trolls, Pandanessa, 2023, ONI, Japanese, meaning demon or underground trolls, Japan. Avenue, 2022, Britannica, 2023c, Jisho, 2024, Pixies, the Army of Set, the Children of Lucifer, the Sons of Satan, Troglodytes, and Trolls. Moreover, throughout the centuries, the English royalty knew about Vrils and Vril type 1 reptiles. The English royalty would call the Vril type 1s dwarfs, fairies, fey folk, leprechauns, and trolls. The Germans who knew about Vrils and Vril type 1 reptiles would also call the Vril type 1s doppelgangers because of the Vril type 1 reptiles' mimicking ability, and how Vril type 1 reptiles could turn human beings into human hosts, and in turn mimic human behavior. There are many examples from mythology which have a literal component and reality to them. For example, the Vikings would call the Vril type 1 reptiles trolls, and would pass on stories to warn against the threat of Vril type 1 reptiles, and it makes sense that there has to be an original source to these mythologies. Profile of Vril type 2 reptiles. The Vril type 2 reptile range from 1 foot tall, 30 centimeters, to 3 feet tall, 91 centimeters. The Vril type 2 gets bigger in terms of their height, size, and weight as the Vril type 2 ages. The Vril type 2 can reach heights of 3 feet tall, 91 centimeters, in adulthood. The Vril type 2 does not have a blood spike. The Vril type 3s also do not have a blood spike, only the Vril type 1s have a blood spike. The Vril type 2 has the same biology as the Vril type 1, however, the differences in appearance between the Vril type 2 and the Vril type 1 is that the Vril type 2 has a sheath covering its proboscis. The Vril type 2 are also much stronger than the Vril type 1. The Vril type 2 are exceptionally strong for a creature of only 3 feet tall, 91 centimeters. Similar to the Vril type 1, the Vril type 2 reptile also spits and claws at its prey. The Vril type 2 has a toxic spit. The Vril type 2 usually walk sideways, because naturally, they are on all fours and move in a quadruped manner. Walking in a forward direction is difficult for the Vril type 2, and causes their joints great pain. Therefore, it is much easier for the Vril type 2 to walk in a sideways manner, because naturally, the Vril type 2 walk on all four limbs. Vril type 2 are asexual, one sex, no male, no female, they have both organs. Unlike the Vril type 1 reptiles, the Vril type 2 reptiles are not parasitic. However, the Vril type 2 is still very nasty in terms of its psychology. The Vril type 2 is also a carnivorous race of Vrils. Vril type 1s prefer to consume goat and human blood. The Vril type 3s prefer poultry blood, as well as human blood. However, I am unsure what the Vril type 2 like to eat, or the category of animal blood that the Vril type 2 prefer to consume. All three types of Vrils are carnivorous, and Vrils are a carnivorous species. The Vril type 2 have also evolved to talk, and can speak English. All three races of Vril have evolved to the point they can talk. The Vril type 2 reptiles have also been referred throughout the centuries in legends and mythology as duendes, a spirit, dwarfs, elves, fairies, gnomes, goblins, gremlins, pixies, squidbillies, and trolls, etc. The Vril type 2 reptiles are also known by the above names today. Moreover, a name which the Vril type 2 reptiles hate being called is dickhead, and the Vril type 2 have also been referred to as dickheads because of the proboscis sheath, which sticks out from the center of their heads. At first, I only saw small Vril type 2 reptiles as a REM-driven human clone at the cloning center. However, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, I later saw much larger Vril type 2 reptiles, of up to 3 feet in height at the cloning center, when I was activated unwillingly, through the process of consciousness transfer, from my original body to my REM-driven human clone. There are videos which the reader can find regarding duendes caught on camera on YouTube, although the videos are unclear, in terms of video output, and do not unequivocally demonstrate the appearance of Vril Type 2 reptiles. However, the conical, cone-shaped, hats that the Vril Type 2 reptiles, or duendes wear, is to cover their proboscis sheath. Initially, when I saw video footage of duendes walking sideways, in my waking life, in my real body, and not as a REM-driven human clone, I did not think Vril Type 2 reptiles grew to be as big, as it can be seen in the video footage, and I thought perhaps it was a child or a very short person, wearing a conical hat. However, the Vril Type 2 reptiles, grow to be as tall and as wide, as it is depicted in the video footage, and I know this from experience, from having met Vril Type 2 reptiles, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself at the cloning center, and realizing, Vril Type 2 reptiles can grow to be as much as 3 feet tall, 91 centimeters. From 4:31 to 5:00 min, JR55, 2016, the video output does not demonstrate the appearance of a Vril Type 2 reptile, nor can it be confirmed that it is a Vril Type 2 reptile. However, what can be interpreted is, the conical hat which is worn, and the sideways manner, in which, whatever it is, that is depicted in the footage, walks. I can confirm, from having met the Vril Type 2 reptiles clearly, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, at the cloning center, that Vril Type 2 reptiles do get that large. Vril Type 2 reptiles do wear conical hats to cover their proboscis sheath, and the Vril Type 2 reptiles do walk in a sideways manner. Moreover, during an experience, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, at the cloning center, via the process of consciousness transfer to my REM-driven human clone, Prince Charles, as a REM-driven human clone version of himself, tried to convince me that the Vril Type 2 reptiles were Andromedons which had crash-landed in Antarctica, in a crescent-shaped spaceship. However, such a comment is wholly untrue. The Vril Type 2 reptiles are just a race of Vrils, and the Vril Type 2s are troglodytes. The Vril Type 2 do not have any technology, and are too dumb to discover or invent any technology. Furthermore, due to the exposure of the Vril species, and my wish, as well as the wishes of many humans, who aim to see the eradication of the Vril species from this planet, the Vril Type 2 race, sort shelter underground, and as a result, I have not seen any Vril Type 2 reptile, at the above, ground cloning center in Western Canada, for a very long time, whenever the Illuminati have unwillingly transferred my consciousness to my REM-driven human clone. The last time I communicated with the Vril Type 2 reptiles, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, at the cloning center, many Vril Type 2s were unsettled, and the Vril Type 2 reptiles were asking me, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, "What are we going to do, Donnie? We don't want to kill you." Yes, Vril Type 2s can talk, and it is disturbing to look at their physical appearance, and hear the Vril Type 2 reptiles talk. The Vril Type 2 reptiles are not parasitic, and therefore the Illuminati do not use the proboscises of Vril Type 2 reptiles to create human hosts, biologically. However, it is possible to create human hosts with Vril Type 2 consciousness, controlling the entire bodily functions of a human, technologically, via the use of the Soulstone microchip. The Vril Type 2's entire consciousness is recorded onto a microchip, although, this is a flawed and negative copy of the Vril Type 2's entire consciousness. The Vril Type 2's consciousness stored on a microchip, is then inserted into the brain of a human being, and this allows a Vril Type 2 reptile to body-snatch a human being, and control the entire bodily functions of a human being, and therefore the human is now a host, because the Vril Type 2 reptile consciousness on the microchip, is now the dominant consciousness operating the human's bodily functions. Overall, Vril Type 2 reptiles are a little smarter than the Vril Type 1 race. However, Vril Type 2 reptiles are significantly dumber in comparison to human beings. Profile of Vril Type 3 reptiles. The Vril Type 3s are a unisexual or dioecious, pronounced di, e, shu s, which means having the male and female organs in separate and distinct individuals, having separate sexes, byjus. 2024, Dictionary, 2024, Race of Vrils, and can be characterized by male Vril Type 3s and female Vril Type 3s, whereas, the Vril Type 1, and Vril Type 2 races of Vrils are asexual, and therefore, Vril Type 1s and Vril Type 2s contain both male and female organs, in comparison to the Vril Type 3s, which are a unisexual race of Vrils. Moreover, the Vril Type 3 reptiles, are the biggest, and smartest of all three races of Vril. The Vril Type 3 reptiles, also have bigger brains than the other two races of Vril. The Vril Type 3 reptiles can grow to over 8 feet tall, 243 centimeters, in height, and some Vril Type 3s can even reach heights of over 9 feet tall, 274 centimeters. Not all Vril Type 3 are identical in physical appearances. There are some Vril Type 3s, which have different proportions. Sometimes, there are Vril Type 3s, which have different bone ridges at the top of their heads. Sometimes the Vril Type 3s have a mohawk of feather fluff, instead of hair, found covering the heads of the Vril Type 3 reptiles. Vril Type 3s also have different facial bones, among the Vril Type 3 race. Overall, the Vril Type 3s are reptilian, just like the other two races of Vrils. However, the Vril Type 3s evolved in a different region underneath the Earth's surface, and consumed different food sources, in comparison to the other two races of Vril. The skulls of Vril Type 3s are not very sturdy, and can be easily flattened, with physical force. Furthermore, the Vril Type 3s have big bulbous-shaped eyes, matched with nose lines, for which the nose lines are a continuation of the Vril Type 3's lips. The nose lines, which are a continuation of the Vril Type 3's lips, allows the Vril Type 3s to open its mouth incredibly wide, and latch onto its prey's face, and completely suck the air out of the prey's lungs. This has happened to me, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself. A Vril Type 3 completely sucked the air out of my lungs until I died as a REM-driven human clone. Unlike the Vril Type 1s, the Vril Type 3 reptiles do not have a blood spike. Instead, the Vril Type 3s have tongues, although the tongue of a Vril Type 3 is different in comparison to that of a human tongue. Vril Type 3s can talk, and some of the Vril species can speak English. Vril Type 1s, Vril Type 2s and Vril Type 3s, although they do not communicate in English very well. When the Vril Type 3s talk, they try and sound normal and soothing. However, talking in the pitch, range, and vocal tonality that humans generally speak with, is uncomfortable for the Vril Type 3's throats. The natural pitch, range and vocal tonality of Vril Type 3's is similar to that of Grover. Getty Images, 2015, Sesame Workshop, 2021, Sesame Street, 2023, from the children's television show Sesame Street, Connell et al. 1969, present, the natural speaking voices of Vril Type 3s, is gravely and higher pitched. It is disturbing to see and hear Vril Type 3s talk. Moreover, Vril Type 3s cannot register fast speech. One has to speak at a slower pace for the Vril Type 3s to understand exactly what is being said. For example, if a sentence is spoken at a fast pace to a Vril Type 3 reptile, the Vril Type 3 will only recall the beginning and the end of the sentence. Reptilians are dumb. Vril Type 3 reptiles can also screech very loudly, and Vril Type 3 reptiles like to screech for dominance. There are some Vril Type 3 reptiles which have deeper toned screeches, while other Vril Type 3 reptiles have higher pitched screeches. Underneath the Earth's surface, when a Vril Type 3 reptile pass other Vril Type 3 reptiles in the underground tunnels, the Vril Type 3 reptiles scream at each other for dominance, and whichever Vril Type 3 reptile can scream the loudest is considered the most dominant. The Vril Type 3 reptile that lost the screaming contest will then make way for the Vril Type 3 reptile which screamed the loudest, to pass. This screaming contest by the Vril Type 3 reptiles as they pass each other is funny to watch. One would think, oh my goodness, scary monsters screeching at each other. However, it is not like that at all. To witness the screeching contests of Vril Type 3 reptiles as they pass each other, actually looks like naked ancient old ladies screeching at each other for dominance. I cannot wait until all races of Vril reptiles are dead. Moreover, Vril Type 3 reptiles have bone protrusions which pops out of the Vril Type 3 shoulders, and these bone protrusions get bigger as the Vril Type 3 reptiles age. The Vril Type 3s also have forearm spikes, as part of their biology. The length of forearm spikes of the Vril Type 3 reptiles are approximately 12 inches long, 30 centimeters. The Vril Type 3s are able to control their forearm spikes, and the Vril Type 3s can make their forearm spikes emerge from their bodies, and retract the forearm spikes back into their bodies effortlessly. This in and out motion of their forearm spikes emerging and retracting back into the bodies of Vril Type 3 reptiles can be described as effortless as bending and straightening the little finger, the fifth digit, for human beings. Furthermore, Vril Type 3s are able to inject some form of drug with the use of their forearm spikes into their prey, and the drug which is injected into their prey also disables the Vril Type 3's prey. Moreover, some celebrities who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves take these drugs which come from the forearm spikes of Vril Type 3s on purpose. Some celebrities deliberately take the drugs which come from the forearm spikes of Vril Type 3s in order to get intoxicated as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves at the cloning center. As REM-driven human clone versions of themselves, when the celebrities are under the influence of the drugs which come from the Vril Type 3's forearm spikes, the celebrities turn pinkish or purple in their appearances, as REM-driven human clones, and this is very disgusting to witness. Vril Type 3 reptiles have 3 fingers and 2 toes, as part of their anatomy. Vril Type 3s can also bend their legs forward to an approximately 90-degree angle and move in a quadruped fashion. That is the usual natural posture of Vril Type 3s. However, Vril Type 3s usually walk in an upright position most of the time. Vril Type 3s can look pretty, physically, when young. Nonetheless, Vril Type 3s get much uglier with age. Yes, Vril Type 3 reptiles, and Vrils generally speaking, are a debilitating horror, until one gets semi-accustomed to their appearances. When I first saw the Vril Type 3 reptilian race, I was a child, REM-driven human clone version of myself. Through the process of consciousness transfer to my REM-driven clone at the above-ground cloning center located in Western Canada, and as a child REM-driven human clone version of myself, I thought the Vril Type 3 reptiles were a man-made, gene-spliced design, by the Illuminati, and as a child, I did not think the Vril Type 3 reptiles had evolved to look the way they do, without genetic manipulation. I also thought the Vril Type 1 reptiles were the only species of Vril, and it would not be until many years later that I would become aware that there are also 2 additional races of the Vril species, Vril Type 2 and Vril Type 3. I can confirm from having met the Vril Type 3 reptiles many times through the process of REM-driven human cloning technology, from unwillingly having my consciousness transferred to my REM-driven clones at the above-ground cloning center, located in Western Canada, that the Vril Type 3 reptiles look exactly like how the geologist, Phil Schneider described them to be. Furthermore, Vril Type 3 reptiles look exactly like the pictures Phil Schneider provided in his lectures. The Vril Type 3 have really long necks, and look similar to what can be described as a long-necked gray alien. In fact, the geologist Phil Schneider referred to the Vril type 3 reptiles in his disclosures as long-necked greys. The Vril type 3 reptiles reside in a habitat which is extremely deep below the Earth's surface. Therefore, the Vril type 3s travel tremendous lengths underneath the Earth's surface. Before the Vril type 3 reptiles emerge in the deep underground military bases, DUMBs, Vril type 3s can be found frequenting deep underground military bases. Moreover, Vril type 3 reptiles need methane, oxygen, and most likely, sulfur, atmospheric composition, to breathe, and perhaps, in the extreme depths below the Earth's surface there may be sulfur pools, which create this atmospheric mix, which allows the Vril type 3s to breathe. Deep beneath the Earth's surface, the atmospheric composition and pressure is different, and as a result of Vril type 3 reptiles being accustomed to such an environment, Vril type 3s cannot stay on the Earth's surface for long or even in deep underground military bases for prolonged periods. The Vril type 3 reptiles start having breathing problems, and start to sound as if they have asthma, when the Vril type 3s are close to the Earth's surface, on the Earth's surface, or in deep underground military bases for extended periods of time. Vril type 3 reptiles need an oxygen-methane mix to breathe, and it seems the composition and pressure of the Earth's surface affects the Vril type 3's breathing significantly. Moreover, Vril type 3 reptiles frequent the cloning centers, by traveling from extreme depths beneath the Earth's surface, until the Vril type 3s reach the deep underground military bases. During adolescence, the Vril type 3 reptiles can be characterized as having an extremely long neck, and are markedly similar in appearance to a long-necked, gray-looking alien. Vril type 3s are approximately 8 feet tall, 243 centimeters, in height, although their height mostly comprises of their extremely long necks. As the Vril type 3 reptiles age from adolescence to adulthood, the Vril type 3 reptilian race grow into their necks, and over time the Vril type 3 reptiles have a neck which is proportionate to the remainder of their body. I have no idea what happens to the vertebrae of the Vril type 3s as they age, however, the necks of the Vril type 3 do get shorter in appearance as the Vril type 3 ages. Moreover, in terms of the physical appearance of the Vril type 3, the Vril type 3, unlike the Vril type 1, does not have scales covering its body. Instead, the Vril type 3 race have skin similar to that of a dolphin, which is grayish-blue, in terms of the fact that a Vril type 3's skin is sleek, smooth, and rubbery in its texture, and this is how it feels to touch the skin of a Vril type 3 reptile. Furthermore, some Vril type 3 reptiles have tiger stripes on their bodies, which is similar to the stripes of a tiger, shark, commonly known as sea tiger. The Vril type 3 reptile skin can also be described as feeling similar to that of a shark's skin, to the touch, where, if one were to stroke the skin of the Vril type 3 reptile, it feels smooth to the touch in one direction, but feels scratchy, rough and uncomfortable in the opposite direction. Vril type 3 reptiles are also alleged to be aquatic. Somehow, I do not know for a fact, if the Vril type 3 reptilian race are indeed aquatic. However, Vril type 3s are supposedly good swimmers. The strengths of Vril type 3 reptiles' height and intelligence. A characteristic strength of Vril type 3 reptiles, compared to the other two races of Vril, is the Vril type 3's height. The height of Vril type 3 reptiles allows them to physically dominate Vril type 1s, and Vril type 2s. Furthermore, because the Vril type 3 reptiles are bigger, taller, and have higher intelligence than the other two races of Vril, the Vril type 3s domineer over the other two races of Vrils. Furthermore, the Vril type 3 reptiles try to control the Vril type 1 reptiles, by presenting themselves as gods to the Vril type 1s. The Vril type 3 reptiles also keep the Vril type 1 reptiles as pets. Parasite psychology. The Vril type 3 reptiles use the proboscises of Vril type 1 reptiles to parasite human beings and create human hosts. Vril type 3s also body snatch humans technologically, with the use of the soul stone, consciousness, microchip. Vril type 3s are extremely malevolent in terms of their psychology. Vril type 3s are primitive and have primal drives. The minds of the Vril type 3s can be said to be limited to only one line of thought or action: infiltrate societies, parasitize the population, create hosts, and enslave the society. This is how the minds of Vril type 3s operate, and their perceptions of the world are completely different. The mode of operation of Vril type 3s revolves around infiltration, parasitizing, and enslaving populations. The Soulstone microchip is a microchip capable of recording the entire flawed consciousness of a being. The microchip is then inserted into the brains for whichever mammal the culprit wishes to be body-snatched. The microchip is then pushed into a certain region of the brain, and this allows the flawed recording of consciousness to override the existing consciousness of the mammal, and totally control another mammal's entire bodily functions. Highly developed pineal gland. The highly developed pineal glands of Vril type 3 reptiles allow the Vril type 3s to have clairvoyant abilities. Extrasensory abilities which can be achieved via the pineal gland also pertains to one of the many multifaceted knowledge areas, which is also currently withheld from humanity. The pineal glands in Vril type 3 reptiles allow the Vril type 3s to have empathic powers. In humans, when the pineal glands are advanced, it allows humans the abilities to forecast future events. And yes, I am well aware that talk of pineal glands which enable extrasensory abilities in humans sounds silly on the surface. However, it is a truth, and the information given here about the pineal gland has been proven to me by the Illuminati REM-driven human clones. Moreover, I know the information about pineal glands to be true from first-hand experience, and having my consciousness unwillingly transferred from my original body to my REM-driven clones, and experiencing the empathic blasts of Vril type 3 reptiles. Furthermore, the Illuminati deliberately include ingredients in the air via the process of geo-engineering, in chemtrails, food, drinks, even toothpaste, and many other consumables, with the express purpose to suppress the pineal glands of humans, and deny humans extrasensory abilities. The Vril type 3 reptiles' empathic powers makes the Vril type 3 the most difficult to kill, with regards to the three races of Vrils. The empathic abilities of Vril type 3s allows the Vril type 3s to empathically blast their desired target, with any emotion to the extreme. For example, with the use of the Vril type 3's empathic abilities, the Vril type 3s can empathically make a person feel feelings of hopelessness, sadness, fear, etc. And the person will be completely taken by surprise and stunned. The person will fall down and cry uncontrollably, all in real time, because of the empathic blasts of Vril type 3s. When a person succumbs to the empathic blast of Vril type 3s, there is nothing which can be done in that moment in time to prevent the person from feeling the emotion which the Vril type 3 wants the person to feel. As a result of the Vril type 3's empathic blasts, this has nothing to do with strength of will, or trying to resist the emotions derived from the empathic blasts. As long as humans are exposed to the empathic blasts of Vril type 3s, humans are powerless against the empathic blasts of Vril type 3s. Moreover, the female Vril type 3s are exceptionally better at executing empathic blasts towards their targets than the male Vril type 3s are at performing empathic blasts. Furthermore, the empathic blasts of Vril type 3 reptiles can make any person drop to their knees, or collapse to the ground. At the onset of the Vril type 3's empathic blast, the person's vision will become blurry, and the person will lose consciousness, and will be unaware as to the cause of why he/she became unconscious, provided the Vril type 3 reptile is not in sight. The point where the person loses consciousness in his/her body allows the Vril type 3 reptile to advance towards the unconscious person, and kill the person, while the person is motionless. Nonetheless, despite this revelation regarding Vril type 3's empathic abilities, a Vril type 3 can only empathically blast one person at a time, and not a group of people in the surrounding area where the Vril type 3 is present. Vril type 3s can only empathically blast one person at a time. Moreover, I was informed by the Illuminati REM-driven human clones, that a lead helmet or helmets with a certain electrical current flowing through the helmet, will block the emphatic interferences used by Vril Type 3 reptiles. Vril Type 3 reptiles can scream loudly. Vril Type 3 reptiles can scream extremely loudly, to the point whereby the scream of a Vril Type 3 reptile becomes intimidating to whatever it is the Vril Type 3 is screaming at. There are some Vril Type 3 reptiles which have deeper bellowing screams, while other Vril Type 3 reptiles have high-pitched screams. Vril Type 3 reptiles scream when threatened, they scream for dominance, and Vril Type 3 reptiles also scream, as a tactic to entice fear, and scare away anything, which the Vril Type 3 reptiles do not like. Forearm spikes. Vril Type 3 reptiles have forearm spikes which extend 1 foot, 30 centimeters, in length from their bodies, and retracts back into their bodies effortlessly. Vril Type 3 reptiles are able to inject some form of drug into their prey with the use of their forearm spikes, and the drug which is infused into their prey completely debilitates the Vril Type 3's prey. Vril Type 3 reptiles can open their mouths extremely wide. The ability of Vril Type 3 reptiles to open their mouths extremely wide enables the Vril Type 3 reptiles the ability to latch onto its prey's face, suck the air out of the lungs of its prey, until the Vril Type 3's prey dies. Vril Type 3 reptiles can hibernate in freezing temperatures. Vril Type 3 reptiles can hibernate in freezing temperatures for long periods of time. During hibernation in freezing temperatures, the Vril Type 3 reptiles sit in an upright position, with their knees to their chest, and keep their fingers by their toes, because it is painful for the fingers and toes to freeze first, before the remainder of a Vril Type 3's body freezes. By sitting in an upright position with their knees to their chest, and keeping their fingers by their toes, the Vril Type 3 reptiles ensure efficient circulation to their limbs, and this allows circulation to continue to reach the fingers and toes of the Vril Type 3 reptile, and therefore, during hibernation, the entire body of the Vril Type 3s freezes at the same rate. The metabolism of the Vril Type 3s then slows down, almost to a halt, while their body temperature decreases, when the temperature drops to near or beyond freezing conditions. Hibernation begins as a result, and once the Vril Type 3's environment begins to warm up above freezing temperatures, the Vril Type 3's frozen portions will thaw, and its organs will resume activity, allowing the Vril Type 3 reptile to wake up from its hibernation state, and resume its life once more. Vril Type 3 reptiles can hibernate in freezing temperatures for many months on end, and can resume life after hibernation, many months later. Narcotic/sedative spit. Vril Type 3 reptiles have a narcotic-like spit, and the spit of Vril Type 3 reptiles can cause mental numbness, and blunt the senses, to whichever prey the Vril Type 3 spits on. Difficult to beat in hand. To hand combat. The male Vril Type 3 reptiles are much bigger, stronger, and uglier than their female counterpart. Furthermore, Vril Type 3 reptiles have bony plates on their shoulders, as well as bony plates on their chest. The spine of Vril Type 3s is similar to that of an armor plate. The physiological makeup of the Vril Type 3 reptiles ensures Vril Type 3 reptiles are nearly impossible for humans to beat. Vril Type 3s in hand-to-hand combat, especially the male Vril Type 3s. Even with the use of a sword, it would be difficult to beat an unarmed Vril Type 3 reptile, because of the physiological makeup of Vril Type 3s. Moreover, the male Vril Type 3 reptiles are bigger, uglier and much stronger than the female Vril Type 3 reptiles. The weaknesses of Vril Type 3 reptiles. Atmospheric pressure on the Earth's surface. Deep below the Earth's surface, the atmospheric pressure is different, in comparison to the pressure on the surface of the Earth. The contrast of the atmospheric pressure deep below the Earth's surface means that Vril Type 3 reptiles cannot stay on the surface of the Earth for long periods of time. Vril Type 3 reptiles cannot even stay in the deep underground military bases for extended periods of time. The Vril Type 3s start to have breathing problems whenever they stay on the Earth's surface, or close to the Earth's surface for long periods of time, the Vril type 3 reptiles start to act as if they have asthma, the longer they stay on the Earth's surface or close to the Earth's surface. Vril type 3 reptiles are troglodytes and therefore prefer the atmospheric pressure deep below the Earth's surface. Vril type 3 reptiles need an oxygen-methane mix to breathe. Deep below the Earth's surface, the atmospheric composition is different, and this provides an adequate environment for the Vril type 3 reptiles to breathe. Weak skulls. Vril type 3 reptiles do not have sturdy skulls, and their skulls can easily be flattened with physical force. Dumb creatures. Although the Vril type 3 reptiles are the smartest of all three races of Vrils, Vril type 3 reptiles are still dumber in comparison to humans. Furthermore, Vril type 3 reptiles cannot register fast speech, because Vril type 3s are dumb, and reptilians are dumb. Highly sensitive. Vril type 3 reptiles have highly sensitive senses. Vril type 3 reptiles are extremely sensitive to sunlight, as well as bright lights. Bright lights hurt and blind Vril type 3 reptiles. Vril type 3s also have such sensitive hearing, to the point that loud sounds will kill Vril type 3 reptiles. The skin of Vril type 3s is extremely sensitive. When Vril type 3's skin are exposed to citrus juice, the citrus juice burns the skin of Vril type 3. Moreover, hot sauce also burns and destroys Vril type 3. Their skin is highly sensitive. Furthermore, striking Vril type 3 reptiles in their crotch region, between their legs, where their torso joins, just like humans, is extremely devastating for Vril type 3 reptiles, and the pain of being struck in the crotch hurts Vril type 3s much more than it hurts humans, and Vril type 3s experience a larger and significant amount of pain, in contrast to a human being, when Vril type 3s are struck in the crotch. Methods to kill Vril type 3 reptiles. Vril type 3 reptiles can be killed in the same way any living creature is killed. Vril type 3 reptiles must be struck at vital areas of their bodies, and they will die, just like any living creature dies. Vril type 3s bleed. Vril type 3s also have a heart, as well as organs. Shoot Vril type 3 reptiles with guns, hit their vital regions, and the bullets will kill the Vril type 3 reptiles perfectly. The size of a Vril type 3's brain is relatively small, in comparison to a human's brain. Moreover, the brain of a Vril type 3 reptile is located away from the head of a Vril type 3 reptile, and can be found in the base of the neck of a Vril type 3. The spine of a Vril type 3 also forms part of their brain. Consequently, Vril type 3 reptiles must be struck at the base of their neck, as well as spine to effectively damage their brain. Avoid striking the head of a Vril type 3 reptile. If the aim is to damage the brain of a Vril type 3 reptile, striking the head of a Vril type 3 will only flatten its skull, because Vril type 3 reptiles have weak skulls, and the brain of a Vril type 3 is small in size, located away from its head, in the base of the neck. Strike Vril type 3 reptiles in the base of the neck, and their spine, to effectively cause damage to a Vril type 3's brain. This is one method to kill Vril type 3 reptiles. Other names which refer to Vril type 3 reptiles. Vril type 3 reptiles have been referred to by many names throughout the centuries. Other names which identify Vril type 3 reptiles are as follows: Anunnaki, Argonauts, children of Lucifer, demons, doppelgangers, long-necked greys, Magyoi, which is Mandarin, meaning underground troll, mimics, Mothman, Pleiadians, Quetzalcoatl, troglodytes, trolls, and Vril. Vril type 3s have been associated by plenty of names throughout history. Furthermore, one can review depictions of Mothman, TOP5S 2015, All That's Interesting, 2021, Exemplar, 2022, and then check the descriptions provided in this document about Vril type 3 reptiles, as well as observe the pictures in this document of Vril type 3 reptiles, and one will soon realize Mothman does indeed reference Vril type 3 reptiles. The same can be said about Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, Mythology and Fiction Explained, 2018, Historique, 2020, Mythology Unleashed 2021. One can also review depictions of Quetzalcoatl, depicted throughout history, and reach conclusions such as, Quetzalcoatl also references Vril type 3s. Moreover, humans have an instinctual fear of the facial appearances of Vril type 3 reptiles, and as a result, in the late pre-classic period, 300 BC 250 AD, mark, no date A, mark, no date B, to the early classic period, approximately, 250 AD 600 AD, mark, no date A, mark, no date C, Vril type 3 reptiles had to wear masks to conceal their facial appearance. Vril type 3s also wore feathers, bells, and other jingly ornaments to hide their appearances, because of the instinctual fear earlier civilizations of humans had towards the appearance of Vril type 3 reptiles. Review Quetzalcoatl, Ibid. And it is clear, Quetzalcoatl wore a mask, had jingly and shiny ornaments tied to its body in all directions, and Quetzalcoatl also wore feathers. Yes, Quetzalcoatl does indeed reference Vril type 3s. Furthermore, Vril type 3 reptiles have also been called the Argonauts, where the underground, or underneath the Earth's surface was referred to as Agartha, whereby Agartha was ruled by Argonauts or Argonians. In other words, underneath the Earth's surface, is ruled by Vril type 3 reptiles. Yes, Vril type 3 reptiles have been identified by plenty of names throughout the centuries. Vril type 3 reptiles preferred choice of food. Vril type 3 reptiles like to drink blood, and prefer to drink poultry blood and human blood. The solids, which Vril type 3 reptiles prefers to eat, belonging to humans, are human brains and human pancreases. Diagram of human pancreas, a favored and favorite food choice for Vril type 3 reptiles. Tila Tequila's encounter with a Vril type 3 reptile at the cloning centers. After Tila Tequila, pictured, did her impromptu radiophone, in, Astral 7 IGHT, 2013b, where Tila Tequila corroborated the disclosure of the cloning centers, by mentioning the existence of cloning centers, and Queen Elizabeth II's involvement with cloning centers, Ibid. That evening when Tila Tequila went to sleep, she was activated as a REM, driven human clone version of herself at the cloning center, via the process of consciousness transfer from her original body to her REM, driven human clone, where, as a REM, driven human clone version of herself, Tila Tequila was met with a Vril type 3 reptile, at the above, ground cloning center in Western Canada. Vril type 3 reptiles get much uglier with age and can look as ugly as Pumpkinhead, from the movie Pumpkinhead, 1989, as they age. As a REM, driven human clone version of herself, Tila Tequila was confronted by a Vril type 3 reptile which looked like Pumpkinhead. Furthermore, because Vril type 3s can talk, the Pumpkinhead-looking Vril type 3 reptile spoke to a REM, driven human clone version of Tila Tequila and said in a deep bellow, "Why are you talking about us?" As a REM, driven human clone version, Tila Tequila stuttered in her response and replied, I did not talk about Vril reptiles. I talked about cloning centers, and not about you." The Vril type 3 reptile, similar in appearance to Pumpkinhead, continued in its deep bellowing voice, "No. You Tila Tequila were talking about us. You are going to get us all eradicated." In her alarmed state, Tila Tequila as a REM, driven human clone version of herself stuttered once more in response to the Vril type 3 reptile. Similar in form to Pumpkinhead, "No. I'm trying to help him." Donald Marshall. Once the Vril type 3, which looks like Pumpkinhead, heard the above response from a REM, driven human clone version of Tila Tequila, the Pumpkinhead Vril type 3 reptile moved within 3 inches, 8 centimeters, of Tila Tequila's REM, driven human clone face, and screamed in her face. The Vril type 3, similar in its presence to Pumpkinhead, continued to scream, in Tila Tequila's REM, driven human clone face. Then the Pumpkinhead Vril type 3's jaw opened widely, in like manner similar to Predator, 1987, from the Predator series, Space, 2022, as it continued to scream, in Tila Tequila's REM, driven human clone face in a high-pitched screech. Furthermore, there was spit flying out of the mouth of the pumpkinhead Vril Type 3 reptile as it continued screaming and screaming. Spit continued to flutter out of the mouth of the Vril Type 3 which looks like pumpkinhead, and Tila Tequila's REM, driven human clone hair was receiving a blow, dryer treatment, as her REM, driven human clone hair moved in all directions, as if it had been hit with strong gusts of wind. To Tila Tequila's credit, throughout the entire ordeal where she was screamed at in her face, as a REM, driven human clone version of herself, Tila Tequila did not flinch, she did not fall down, or crumble etc. As a REM, driven human clone version of herself, Tila Tequila just stood still as the pumpkinhead Vril Type 3 reptile screamed in her face, and to Tila Tequila's credit, I was impressed when I witnessed this ordeal, as a REM, driven human clone version of myself at the cloning center. However, after such an experience, through the advent of REM, driven human cloning technology, that was the last Tila Tequila ever said, on the topic of human cloning or the cloning centers in her waking life, and Tila Tequila remained quiet for some time, before she started to discredit herself immensely, under the direction of the Illuminati. Why doesn't the Vril species come to the surface and make themselves known? A frequently asked question which gets asked, once people have seen many corroborative evidences to verify the existence of Vrils, and people have reached the realization that Vrils currently live right beneath their very feet, is, why doesn't the Vril species, Vril Type 1, Vril Type 2, and Vril Type 3, come to the surface and make themselves known? There are a multitude of answers to this question, and to provide some answers here includes the fact that, some Illuminati members, the ringleaders especially, are Vril reptile enablers. There are Illuminati members / Illuminati bloodlines, who have been in alliance with Vril reptiles for many decades on end, in exchange for gold, diamonds, precious gemstones, and other jewels, for which the Vril reptiles will bring from underground to these Illuminati members / Illuminati bloodlines, in exchange to eat human children and adults. This is one reason the Illuminati members do not want the populace to know that their ancestors, as well as other members of their family, betrayed humanity to an evolved species of reptilians, which are parasitic, nasty, and carnivorous, in exchange for riches and wealth. The Illuminati / Vril Reptilian Alliance is one reason Vril reptiles remain unknown publicly, unequivocally. Another reason Vril reptiles do not come to the surface and make themselves known publicly can be said to do with the psychology of Vril reptiles, and the history between mankind and the Vril species. Parasites are cowards, and parasite psychology revolves around secrecy, deceptions, and concealing their true identities. Vrils are essentially cowards, in terms of their psychology, and do prefer secrecy, deceptions, and concealing their true identities. Vril reptiles could come to the surface of the earth and make themselves publicly known. However, revealing themselves to the current population of mankind, will ruin their cover, and secrecy is important to Vril reptiles, and the Vril reptile enablers. Enablers, human Illuminati members. Furthermore, Vrils are extremely religious, and being kept secret, and having their true identities concealed is part of the Vril species religion, and this aspect once again fits into parasite psychology, because parasite psychology involves secrecy, and concealing true and verifiable information. This is another reason Vril reptiles do not come to the surface and make themselves known, because secrecy is part of the Vril species religion. Moreover, when it comes to the discussion regarding the history between mankind and the Vril species, Vril's psychology, and Vril reptiles' actions have always involved infiltrating societies, parasitizing the population with Vril Type 1 reptile proboscises and creating Vril human hosts, and enslaving the society. This pattern between Vril reptiles and human populations has repeated itself throughout time. Furthermore, Vril reptiles have killed, eaten, and drunk the blood of countless humans, throughout mankind's history with Vril reptiles. Additionally, throughout the centuries, Vril reptiles have attempted to create Vril human hosts of entire populations, and the Vril species did succeed in creating many Vril human hosts. However, whenever the population of Vril reptiles increased in number, Vrils were eventually forced to leave, by the human beings of the past, for which the human beings of every culture beat the Vril species until Vril reptiles sought shelter underground in just about every culture Vril reptiles ever infiltrated: Aztecs, Egyptians, Mayans, native Indians, etc. And many civilizations of humans ensured Vril reptiles were forced to leave their civilizations whenever the population of Vril reptiles increased. Many civilizations of human beings, including the Aztecs, Egyptians, Mayans, and native Indians, all beat Vril species, to the point Vril reptiles sought shelter underneath the surface of the earth. However, Vril reptiles always came back to the surface, eventually, whenever Vril reptiles were forced to seek shelter underground, as a result of fleeing the beatings Vril reptiles received at the hands of past humans. Nonetheless, Vril reptiles would always return to the Earth's surface, somewhere on Earth, and begin to infiltrate societies once more, create Vril human hosts once more, and try to gain control of the human population and enslave the human population once more. The history between Vril reptiles and mankind is another reason Vril reptiles do not come to the surface today and make themselves known. Once it is publicly known that Vril reptiles have eaten mankind's children, Vril type 1 reptiles can literally body, snatch and extinguish the entire consciousness of human beings, where, as a result of Vril type 1 reptiles secreting their parasitical cells into human brains, Vril type 1 reptiles kill human consciousness, which leads to Vril type 1's reptile consciousness, controlling the entire bodily functions of a human body, and therefore, essentially creating a human host. Once it is known that Vril type 2 reptiles are also a carnivorous race of reptiles, Vril type 3 reptiles parasite humans biologically with Vril type 1's reptile proboscises, and also, that Vril type 3's body snatch humans technologically via the use of the soul stone, consciousness, microchip. Once all the above information, and more is known by the current human population, with regards to the true, parasitical, nasty, and prevalent reality of Vril reptiles, as well as mankind's history with the Vril species, then this knowledge about Vril reptiles will spell an end for Vril reptiles, and this adds to another reason Vril reptiles do not make themselves known. Secrecy is not only part of the Vril's religion, secrecy is important for the survival of Vril reptiles. Furthermore, Vril reptiles are ugly-looking creatures, and humans have an instinctual fear of their physical appearances. Therefore, given the history between Vril reptiles and mankind, and the fact that Vril reptiles are ugly, and humans have an instinctual fear of their appearances, once it is proven that Vril reptiles pose a great threat to humans, and there is widespread knowledge about the history between Vril reptiles and mankind, then the instinctual fear humans have towards the appearances of Vril reptiles will be verified, and the ugliness, and instinctual fear humans have towards Vril reptiles, will also be cited by the current human population as another reason, among many, for why the current human population aims to witness the eradication of the Vril species in their lifetime. Secrecy is crucial for many reasons, in relation to the survival of the Vril reptile species. However, widespread divulgement of this information to the populace will ensure that the Vril reptile species will eventually be eradicated from this planet. Endeavor to reach a place where this disclosure about Vrils is a truth for you. It was stated earlier in this document that the disclosure of Vril reptilians makes sense intellectually. However, we cannot just intellectualize such information because intellectualizing any information alone can lead to the information being considered as theories. This disclosure document is written for the express purpose to allow the reader to reach verifiable truths regarding the disclosure about Vril reptiles. The first part of this document gave descriptions of Vril reptiles to enable the reader the opportunity to imagine how Vril reptiles could possibly look like, as well as the opportunity to contemplate the descriptions about Vril reptiles, and further offers the opportunity for the reader to check within themselves and be honest with themselves, and ask themselves questions such as, do these descriptions of these creatures sound plausible to me? Do these descriptions regarding Vril reptiles sound logical or rational to me? Furthermore, providing descriptions of Vril reptiles also gives the reader the opportunity to admit to themselves that when something is wholly beyond their current worldview, descriptions alone may not suffice, in order for one to reach a place where she/he can conclusively confirm that something is indeed true. The next sections of this document will provide corroborative evidences and explanations in support of the preceding descriptions about Vril reptiles, in order to enable the reader to get closer to the point where she/he can begin to see truths regarding the disclosure of Vril reptiles. The paradigm shift will occur for the reader when she/he realizes examples from life which references this disclosure. This will be the point when the reader will truly understand the urgency and reality of this disclosure. Therefore, after the corroborative evidences and explanations have been provided, the reader must review this information until she/he understands the information. She or he must then seek examples from life which references this information, and that is when the paradigm shift really occurs, and people mention, that was the moment they realized the information about Vrils is true. Without further introduction, the subsequent sections provide evidences and explanations which corroborate the descriptions given for Vril reptiles. Corroborative evidences which support the disclosure of Vril reptiles. The following evidences support the disclosure of Vril reptiles. Corroborative evidences supporting each type of Vril reptile is presented subsequently. Newcomers to this information and disclosure about Vril reptilians stated that the defining moment when it became clear that Vril reptiles are part of humanity's current reality is when they saw a video footage of a Vril reptile/depiction of what a Vril reptile possibly looks like on camera. Specifically, it was a representation of a dead Vril Type 1 body, for which there is a short video footage on the internet. When individuals saw the video footage and representation of a dead Vril Type 1, corroborated with the drawings of a Vril Type 1 reptile, and the descriptions of Vril reptiles, that is when individuals have mentioned to me that their heart sunk, and they began to sweat profusely, because something within them was finally starting to realize that there is truth to the disclosure of Vril reptiles, and as a result, some individuals began to sweat profusely at such a realization. Others did not even know what the word proboscis referred to, although they had heard me mention the word proboscis countless times in reference to Vril Type 1 reptiles. However, once some of these people witnessed a video footage and representation of a dead body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, they instantly knew what I am referring to by stating that, oh, mosquitoes have a proboscis too then, but I just called it a sucker. These individuals further stated, this disclosure makes so much sense now, because of course a proboscis is designed to be sharp and pierce foreign objects, such as the mosquito's proboscis pierces human skin. Then of course, a proboscis can enter the eye of a mammal, and do all the things you speak of. Other people also sent me an article concerning honeybees, BES4LIFE, no date, PBS, 2014, Earth Sky, 2022, describing the fact that, when a honey bee stings its target, the barbed stinger which gets lodged in the target ruptures the internals of the honey bee, and this process called autotomy, is what kills the honey bee. Moreover, the process of autotomy sounded to them like something similar which happens to the Vril Type 1 reptile, once the Vril Type 1 reptile decides to eject its proboscis from its reptile body, which kills the Vril Type 1's reptile body. Furthermore, others sent me an article concerning an Ecuadorian lizard, which naturally has a proboscis emerging from the middle of its head, and such an article demonstrated that it is possible for a reptile to evolve to have a proboscis on its head as part of its anatomy. These articles which support the disclosure of Vril Type 1 reptiles, will be presented with explanations, after evidences, such as the video footage, which depicts the similarity of Vril Type 1 reptiles, photographic images and the artistic drawings of Vril Type 1 reptiles, are provided. Remember, the disclosure on R.E.M, rapid eye movement, sleep-driven. Human cloning via consciousness transfer, is 32nd degree Freemasonry knowledge, and can be reduced to highly advanced and concealed, medicine, science and technology. The disclosure about Vril reptilians can be reduced to biology, the biological creatures of the living world, as well as biological parasites. Therefore, for anyone who must prepare themselves for any shock, anxiety, stress etc., which she/he may feel, once she/he observes images of Vril type 1, now is the time to do whatever must be done to prepare yourself to review the supporting evidences regarding Vril reptiles. If you must take a moment to tell yourself I can read the truth, and handle the truth, now is the time to tell yourself this. If you must take deep breaths before reviewing supporting evidences about Vril reptiles, now is the time for anyone who must do this, to make such preparations. Without further introduction, the next sections provide evidences supporting the disclosure of Vril reptiles. Corroborative evidences in support of Vril type 1 reptiles. Artist's drawing of a Vril type 1 reptile, as per Donald Marshall's instructions. Note the eye stalks of the Vril type 1 reptile, the blood spike and the claws of the Vril type 1 reptile. Artist's drawing of Vril type 1 reptile, as per Donald Marshall's instructions. Note the head of the Vril type 1 reptile shaped like a king crab. Note the eye stalks of the Vril type 1 reptile. Note the proboscis located in the middle of the Vril type 1 reptile's head, which is conical in shape, cone-shaped. Note the blood spike of the Vril type 1 reptile. Note that the Vril type 1 reptile has diamond-shaped scales all over its body. Note the two claws of the Vril type 1 reptile. The artistic drawing of Vril type 1 reptile presented here, is exactly how Vril type 1 reptiles look like in reality. The video above, Lover 123, 2010, depicts the dead body of a Vril type 1 at 33 seconds of the video. The above image is from a video Weird Animals and Unknown Creatures. The image above depicts the dead body of a Vril type 1 reptile. This Vril type 1 has lost its scales, and the arm is stretched out. This is a young Vril type 1. Notice the proboscis which sticks out from the middle of the head, the holes for the eyes once held eye stalks, and the tail has been added. The skin and the tail may have been added in this image above, because as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, I have not seen Vril type 1s with tails at the cloning center. Vril type 1s almost rot away entirely when they die. This Vril type 1 has a pronounced proboscis. Like sheath, however, the proboscis located in the middle of a Vril type 1's head is for one purpose, parasitizing mammals. I cannot believe the Illuminati allowed this to be exposed on the internet. The proboscis is what the Vril type 1s eject and slither into a human eye, and when the proboscis is ejected from a Vril type 1's body, the small brain and spinal column of the Vril type 1 proboscis wriggles out of the body of the Vril type 1, and the Vril's body dies. The Vril type 1 proboscis, which contains the brain and spinal column, slither into the eye, spirals around the optical nerve, travels to the brain, driven by taste sensations, and it continues to travel inside the brain, until it gets to the epicenter of consciousness in the human brain. Claustrum, New Scientist, 2014, Newsy Science, 2014, UMSM, 2022a, UMSM, 2022b, and then it expels the parasitical contents of the proboscis, inside the human brain. This leads to the death of human consciousness in the human body, and leads to Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, dominating the human brain. Vril type 1s almost decay entirely when they die. In the above photograph, the people who put the image together, most likely only had the remains of the head of a Vril type 1, and the remnants of the frail skeleton. The Vril type 1 in this image was then dressed up, made fancier than it actually is, with the addition of a tail. Moreover, Vril type 1s are 1 foot tall, 30 centimeters, and grow to as much as 2.5 feet, 76 centimeters, in adulthood. The eyes of the Vril type 1 in this image rotted away. Vril type 1s have eye stalks, and Vril type 1s are the ugliest things on the planet. This image of the Vril type 1 had gray scales. Other Vril type 1s have either red or black scales, depending on the region of Earth they are from. The image above of a dead Vril type 1 was definitely a gray-scaled Vril type 1. The image to the left is similar to the image depicted above of a dead Vril type 1 body. Notice the pronounced proboscis sheath. The lower part of the body, like the image above, has been added for effect. However, the shape of the head and the proboscis is similar to what Vril type 1s actually look like. The above image on the previous page, and this image to the left, are dried out and carved out manta rays. However, the Vril type 1 reptiles look like the image on the above page, and the image to the left. The Vril type 1 reptiles have meat on their bodies with scales, and a head like a king crab, with their eyes on stalks. The image on the above page, and the image to the left of this page, are very good representations of what Vril type 1 reptiles really look like. The image above compares the photographic image of a dead Vril type 1 body, on the left, to an artistic drawing of a Vril type 1 reptile, on the right. Note the proboscis, note the missing eye stalks in the photograph to the left, and note the position of the eye stalks of the artistic drawing of a Vril type 1 reptile, in the image on the right. Articles and videos people have mentioned to me, that when they first saw the picture of the dead Vril type 1 body, it reminded them of the biology of certain animals in nature, compared to Vril type 1 reptiles. Therefore, the following articles and videos are included here to allow the reader to better comprehend the biology of Vril type 1 reptiles. The Ecuadorian lizard in this image, the female Ecuadorian lizard is on the left, without proboscis, and the male Ecuadorian lizard is on the right, with elongated proboscis. The Ecuadorian lizard, which is also known as Anolis proboscis, Proboscis anoli, Ecuadorian horned anole or Pinocchio lizard, is a small lizard belonging to the genus Anolis of the family Dactyloideae and of the class Reptilia. In a naturalist. No date, Alkitron, 2023, the male species of the Ecuadorian lizard, possess a clearly visible proboscis, which is elongated in its structure and arises from the middle of its snout, with a length of approximately 10–20 mm. The male Ecuadorian lizard uses its proboscis in courtship displays. In a naturalist. No date, Alkitron, 2023. The anatomy of the Ecuadorian lizard clearly demonstrates that there is a class of reptilia, publicly known, which have a proboscis attached to their head, and as part of their biology, the Tyro, 2015. Vril type 1 reptiles, also belong to the class of reptilia, are reptilian in nature, and have a proboscis protruding from the top of the head, as part of the Vril type 1 reptiles biology. The process of autotomy also occurs with Vril type 1 reptiles. When a honeybee stings a mammal, its barbed stinger lodges in the skin, and the honeybee cannot remove it. Instead, it leaves the double lancet behind, along with part of its digestive tract, muscles, and nerves. This abdominal rupture is what kills the bee. Credit, earthsky.org, 2021, BES4LIFE, no date, PBS, 2014, Earth Sky, 2022. The process of leaving behind a body part as a form of defense, in this case, part of the abdomen, is called autotomy. Other examples in the animal kingdom include lizards dropping their tails and crabs leaving their claws behind when they're threatened. Earth Sky, 2022. The process of autotomy also occurs with Vril type 1 reptiles. Just like the honeybee, once, and once only, during the lifetime of a Vril type 1 reptile, the Vril type 1 reptile can slowly wiggle its proboscis out of its body by ejecting its proboscis located at the top of its head, on the Vril type 1's reptile body. During this process, the Vril type 1 reptile ejects its proboscis, which contains the Vril type 1's brain and spinal column. Once the Vril type 1 reptile ejects its proboscis from the Vril type 1's reptile body, the contents of the spinal column are ejected by the Vril type 1, and this is similar to the honeybee, which dies by stinging a mammal and rupturing its internals. BES4LIFE, no date, PBS, 2014, Earth Sky, 2022. The Vril Type 1's reptile body dies once the Vril Type 1 ejects the proboscis from the Vril Type 1's reptile body, and this process is similar to the abdominal rupture of the honeybee, which kills the honeybee. After, the Vril Type 1 reptile ejects its proboscis, and becomes just a proboscis, the Vril reptile proboscis cannot wriggle back into the Vril Type 1 reptile body, for the Vril Type 1 to experience life once more, in its reptile body. The structure and role of a proboscis. Vril Type 1 reptiles have a proboscis. Mosquitoes also have a proboscis. Reviewing the above video, AT.and 2013a, allows us to determine the structure and role of a proboscis, and allows us to have a better understanding of how the Vril Type 1 proboscis is likely to behave once it enters the human body, via the human eye. The proboscis depicted in this video shows the flexibility and functionality of the mosquito's proboscis. This is similar in like manner to how the Vril reptile proboscis moves around, once the Vril Type 1 reptile decides to eject its proboscis from its Vril reptile body. This short video allows us to have some idea of how the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis moves. The mosquito in this video is the Anopheles gambii, Chumit et al. 2012, AT.and 2013a, and they were taken when the mosquito was biting a mouse, though the same thing happened when they probe for blood under our skin. Furthermore, in the above video the proboscis is flexible and made up of several sections, which split apart when they pierce the skin. They are sheathed by an outer layer which is pulled back upon insertion. The video above shows what happens when the mosquito's proboscis finds a good blood source. Chumit et al. 2012, AT.and 2013b. In the video, the proboscis wriggles and wriggles until it finds a good blood source. Once the proboscis of the mosquito has found a blood source, it begins sucking the blood source. The vessel then becomes transparent as blood is sucked from it, until the blood vessel almost collapses. The description above is similar to how a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis operates, once the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis has reached the brain of a mammal. The Vril Type 1 proboscis, which contains the Vril Type 1's brain and spinal column, wriggles and wriggles inside a mammal's brain, driven by taste sensations, until the proboscis reaches the epicenter of consciousness in a mammal's brain, the claustrum. New Scientist, 2014, Newsy Science, 2014, UMSM, 2022a, UMSM, 2022b. It is the secretion of parasitical cells from the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis, inside a mammal's brain, which allows the Vril Type 1 proboscis to extinguish the mammal's consciousness, and create a host version of the mammal, via Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. The details above explains why Vril reptiles pose such a great threat to humans. Although the Vril Type 1 reptile species are toxic, nasty, venomous, and carnivorous, the use of the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis has the functionality to kill human consciousness and turn human beings into human hosts. The above explanations also form another reason governments and world leaders keep Vril reptiles secret. Governments and world leaders use the proboscises of Vril Type 1 reptiles as a biological weapon, to effectively replace human beings into Vril reptilian human hosts, and have compliant slaves. Human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptilian consciousness are compliant slaves, and loyal to the individual, or group of individuals who allow the Vril Type 1 reptiles to biologically body-snatch human beings. Corroborative evidences, the creation of a human host via Vril Type 1 proboscis. The droning ceremony. This is one of the creepiest and scariest pictures in the world, because the photograph above confirms 33rd degree Freemasonry knowledge, as well as the highest level Scientology knowledge. The picture presented above, which is used as the front cover of this document, is photographic evidence regarding the creation of a human host, also known as a drone via Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis. In this document, the photograph presented above helps to further corroborate and expose 33rd degree Freemasonry knowledge and the highest level Scientology knowledge. The photograph above details how Illuminati members and the Vril Society of the past conducted rituals regarding the creation of human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. The above photograph represents what is conversationally referred to as the shapeshift, as well as shapeshifting reptilians. However, in actuality, this shapeshift is not magical, mystical, or something which occurs in a different dimension, as many misinformationists would have the populace believe. Rather, the shapeshift involves the biological property of the Vril Type 1's reptile proboscis, whereby the Vril Type 1 ejects its proboscis from its Vril Type 1 reptile body, and as a result of this process, the Vril Type 1 no longer experiences life in its reptile body, but becomes just a proboscis which contains the Vril Type 1's small brain and spinal column. The Vril Type 1 proboscis then slithers into the eye of a human being, or mammal, parasitically extinguishes the consciousness of the human being, and then, the human body becomes a host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. This is what the shapeshift is. The shapeshift or reptilian shapeshifters is a metaphor for when a Vril Type 1 reptile stops being a Vril Type 1 reptile, through the process of ejecting its proboscis from its body, and becomes a human being via the biological body, snatching of a human body, as a result of a parasitical takeover, inside a human brain, which leads to the death of human consciousness, and results in a Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, controlling the entire mechanical functions of a human body. The Vril Type 1 shifts from its reptile body, via its proboscis, to parasitically dominate a human body. This is the actuality of what the shapeshift is, as well as the reality of what is referred to as reptilian shapeshifters. It is a one-way biological transfer, via the proboscis of a Vril Type 1 reptile. The shapeshift does not involve the human body morphing into reptilian form, and then back to human form, as some misinformationists would have the populace believe. Furthermore, the shapeshift is not mystical or magical, as misinformationists will also have the populace believe. However, the shapeshift or reptilian shapeshifters involves Vril Type 1 reptiles. The term reptilian shapeshifters is a reference to Vril Type 1 reptiles, and how Vril Type 1s are the reptiles which shift from their reptile bodies via the ejection of the Vril Type 1 proboscis. The term reptilian shapeshifters also references how Vril Type 1 reptiles parasite a human brain via the Vril Type 1 proboscis, and then control the entire mechanical functions of a human body via a parasitical takeover. Moreover, after Vril Type 1 parasitical takeover, although a person may still look human on the outside, inside the human body is a reptile consciousness, a Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. The explanation above is the practical and real terms of what people who are privy to the information of Vril reptiles are actually referring to when they say that person is a reptile or that person is a parasite. In some instances, people who know about the information regarding Vril reptiles are actually hinting to those unaware that a specific person is actually not human, with human consciousness, but has Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, and in other instances, some people are intentionally trying to condition and misinform people with such statements. Nonetheless, now the reader knows the real truth. With reference to the term reptilian shapeshifters, it is a reference about Vril Type 1 reptiles. Furthermore, with respect to the photograph above, regarding the creation of human hosts via Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis, the ritual/shapeshift is horrifying to behold, and I have witnessed the creation of Vril human hosts via Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis as a REM driven human clone version of myself from the stands of the arena at the cloning center. I have also witnessed video footage concerning the creation of human hosts via Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis at the cloning center, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM driven human clone version of myself. What happens during the ritual, as it is depicted in the photograph, is that a 8-foot-tall Vril Type 1 reptile hops out of the box, on the round table, which can be seen in the center of the photograph above. After the Vril Type 1 reptile has hopped out of the box, found on top of the round table in the photograph, the Vril Type 1 reptile then motions over to the restrained and unconscious man in the center of the photograph, who can be found in the chair, with his head bowed. The man who is sitting in the chair, restrained and unconscious, is not the leader of this ritual. Rather, this man is one of the most unfortunate souls in this world, because this man is about to be parasitically taken over by a Vril Type 1 reptile and made into a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, or what is conversationally known as a drone. The Vril Type 1 jumps onto the lap of the restrained and most likely unconscious man. The Vril Type 1 reptile then ejects its proboscis from its body, which leads to the death of the Vril Type 1 reptile body. The Vril Type 1 reptile, which is now just a proboscis, slithers into the eye of the restrained and unconscious human, and takes over the human being, parasitically. The human body needs approximately 1 month's recovery time after Vril Type 1 reptilian parasitical takeover. The newly created human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness gets access to some of the memories of the previous human's life experiences, after the parasitical takeover of a human body, but the newly created human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness does not get access to all the memories of the previous human's life experiences. The consciousness of the human being completely dies, after Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover, and the human consciousness which controlled the human body is forever gone. The man in the center of the picture really was one of the most unfortunate souls in the world. This is a terrible way to die. Notice how the man's head is bowed, and his arms are restrained, so that he could not provide any resistance to the parasitical takeover of a Vril Type 1 reptile. The people who stand around in a semi-circle fashion to the left and right of the photograph are either already human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, extremely scared human beings who must comply with this ritual, or some of these people are humans, but extremely evil human beings, who know exactly what is about to happen to the man sitting in the chair, in the center of the photograph. The people who stand around in a semi-circle fashion are there to witness the death of a human being via Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. Creating Vril human hosts via Vril Type 1 parasitical takeover is an everyday occurrence. Moreover, Illuminati members create Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness in a manner similar to that displayed in the photograph above, in the Dirt Circle Arena, at the above ground cloning center, in Western Canada. The Illuminati creates human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, drones, every day. Often, when the Illuminati creates human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, they do not do the ritual as it is displayed in the photograph above. Rather, Illuminati members will usually just grab a person, pin that person down so that the person is restrained, and incapable of freeing herself/himself from the grip of handlers, while another person holds the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis, quill, over an eye of the restrained person. The Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis slithers through the eye of the human, and then parasitically extinguishes the human being's consciousness, and there is no need then for a ritual, as it is depicted in the photograph. Other times, the Illuminati members create a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness by placing the live Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis, quill, in a duffel bag, and once the Illuminati members select a person to become a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, the person is also pinned down by handlers, and the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis is removed from the duffel bag, and placed over the eye of the restrained person, so that the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis can slither into the person's eye and parasitically extinguish the person's consciousness. Other times, Illuminati members will ensure a person gets drunk, or the person ingests a date rape drug, so that the person also becomes stupefied and can also be made into a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, because the person is either too drunk or unconscious and cannot defend themselves. There is no magic to creating parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, because as the reader can deduce, it is a biological takeover, which is a one-way transfer, via Vril Type 1 proboscis. Once a human host of Vril Type 1 consciousness is created as a result of Vril Type 1 parasitical takeover, the Vril Type 1 proboscis cannot shift back into a Vril Type 1 reptile body viaduct the proboscis organ into another mammal's body. It is a one-way transfer which leads to the death of human consciousness, and the creation of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Moreover, there is not any shape-shifting, or morphing of any kind. It is a one-way neurological, biological, and parasitical takeover only. The Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis enters through an eye, dominates the brain, and metaphorically shape-shifts into a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, which controls the entire mechanical functions of a human body, through extinguishing human consciousness. The ritual, photographed above, also references what was referred to in the past as demonic possession or the demonic possession ritual. This is because Vril Type 1 reptiles have conversationally been referred to as demons, and for a person to be parasitically taken over by a Vril Type 1 reptile, was also conversationally referred to as being possessed by a demon. The Illuminati creates many Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousnesses every day, and the creation of human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is very real, and very scary. This 33rd degree Freemasonry knowledge, and highest level Scientology and occult knowledge, forms by far some of the scariest truths of this world. However, as humans we still have to be brave, we still have to ensure this information reaches many people across the world speedily, and we still have to ensure the eradication of all species of Vril reptiles and the death of all Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. The creation of human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is widespread, and therefore, all the Vril reptilian human hosts must be destroyed. The human population of Earth outnumbers the primeval Illuminati members, responsible for these atrocities by 1,000,000 to 1. Therefore, we must also ensure that as humans we remain calm during the exposure and worldwide divulgement of the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, while we raise awareness about R.E.M. driven human cloning, the threat of Vril reptilian parasites and more. We must do all these things, and remain calm, and ensure we also avoid panic, if we are to be successful in the full and worldwide exposure concerning all topics involving the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, which includes the threat of the subterranean troglodytes known as Vril. Questions about the authenticity of the creation of human host of Vril Type 1 picture. Furthermore, people usually have many questions once they become informed that the above photograph references the creation of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. The answers to some of these questions are included here. One very popular question is, who took the above photograph, because a member would not leak this picture, and a regular person would not be there, and, how was this picture leaked to the public? Was there an intruder with a hidden camera who managed to take this picture, and expose it, or was it intended? The answers to these questions are, this is an old picture of the ritual process which references the creation of a Vril human host via Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis. It is one of the only publicly leaked pictures which reference the creation of a Vril human host via Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis. An Illuminati member leaked the above photograph, and the picture is intentionally leaked. Moreover, the Illuminati, as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves, told me about the authenticity of this photograph, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM-driven human clone version of myself at the Cloning Center, in Western Canada. There is a display of this picture at the Cloning Center, and Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness worship the above photograph. There are also regular, everyday people who attended the cloning centers, or deep underground military bases, which also have an entire floor dedicated to human cloning, and REM sleep-driven human cloning. Another frequently asked question about the photograph, which references the creation of Vril human hosts of Vril type 1 reptiles, is, how do the Illuminati members get the unconscious guy sat in the chair in the photograph? Does the person agree to give up their soul, in other words, their consciousness, which gets transferred to a Mark II, REM sleep-driven, human clone, and in turn give up their human body, for the Vril type 1 reptile to parasitically take over their body willingly, and what happens to the consciousness of the person? In order to create a Vril parasite human host, of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, the Illuminati members have to get a human being's real body, to the above ground cloning center or to any of the deep underground military bases. The human being, such as the person in the photograph, sitting in the chair, is either kidnapped, tricked, and deceived, and then restrained, withheld, or beaten to the point that he is weakened and unconscious, and this is an example of how the real bodies of human beings are brought to the above ground cloning centers or any of the deep underground military bases, to be made into Vril human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, via the proboscis of a Vril type 1 reptile. The Illuminati turns real people, with human consciousness in their real human bodies, into Vril human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. By obtaining the real bodies of human beings, through kidnappings, trickery, deceit, and psychological warfare. Human beings never willingly subject themselves to a Vril type 1 reptile parasitical takeover, nor do human beings ever willingly give up their bodies to be taken over by a Vril type 1 reptile. Look carefully again at the photograph, and you will notice that the man in the photograph is restrained and beaten. He is not willingly giving up his consciousness to be extinguished by a Vril type 1 reptile, and the man is not willingly giving up his human body to be completely dominated by a Vril type 1 reptile. Human beings never willingly subject themselves to be taken over by a Vril type 1 reptile, and there is only one case example where a human being willingly subjected herself to be taken over by a Vril type 1 reptile. This was a very unfortunate and saddening story, where a little girl who did not understand the implications of what was about to happen to her, was extremely saddened to learn that her parents were Vril human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, and her parents had agreed for the Illuminati to also make the little girl into a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. Due to the little girl's lack of understanding of what was about to happen to her, and the sadness she felt that her own parents were Vril human hosts of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, the little girl willingly agreed to also be made into a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness, although she was very young to understand the implications of her decision. The Illuminati, without hesitation, let a Vril type 1 reptile parasitically extinguish the consciousness of the little girl, via Vril type 1 proboscis takeover, and the little girl's consciousness was forever extinguished in her human body, and as a result, the little girl's human body was then completely controlled and operated by a Vril type 1 reptile consciousness from that point onwards. Many people who attended the cloning center as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves at the cloning center were depressed about what happened to the little girl, and many people who attend the cloning centers as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves, hated the human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness which body-snatched the little girl's human body, as a result of a Vril type 1 biological parasitic takeover, whenever this Vril human host of Vril type 1 consciousness, which now controlled the entire mechanical functions of the little girl's human body, returned to the above ground cloning center in Western Canada. Furthermore, because the Illuminati has to obtain real human bodies, to create human hosts of Vril type 1 consciousness, the creation of human host of Vril type 1 consciousness does not just happen at the above ground cloning center in Western Canada, or the deep underground military bases. The creation of human hosts of Vril type 1 consciousness also happens in hospitals, prisons, and psychiatric hospitals, mental wards. The photograph is just a ritual of the creation of a human host of Vril type 1 consciousness. The Illuminati does not need to do the ceremony depicted in the photograph, to create a human host of Vril type 1 reptile consciousness. The Illuminati can just create human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, when someone comes to hospital and the person is put under general anesthesia, IBID. The Illuminati also targets inmates and patients in psychiatric hospitals. In short, the Illuminati targets individuals that people will not miss. Lonely souls which will not be missed are targeted by the Illuminati to be made into Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. I made a song about this very situation as a REM-driven human clone version of myself from the cloning center, called The World is Darker, performed by Never-Ending White Lights, Skothic Breenax, 2008, Genius 2007. The example where the Illuminati targets people in hospitals to create Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is what the Illuminati term psychological warfare. Some Illuminati members refer to this as psychological warfare because people go to hospital with the expectation to recover from ailments, because they are in a vulnerable state, and want to restore their health. However, in some instances, people become worse off after a hospital visit, because some people are unsuspectingly microchipped, or in the worst case scenario, made into a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, after a visit to hospital. Some hospitals have deep underground connecting tunnels. After a human being has had a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis enter an eye, and parasitically extinguish the consciousness of a human being, yes, it is possible that the newly created human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness will look normal and indistinguishable from another human being who has not had a Vril Type 1 reptile parasitically extinguish their human consciousness. Biologically, the person who has a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis enter an eye, will then need to take medical tests, to confirm unequivocally, whether she/he is now indeed a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness or not. To answer the third question above, regarding what happens to the human consciousness which was once in the human body, and controls the entire mechanical functions of the human body dies, and the human consciousness belonging to the human body, is extinguished forever, after Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. The Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness then dominates the human body completely, and the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness uses the human body to walk and talk like the human being who had her/his consciousness extinguished, as a result of Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. Other people have stated to me that the picture concerning the ritual involving creation of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness looks similar to the shape of an eye, with respect to how the men are positioned in an oval type shape which can represent an outer layer of an eye. Then there is the first platform, which could represent the sclera, white outer layer of an eyeball. Then there are 4 platforms, which could represent the iris of an eye. Then a round table sits atop, on the 4th platform, positioned in the center, with a box on top of the round table, and this could represent the pupil of an eye. The fact that the photograph depicts a ritual corroborating the creation of a Vril human host via a Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis, whereby the ritual is conducted to represent the shape of an eye, and that such a photograph was intentionally leaked by an Illuminati member, signifies that all of the above-mentioned points will have been conducted, and would have been orchestrated deliberately. The Illuminati uses plenty of eye symbolism, and the fact that this ritual, which was intentionally photographed to be leaked publicly, was conducted in the shape of an eye, whereby a Vril Type 1 parasitical reptile ejects its reptile proboscis into the eye of a human being, is neither accident nor coincidence. The ritual, regarding the creation of a human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, as well as the eye symbolism in the photograph, is deliberately orchestrated by the Illuminati to flaunt their power, and laugh in the face of the populace of the world, because the Illuminati's crimes against humanity still continue in the background of the world without reprisals. Furthermore, the people lined up in a semi-circle fashion, to the left and right of the photograph, are members of the Thule Society, pronounced Thule. The Thule Society is based in Germany, with branches in Scandinavian and Nordic countries such as Finland and Norway. Nonetheless, there are members of the Thule Society all over the world. The people in the above photograph would have either been human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness themselves, or scared human beings who had little choice but to comply with such a ritual, mixed with human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, and human beings who are nothing but rotten and evil to the core. The Nazis created many human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness by using the proboscises of Vril Type 1 reptiles to create Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. There are plenty of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness across the world, and this situation involving Vril reptiles and Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is a terrible problem. Furthermore, the Illuminati uses misinformationists or agents of deception to misinform the public with half-truths. The misinformationists will then report back to the Illuminati about members of the public who are likely to be troublesome to the Illuminati's aims. The regular everyday people who are likely to be troublesome to the Illuminati's aims are then cloned as REM-driven human clones, and have their consciousness unwillingly transferred to their REM-driven human clone alternatives, whenever these people sleep, in order to be victimized by the Illuminati members as REM-driven human clones at the cloning center. In other instances, members of the public are killed by the Illuminati, because the misinformation agents report to the Illuminati concerning certain members of the public who are likely to be troublesome or pose great threats to the Illuminati's aims. The threat of Vril reptiles and the situation involving Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness in the world is extremely terrible. Furthermore, the threat of Vrils and human hosts of Vril Type 1 consciousness is the reason why the Russian Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev said in December 2012, if the world knew about how many aliens were among us on Earth, it would cause panic. Sky News, 2012, Worldwide Vids 97, 2012. The real implication of Medvedev's statement is that there are many Vril reptiles and many Vril parasite human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, everywhere across this world. However, do not be fooled. The leaderships of Russia and China, as well as a few Arab states, have created plenty of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, in a military precision fashion. The leadership of China created more Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness than all nations of Earth combined. The leadership of Russia is complicit with the creation of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Russia is currently trying to look like the good guys on the political forefront. Nonetheless, the leadership of Russia controls whoever is the President of the United States, from behind the scenes, as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves, at the cloning center. During President Barack Obama's presidency, Obama was fully owned and controlled through the advent of REM-driven human cloning at the cloning center, as if Obama was Russia/China's robot. The 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama, was a total puppet of Russian leadership/Chinese leadership. This is not a guess, nor am I assuming this. I witnessed a REM-driven human clone version of Barack Obama having to take direct orders promptly, from Russian and Chinese leaderships. Former President Barack Obama had no say whatsoever at the cloning center, and former President Obama was a figurehead used by Russian leadership/Chinese leadership in order to further the goals of the New World Order, NWO, and ensure the further demise of America from within. The above statements are also true for the current and 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump also has no say whatsoever at the cloning center, and Trump is completely controlled as a REM-driven human clone version of himself, from behind the scenes as a REM-driven human clone version of himself at the cloning center. Trump must also follow orders promptly from Russian leadership/Chinese leadership. Trump, too, is also used as a figurehead to ensure the demise of America from within, in order to further the goals of the New World Order. The American presidency is completely compromised because of R.E.M. driven human cloning technology, and it is therefore time the American people took back their country. Circumstantial evidences in support of suspected human hosts of Vril Type 1. Chicago Reporter explains why he looked so creepy in Matt Forte interview. The video clip above is included here to reference the likelihood of a suspected Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. It must be stressed that the reporter in this video clip is referred to as a suspected Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, rather than an actual Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, because medical tests must be conducted to unequivocally demonstrate the presence of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Furthermore, although it is difficult to tell whether a person is actually a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness have certain characteristic traits common among Vril human hosts. Some characteristic traits of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness are: one eyeball sticks out further than the other eyeball. This is because the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis slithers into an eye socket, either left or right, and the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis goes behind an eye and spirals around the optical nerve, and sometimes this process causes swelling to the brain, and as a result, causes that particular eyeball, either left or right, to stick out further than the other, after the biological body snatching of a human body. Therefore, some Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness have one eye which pops out further than the other. However, it must be stressed that such an occurrence does not unequivocally demonstrate or determine that an individual is actually a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, because there are natural humans with human consciousness operating their bodies, who are not symmetrical, and naturally have such a characteristic trait, common among Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Medical tests help to unequivocally demonstrate the presence of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Another common characteristic trait of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is that Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness like to lick the lips of a human body, after biologically body snatching a human body, as a result of Vril Type 1 proboscis parasitical takeover. The reason human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness like to lick the lips of the newly acquired body, snatched human body, is because Vril Type 1 reptile bodies do not have a tongue. Vril Type 1 reptiles have a blood spike instead of a tongue. Moreover, as Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness experiencing life in a Vril Type 1 reptile body, it is not as soothing to the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness to pass its blood spike over the lips of a Vril Type 1 reptile body. Therefore, after a Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness body snatches a human body biologically, the human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness likes to lick the lips of their newly acquired body, snatched human body, because the tongue and lips of a human body are smooth, and the licking motion soothes the Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, and such a process is pleasurable to the Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Therefore, Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness love to lick the smooth soft lips of their acquired body, snatched human body. Nonetheless, despite the above common characteristic trait, common to Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, of course there will be natural humans with human consciousness in their human bodies who also repeatedly like to lick their lips. Therefore, it must be stressed again, that the best way to unequivocally determine the presence of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, is through medical tests, which help to determine whether an individual is in fact a Vril human host or not, with respect to any outwardly characteristic traits, common to Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Moreover, after newcomers to this information have read the descriptions about Vrils, Vril Type 1 reptiles, and have seen the corroborative evidences, which includes the video footage, drawings, and images of Vril Type 1 reptiles, and when it is known that there is a picture which is publicly leaked, intentionally, which references the ritual ceremonial creation of a Vril human host, of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, then, taking into account all the above information into consideration, the video referenced above is the video which newcomers watch and become convinced or think that there is a possibility of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousnesses walking the earth. The reason newcomers and others become convinced that the behavior displayed in the video could possibly be from a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness is because the behavior displayed by the reporter is not common human behavior at all, and it does reference a common characteristic trait of Vril human hosts of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. Nevertheless, it must be stressed that this video clip does not unequivocally demonstrate and prove an actual Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, but it is included here to reference the likelihood of a suspected Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness, and it must be stressed again, that medical tests must be conducted in order to unequivocally demonstrate the presence of a Vril human host of Vril Type 1 reptile consciousness. The links to the above video are referenced, for the reader to review, Daily Mail Online, 2013a, Yahoo, 2013a, Yahoo, 2013b. Circumstantial evidences in support of Vril Type 2. Artist's drawing and interpretation of Vril Type 2 reptile. Note the claws of the Vril Type 2 reptile. Refer to the biology and anatomy of the Vril Type 1 reptile, on page 65, and note the similarities between Vril Type 1 reptile and Vril Type 2 reptile. Note how the Vril Type 1 reptile and Vril Type 2 reptile look similar in biology and anatomy. The Vril Type 2 reptiles look similar to the Vril Type 1 reptilian race in biology and anatomy. However, the difference between the Vril Type 1 reptiles and the Vril Type 2 reptiles is that the Vril Type 2 reptiles have a proboscis sheath which covers their proboscis, and the Vril Type 2 reptiles walk in a sideways fashion, because of the design of a Vril Type 2's joints. There aren't many clear, objective, and public corroborative evidences which reference Vril Type 2 reptiles, for such evidences to be displayed here. Nonetheless, the reader can review the images of Vril Type 1 reptiles, and the image above, to glean some idea of what Vril Type 2s may possibly, physically look like. The reader should also keep in mind the characteristic difference between Vril Type 1 reptiles and Vril Type 2 reptiles, which is the proboscis sheath, to gain a better outlook regarding the physical appearance of Vril Type 2 reptiles. Moreover, in terms of my personal experience with Vril Type 2 reptiles, at first, I only saw small Vril Type 2 reptiles as a REM-driven human clone at the cloning center. However, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself, I later saw much larger Vril Type 2 reptiles, of up to 3 feet, 91 centimeters, in height at the cloning center, when I was activated unwillingly, through the process of consciousness transfer, from my original body to my REM-driven human clone. There are videos which the reader can find regarding duendes caught on camera on YouTube, although the videos are unclear, in terms of video output, and do not unequivocally demonstrate the appearances of Vril Type 2 reptiles. However, the conical hats that the Vril Type 2 reptiles, or duendes wear, in those videos, is to cover their proboscis sheath. Initially, when I saw the video footage of duendes walking sideways, in my waking life, in my real body, in waking life, and not as a REM-driven human clone, I did not think Vril Type 2 reptiles grew to be as big, as it can be seen in the video footage, JR55, 2016, and I thought to myself that, perhaps it was a child or a very short person, wearing a cone-shaped hat. However, the Vril Type 2 reptiles do grow to be as tall and as wide, as it is depicted in the video footage, JR55, 2016, and I know this from experience, from having met larger Vril Type 2 reptiles, as a REM-driven human clone version of myself at the cloning center, and realizing, Vril Type 2 reptiles can grow to be as much as 3 feet tall, 91 centimeters. The reader can search for duendes if it is the aim of her/him to find public evidence, somewhere, in regards to the actual appearance of Vril Type 2 reptiles. Moreover, the following video, JR55, 2016, is included below for the reader to have some idea with regards to Vril Type 2 reptiles. The video generated from 4:31 to 5:00 minutes, JR55, 2016, is unable to reliably show the appearance of a Vril Type 2 reptile or establish its identity. The conical hat worn, and the slanting gait, of whatever it is, which is shown in the video, lends itself to interpretation, ibid. As a REM-driven human clone version of myself, I can attest that I have seen the Vril Type 2s clearly, at the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada. Vril Type 2s do grow to be rather large, and they do walk sideways and wear conical hats to conceal their proboscis sheath. Corroborative evidences in support of Vril Type 3 reptiles. The following corroborative evidences which support the reality of Vril Type 3 reptiles, may initially prove difficult for newcomers to accept as reality, because the Vril Type 3 reptilian race have made themselves known to humanity in plain sight, and because of the manner which the Vril Type 3 reptilian race made themselves known, this will cause cognitive dissonance for some people. Furthermore, because of the characteristic features of Vril Type 3 reptiles, and the fact that the skin tone of Vril Type 3 reptiles makes the Vril Type 3 reptiles look similar to gray aliens, this will also cause cognitive dissonance for some people new to this information. Therefore, anyone who is struggling to accept that the following corroborative evidences in support of Vril Type 3 reptiles, go back to pages 50-59 of this document, and read the descriptions about Vril Type 3 reptiles, it should then become apparent that the following corroborative evidences match the descriptions of Vril Type 3 reptiles. One may still have cognitive dissonance after one has read the descriptions of Vril Type 3 reptiles, pp. 50-59, and reviewed the corroborative evidences here, for the simple reason that it will be initially difficult for some to accept that the characteristic features of a Vril Type 3 reptile is in fact real, and that such a creature exists as depicted in the corroborative evidences. Therefore, additional corroborative evidences are presented, such as cartouche rock carvings, statues, legends, myths, to present-day representations of Vril Type 3 reptiles in everyday life, to help the newcomer to this information understand the fact that the Vril Type 3 reptile race has been part of humanity's history, spanning many years. Furthermore, the fact that there are representations of Vril Type 3 reptiles from history, whereby the cartouche rock carvings, statues, legends, myths all appear to match the description of Vril Type 3 reptiles given in this document, and the fact that the cartouche rock carvings, statues, legends, and myths which look similar to the actual and real physical appearance of Vril Type 3 reptiles, should help newcomers experiencing cognitive dissonance realize that the corroborative evidences given here do in fact support the existence and current reality of Vril Type 3 reptiles. The first real and accurate depiction of the physical appearance of Vril Type 3 reptiles, given here, is from the 2002 movie, Star Wars, Episode II Attack of the Clones, 2002. The video clip provided below from the Star Wars, 2002, movie, allows the reader to review real Vril Type 3 reptiles. The Vril Type 3 reptiles are referred to as common-known aliens in the Star Wars movie, Attack of the Clones, 2002, and these depictions are actually real Vril Type 3 reptiles, and not CGI, computer-generated imagery. Tech Target, 2023, NFI, no date. The Vril Type 3 reptile race wanted to be seen in the movie Star Wars, Episode II Attack of the Clones, 2002, to gauge public opinion of their appearance. Therefore, the best-looking and young Vril Type 3 reptiles were used in the Star Wars, 2002, movie, and the Vril Type 3 reptiles shown in the Star Wars, 2002, movie, are the most attractive-looking Vril Type 3 reptiles the reader is likely to witness, ever, because Vril Type 3 reptiles get much uglier in terms of their physical appearances, and look like Pumpkinhead from the horror movie of the same title, 1989. Moreover, the Vril Type 3 reptiles, referred to as commie-known aliens in the 2002 Star Wars movie, oversee a cloning operation in the movie. George Lucas and others, who attend the above, ground cloning center in Western Canada, as REM, driven human clone versions of themselves, were extremely happy to put real Vril Type 3 reptiles in the Star Wars movie, 2002, so that the Vril Type 3 reptiles could be identified in the future. The illusion made in the Star Wars, 2002, movie forms a situational irony, AT.and, 2012, Masterclass, 2022, because the audience believes they are watching fictional aliens overseeing a cloning operation, when in actuality, the commie-known aliens references real terrestrial aliens, in real life, known as Vril Type 3 reptiles, that form a subset of the Illuminati's REM-driven human subculture, in reality. Evaluative conditioning, smart.pr, no date, De Hauer et al. 2001, Jones et al. 2010, Moss, 2016, such as the above example, where real terrestrial aliens are depicted in supposedly what is thought to be on the surface, a science fiction movie, or just a movie, happens often, because sometimes the primeval Illuminati members are flaunting their power, and say things such as "we're all powerful. Look what we can do and nothing can be done to stop it." As REM-driven human clone versions of themselves. Furthermore, Vril reptiles, and other aliens, like to laugh at humans from behind the scenes. Then of course there are other humans, trapped in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, who purposefully include these hints in entertainment, with the hopes that other humans will put the pieces together and warn the remainder of the populace with regards to the glaring situation humanity faces, and in turn save the lives of individuals trapped in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Review the video clip below, Bridgenshaw 1, 2020, and note the extremely long necks of the Vril Type 3 reptiles. Note the fact that the Vril Type 3 reptiles have big bulbous eyes. Note the fact that the male Vril Type 3 reptile, called the Prime Minister in the video clip, Bridgenshaw 1, 2020, has a mohawk feather hair fluff. Note how the Vril Type 3 reptiles have 3 fingers as described, and note how the voice of the female Vril Type 3 reptile is accurately depicted in the video clip. Star Wars Saga Latin America, 2019, Bridgenshaw 1, 2020, Star Wars Saga Latin America, 2020A, Star Wars Saga Latin America, 2020B. This is how the female Vril Type 3 reptiles sound like, in reality, with an oh-so-soothing voice. However, the female Vril Type 3 reptiles do not like talking like that constantly, because it hurts their throats, and the natural speaking tone of male and female Vril Type 3 reptiles sounds like Grover from the television show Sesame Street, Sesame Workshop, 2021, Sesame Street, 2023. Reminder, Vril Type 3 reptiles are mortal. They die. Phil Schneider shot and killed 2 Vril Type 3 reptiles in his real body, in his waking life, and lived to tell the tale. I have killed a female Vril Type 3, as a REM-driven clone. Bullets kill Vril Type 3 reptiles. Note the extremely long neck of a young Vril Type 3 female to the right of the image. Note the mohawk feather fluff, note the bulbous eyes, note the extremely long neck, and note the 3 fingers of the young male Vril Type 3 reptile, referred to as the Prime Minister in the video clip. Note the big bulbous eyes, note the nose lines, and note the long neck of the young female Vril Type 3 reptile, which is covered in a garment. Image of real young Vril Type 3 reptile as seen in the Star Wars, 2002, movie. Note the big bulbous eyes, note the nose lines which are a continuation of the young Vril Type 3's lips. This feature allows the Vril Type 3 reptiles to open their mouths extremely wide and latch onto people's faces. Note the long neck of the Vril Type 3 reptile. Scale model of a Vril type 3 reptile. Note the bulbous eye, note the mohawk feather fluff, note the fingers, and note the toes as seen in the scale model of the Vril type 3 reptile. Scale model of Vril type 3, to the left. Note the bulbous eyes, note the 3 fingers, and note the 2 toes as seen in the scale model of the Vril type 3 reptile. The images above of the Vril type 3 reptile are provided by Phil Schneider. Phil Schneider worked on a deep underground military base, where he met with Vril type 3 reptiles. Schneider shot at 2 Vril type 3 reptiles, which he killed, because Vril type 3s are mortal and do die. However, there was a third Vril type 3 reptile, which managed to cause injury to Phil Schneider, before Schneider could escape. Vril type 3 reptiles are what Schneider referred to as long-necked greys. Note the bony plates on the Vril type 3's reptilian body, which looks like armor plate. Note the extremely long neck, also supported by bony plates. The image above is a Vril type 3 reptile, without the ancient Egyptian headdress. Note the big bulbous eye, note the cleft in the upper lip, note the elongated head, and note the long neck of the Vril type 3 reptile, and compare it to the image below. When the above image is compared to the previous image, above, it allows us to realize that this is in fact a Vril type 3 reptile, covered in an Egyptian headdress. The bulbous eye of the Vril type 3 reptile, as well as the cleft in the upper lip of the Vril type 3 reptile, are still prominent, despite the Vril type 3 reptile wearing an Egyptian headdress. By comparing the two images, it allows us to realize the fact that the image references the same Vril type 3 reptile, and that Vril type 3s were entrenched in ancient Egyptian culture. The image above is not a Vril type 3 reptile. However, the image is included here to reference the fact that Vril type 3 reptiles can bend their legs just like the image above, and move in a quadruped fashion, which is Vril type 3's usual, natural posture. However, Vril type 3 reptiles mostly walk upright in a bipedal manner. There is no text on this page. The images above are of Pumpkinhead, 1989. The appearance of Pumpkinhead is similar to how some Vril type 3 reptiles can look like the older they get. Some Vril type 3 reptiles become extremely ugly in their old age and appear to look like Pumpkinhead, from the horror movie, 1989. Moreover, after Tila Tequila did her impromptu radio call, in about cloning centers in her waking life, the Vril type 3 reptile which screamed in the face of a REM-driven human clone version of Tila Tequila at the cloning center, looked similar to the images above, of Pumpkinhead. The threat of Vrils, all three types, is another reason celebrities are afraid to speak out about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. The two images above are of cartouche wall carvings which reference Vril type 3 reptiles. The images are from a tomb which was discovered in 2014, approximately. There are many ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and cartouche wall carvings which have been destroyed, in attempts to hide evidences of Vril reptiles. The first image above, to the left, depicts a cartouche wall carving of a Vril type 3 reptile. Note the big bulbous eyes, which is a characteristic feature of Vril type 3 reptiles. The second image above, to the right, verifies that the cartouche wall carving is of a Vril type 3 reptile in a robe, which wears a headdress. The Vril type 3 reptile is being offered a pheasant, by a human slave. There is also another pheasant to the lower left of the image. It can be inferred that the pheasant in the bottom left of the image is fleeing the presence of the Vril type 3. It is a pheasant's wing which is depicted in the lower left of the image, and not a praying mantis arm, as some people thought it was, when first confronted with the above images. Moreover, Vril type 3s like to consume poultry blood, and the image above further corroborates this fact, because the Vril type 3 is being offered a pheasant by a human slave. The image of the painting to the left is of a man worshipping Quetzalcoatl, Ibid. Quetzalcoatl is another name for Vril type 3. Note the gray and scaly nature of the reptilian to the right of the image. Note the feathers which it wears. Note the bulbous eye of the reptilian, which references a characteristic feature of Vril type 3 reptiles. Quetzalcoatl was a Vril type 3 reptile. It wore a mask, because humans have an instinctual fear of Vril type 3 reptiles. Moreover, Vril type 3 reptiles like jewelry and gold, and would wear expensive and flashy jewelry and other possessions, as is depicted in the image. Also note that the man is dressed similar to Quetzalcoatl, the Vril type 3 reptile, to show his allegiance and worship of Quetzalcoatl, the Vril type 3 reptile. The images above are of Mothman, Ibid. Real History, 2022. The images above are of Mothman, Ibid. Real History, 2022. Mothman is a Vril Type 3 reptile, and the legend of Mothman also references Vril Type 3 reptiles. Vril Type 3s can look as menacing as Mothman. In reality, Vril Type 3 reptiles do not possess actual wings. Therefore, the legend of Mothman is a reference to a real species of subterranean aliens known as Vril Type 3 reptiles. The reader can compare the real images of Vril Type 3 reptiles, above, pp. 85-90, which is depicted in this document, and note the similarities to Mothman, here. Moreover, the reader should note the big bulbous eyes of Mothman, which is also a characteristic feature of Vril Type 3 reptiles. There is no text on this page. The above image, Omniology, no date, references dead Vril Type 3 reptiles, which died resulting from a failed hibernation attempt. Note how the fingers are placed by the toes. Vril Type 3s place their fingers by their toes during hibernation. Vril Type 3s ensure efficient circulation to their limbs by placing their fingers by their toes, to ensure that the entire body of a Vril Type 3 freezes at the same rate during hibernation. Sometimes Vril Type 3s die during hibernation because their heads become exposed. This leads to the upper half of Vril Type 3's body thawing while the rest remains in ice. I have not examined skeletons of Vril Type 3s at the cloning center as a REM, driven human clone version of myself. However, the dimensions depicted in the above image, Ibid, correctly references Vril Type 3 reptiles. Note the long necks of the Vril Type 3 skeletons, and note the forearm spikes of the Vril Type 3 reptilian skeleton, circled in red. The images to the left displays Lady Gaga holding what appears to be a dried-up Vril Type 3 reptile claw. Daily Mail Online 2013, Just Jared, 2013, Metro. 2013. It is difficult to determine the authenticity of the claw, with respect to whether it actually is a real dried-up Vril Type 3 reptile claw or not. Therefore, because we must remain objective, it is best to state that it is inconclusive to state whether the images presented here are of an actual Vril Type 3 reptile claw or not. Nevertheless, and hypothetically speaking, if a Vril Type 3 reptile claw was dissected and preserved, it would look like what Lady Gaga holds in these images. Although the authenticity of the claw cannot be conclusively determined, what can be said, from my experience from having met Lady Gaga as a REM-driven human clone version of herself, while I was also a REM-driven human clone version of myself, is that Lady Gaga sits in the arena of the cloning center, as a REM-driven human clone version of herself, with the 1-foot-tall Vril Type 1 reptiles sitting on her lap, and Lady Gaga pets the Vril Type 1 reptiles, as if the Vril Type 1 reptiles are pets. It is disgusting. Viewer discretion is advised. This video, Dark, 2010, is corroborative evidence which usually convinces people that Vril Type 3 reptiles are real, once they hear the following audio tape, and know exactly what is being referenced, in addition to other evidences provided in this document. The audio tape is corroborative and authentic evidence of Vril Type 3 reptiles screaming into a microphone. It is not the voice of a woman screaming into the audio tape, it is Vril Type 3 reptiles screaming, and that is the way Vril Type 3 reptiles scream. The Siberian miner who recorded the audio had drilled into a hollow pocket deep beneath the Earth's surface, and the primitive group of Vril Type 3 reptiles, which are isolationists, noticed the microphone and were afraid of the microphone. A Vril Type 3 reptile then proceeded to scream at the microphone. Vril Type 3 reptiles scream when they are threatened. Vril Type 3 reptiles scream for dominance, and in this instance the primitive group of Vril Type 3 reptiles were screaming at the microphone for the purpose of trying to scare whatever they thought it was away. The Siberian miner then took his findings to the Russian government. However, the Russian government quickly dismissed the Siberian miner's findings as a hoax. The Russian government then added background noise to the original audio tape, and falsified a temperature report, stating that the Siberian miners' findings must be a hoax, because nothing could live at 2000 degrees. I am unsure about what the background noise is, but the background noise was added by the Russian government. Nonetheless, the environment that the miner inserted his microphone into was not 2000 degrees. There are some Vril Type 3 reptiles which have deeper toned screeches than the sounds recorded in the video. Dark, 2010. There are also some Vril Type 3 reptiles which have highly pitched screeches. The audio recording in the video is the same type of scream that the Vril Type 3 reptile, which looks like Pumpkinhead, 1989, did to a REM-driven human clone version of Tila Tequila, the evening when Tila Tequila did a spontaneous radio show disclosing information about the cloning centers in her waking life, Astral 7 IGHT, 2013b. As a REM-driven human clone version of myself, I have heard Vril Type 3 reptiles screech at the above-ground cloning center in Western Canada, more times than the reader realizes, and therefore, I can confirm, the audio recording is not a woman screaming. Conclusion: be the guardian and protector. Destiny now calls you to be in concluding this discourse on the clandestine reality of Vril reptiles. Let us not equivocate, dodge, quibble over the gravity of the revelations unveiled. This is not a mere intellectual exercise but an urgent plea to confront a malevolent force that lurks in the shadows of our existence. The revelations presented demand our collective attention, transcending the boundaries of skepticism and plunging into the stark reality that confronts us. Vril reptiles. In the subterranean depths of our world, a battle ensues, one not waged on conventional battlegrounds, but within the recesses of the human mind. The Vril reptiles, an ancient threat with the capacity to parasitize human brains, represent a danger that defies the boundaries of mere speculation. It is a threat that has persisted for millennia, ensnaring unsuspecting human souls and extinguishing the very essence of humanity. Vril reptiles. The internal conflict faced by our protagonist, Donald Marshall, mirrors a universal struggle, one against the violation of freedom, autonomy, and the sacred sovereignty of our consciousness. It is a struggle we must all embrace. The revelation of Vril reptiles is not a fantastical narrative, it is a stark reminder of the fragility of our autonomy in a world where unseen forces seek to subjugate our very minds. Vril reptiles. As we grapple with the implications of this Vril reptilian disclosure, the message resounds: do not waste the knowledge you have obtained. The parasitic takeover of human brains by Vril reptiles is not a speculative theory but a tangible threat that occurs every day, potentially to any one of us. The murder of human consciousness, the extinguishing of individual autonomy, and the grotesque transformation of a human body into a vessel for Vril reptilian consciousness, these are not dystopian fictions but a sobering reality that demands our attention. Vril reptiles. The strength of this narrative lies not merely in its revelatory nature but in its call to action. This is not a passive observation but a collective battle against the encroaching darkness. The descriptions and appearances of Vril reptiles, the discussions on their strengths and weaknesses, the preferred choice of food, and the methods to detect the presence of human hosts of Vril reptilian consciousness, all these serves as armaments, weapons, for humanity in the face of an ancient threat. Vril reptiles. The climax of this story is not a Hollywood fantasy, it is a sudden reversal of the stakes at their highest point of tension. The external, internal, and philosophical stakes converge to a moment of truth, demanding a clear pass or fail. Consider the external risks: friends and family unknowingly at risk of Vril reptilian infiltration, the internal stakes of losing one's autonomy and consciousness, and the philosophical implications of a battle for the very essence of what it means to be human, our consciousness. The destiny of humanity hinges on our ability to free ourselves from the grips of the Illuminati's REM sleep-driven human cloning subculture, the threat of Vril reptiles, and compel our friends and family to seek freedom, and claim autonomy over our consciousness. In reflecting on this journey, readers must not succumb to passive contemplation. The message conveyed is not one of intellectualized possibilities but a clarion call to actively participate in divulging this crucial information. The stakes are not confined to the pages of this narrative, they extend to the very fabric of our reality. The revelation of Vril reptiles is not a singular event but a catalyst for action, a call to arms against oppression, bodily subversion, and the imminent threat to human consciousness. The emotions stirred by this conclusion are not mere sentimentality, they are the visceral response to a reality that demands our attention. Trust, energy, enthusiasm, outrage, determination, love, and reflection, they are not fleeting emotions but the catalysts for change. The responsibility now rests squarely on the shoulders of the reader. They are not mere spectators but active participants in the fight against the encroaching darkness. Vril reptiles. In closing, let the resonance of this message echo in the corridors of our consciousness. The threat of Vril reptiles is not an abstract concept, it is a tangible danger that demands our collective vigilance. This is not the end but a call to action, a call to save humanity from the insidious clutches of a threat that has persisted for too long in the shadows. Vril reptiles. The knowledge imparted is not to be idly held but wielded as a weapon against the lurking darkness. Vril reptiles. As readers step into the light, they must carry with them not only the weight of revelation but the responsibility to protect the sanctity of consciousness from the encroaching threat of the Vril reptiles. Step forward as the guardian and protector against the threat of Vril reptiles. Embrace the role of an active participant, a protagonist, and an activist working to bring an end to the Vril reptilian agenda and the looming threat. Your awareness of the secret of Vril, that an ancient saurian reptile can parasitize human brains, positions you as the defender and guardian your destiny now calls you to be for your friends and family. Bonus Chapter Phase 4 Information: The reason Illuminati and Vril Type 1 reptiles eat gold. The Illuminati likes gold, for many reasons. One of the reasons the Illuminati wants gold so badly is very strange, so be prepared. The reason the Illuminati wants gold so desperately forms part of Phase 4 information, of Donald Marshall's disclosures about the Illuminati. Phase 4 information also concerns facts about today's Illuminati. However, Phase 4 facts about the Illuminati sound absolutely absurd and unbelievable on the surface. For this reason, it is not worth losing people with unbelievable and wacky-sounding truths, beyond the realms of what people are accustomed to, in terms of their everyday worldview. The mission is to save the world from the clandestine operations of the Illuminati. It is therefore important for me to divulge information about the Illuminati at a pace which allows others to understand truths about the Illuminati, and how the Illuminati operate secretly out of public view. Furthermore, it is understood by me that many truths concerning the Illuminati involve topics which are initially challenging, confusing, or foreign to many people. For this reason, it is necessary to give people the time to understand and accept a topic about the Illuminati as truth, and then present the next topic. Nonetheless, the reason the Illuminati wants gold so badly is absurd, but it has to be said, because it involves the manipulation of natural gold reserves, as well as a possible psychological operation to harvest all the world's gold. The reason the Illuminati want gold is hard to fathom, even with everything I have already mentioned. The topics of REM sleep, driven duplication, human cloning, Vril reptiles and the Vril agenda, is initially challenging for most people to understand. This is because the main topics of REM sleep, driven human cloning, Vril reptiles and the Vril agenda, are foreign topics for most people. Therefore, it is understandable that it takes people some time to finally realize that such topics presented by me are in fact true. Nevertheless, the most important topics in humanity's deep-rooted problems stem from the different forms of human cloning, Vril reptiles and the Vril agenda. The following information concerning the Illuminati's obsession with gold involves many different topics which have already been addressed. It concerns almost all of the topics which have been discussed previously: human cloning, REM sleep, driven human cloning, Vril reptiles, and consciousness microchips. It is the reason the Illuminati want gold. The small Vril Type 1 reptiles have been discussed extensively in this document. Recall that Vril Type 1 reptiles have a caustic, nasty spit, because of their ability to regurgitate their stomach acid. The stomach acid of Vril Type 1 reptiles must be one of the nastiest, most highly concentrated acids in the world. The Vril Type 2 reptiles and Vril Type 3 reptiles do not have the ability to regurgitate stomach acid, and both the Vril Type 2 reptiles and Vril Type 3 reptiles do not have nasty and highly concentrated stomach acids, such as the Vril Type 1 reptiles. Nonetheless, the Vril Type 3 reptiles do have a narcotic-like spit. In alchemy, the term chrysopoeia means transmutation into gold. The powers that be, the Illuminati, know how to make gold. In other words, the Illuminati know how to artificially make gold. Gold can be synthesized in two ways, by using a particle accelerator, such as the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, Ars Technica, 2018, CERN, 2024, The Guardian, 2024, or by using a nuclear reactor, LERNAN, 2013, Office of Nuclear Energy, 2023, World Nuclear Association, 2024. For all intents and purposes, the gold which is artificially made by the Illuminati is gold, in terms of its chemical composition, and the properties it can be used for. However, the gold which is artificially produced by the Illuminati lacks one certain sub-element, which the Illuminati want. The sub-element which the Illuminati want can be found only in natural gold, which is extracted from the earth, through the process of mining. The Illuminati cannot replicate this sub-element that they need, in their artificial gold that they make, and it is unknown to me, if there are still attempts, to replicate the sub-element the Illuminati needs, in their synthesized gold. The reason the Illuminati needs this sub-element to be present in their synthesized gold is because, the Illuminati feeds natural gold found in the earth, containing the sub-element which has not been created in the Illuminati's synthesized gold, to Vril Type 1 reptiles, and temporarily with the aid of their recorded human consciousness on a microchip, the Illuminati members experience what it feels like to eat natural gold, via a Vril Type 1 reptile body. However, Vril Type 1's heads are too small for the Illuminati to insert the microchips, containing human consciousness, into. The consciousness microchips are too big, and the Vril Type 1's brains are too small, in comparison. Therefore, the Illuminati attach a wire to the consciousness microchip, and insert the wire to the precise region of a Vril Type 1's brain, the area, in a Vril Type 1's brain, the microchip would have been inserted, if Vril Type 1's had bigger brains, and it just works. In other words, the person who has had their consciousness recorded on a microchip, can now experience what life feels like, in the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, because it is now their human consciousness, on a microchip, that temporarily inhabits and controls the bodily functions of the Vril Type 1 reptile. Nonetheless, the person's consciousness that inhabits the Vril Type 1's reptile body, does not have much motor function of the Vril Type 1 reptilian body, because it is disorienting to experience life through recorded consciousness on microchips, as well as disorienting to experience life, in bodies which are much different from the original. In spite of the side effects which occur, there are people in the Illuminati who choose to experience what life feels like in the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, via the aid of their recorded consciousness, which temporarily inhabits the brain of a Vril Type 1 reptile. The reason these people in the Illuminati choose to temporarily be a Vril Type 1 reptile, via their recorded consciousness on a microchip is absurd, and I did not want to tell the public at the time, but it had to be said. For a short period of time, because of the recorded human consciousness on a microchip, which is attached to a wire, which is then inserted into a certain region of a Vril Type 1's reptile brain, the human Illuminati member can experience life through the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile. At this point, the only thing which the Vril Type 1 reptile, with human consciousness inhabiting the Vril Type 1 brain does, is to lay on the ground. At the same time, other people, as REM sleep-driven human clones, in the cloning center, grind up the finest natural gold, and feed it to the Vril Type 1 reptile that has human consciousness inhabiting its brain. The Vril Type 1 reptile eats the natural gold, and washes it down with goat's blood or human blood, because goat's blood and human blood is what Vril Type 1 reptiles prefer to drink. The combination of the Vril Type 1s eating natural gold, and drinking either goat's blood or human blood, makes Vril Type 1 reptiles experience an extreme state of drug-induced euphoria. Eating natural gold makes Vril Type 1 reptiles very high, worse than heroin. Moreover, the Illuminati people, who have their consciousness on a microchip, inhabiting the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, also get to experience this extreme drug-induced euphoria, because it is their consciousness, temporarily in the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, while the Vril Type 1 reptilian body is experiencing an extreme high from eating natural gold. The Illuminati eat natural gold all the time, through the bodies of Vril Type 1 reptiles, so that they can experience an extreme drug-induced euphoria, worse than heroin. This is the reason there are gold for dollars and cash for gold adverts all over television. The purpose is to acquire natural gold, for the Illuminati to eat. The Illuminati eat plenty of natural gold, and consume vast amounts of gold. Many people do, and many rich people eat gold. However, I do not know if the Illuminati are still trying to make the sub-element which is lacking in manufactured gold, which the Illuminati are capable of producing. The sub-element, which is missing from the manufactured gold, is the key aspect which causes an extreme state of drug-induced euphoria, when Vril Type 1 reptiles eat natural gold. Nonetheless, although I do not know if the Illuminati are still persevering to make the required particle in their manufactured gold, I know for certain that the Illuminati eats natural gold, as well as eat gold through the bodies of Vril Type 1 reptiles. Because I have seen it done many times in the open of the dirt arena, as a REM sleep-driven human clone version of myself at the cloning center. Moreover, not only do the Illuminati members swallow natural gold, people like Queen Elizabeth II and Vladimir Putin, as REM sleep-driven duplication clones of themselves, have other REM sleep-driven human clones massage them with gold, while other REM sleep-driven human clones do other things in line with the topic of beauty treatments to the Vril Type 1 reptile with human consciousness, on the microchip, in its body, such as massaging the Vril Type 1 reptile that is laying on the ground eating gold, while it also drinks goat's blood, or human blood. All the people that eat natural gold through the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, and experience an extreme drug-induced euphoria, because their consciousness on a microchip temporarily inhabits a Vril Type 1 reptile body, act as if they are addicted to eating natural gold, through the bodies of Vril Type 1 reptiles, but they are not addicted. The reason people are not addicted to eating gold through the bodies of Vril Type 1 reptiles, via their recorded consciousness on a microchip, is because addiction only happens in the body the substance abuse takes place. For example, a person can have their consciousness transferred to a REM sleep-driven human clone, smoke, and become addicted to smoking cigarettes, but the symptoms of addiction will only happen in that REM sleep-driven clone body. Once their consciousness is transferred to a new REM sleep-driven human clone body, they are no longer addicted to smoking cigarettes, in the new REM sleep-driven human clone body, which their consciousness now inhabits. They will not be addicted to smoking cigarettes in their original body either, provided they only smoke as a REM sleep-driven clone, and do not smoke in their real body. Therefore, people that eat natural gold through the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile, via recorded consciousness on a microchip are not addicted, they only experience what it feels like when Vril Type 1 reptiles eat natural gold, temporarily, through the aid of the recorded consciousness on a microchip. Once the consciousness on the microchip is detached from the Vril Type 1 body, the extreme state of drug-induced euphoria that the person shared through the body of a Vril Type 1 reptile ends, because when humans eat natural gold, it does not stupefy the senses, or cause extreme euphoria, like it does for Vril type 1 reptiles. However, it is Vril type 1 reptiles that get addicted to eating natural gold, and not the people that share the experience of eating natural gold with the aid of having their recorded consciousness attached to a Vril type 1 reptile, because the substance abuse happens in a Vril type 1 reptile body. Yes, rich people eating gold, via their recorded consciousness on a microchip, attached to the body of a Vril type 1 reptile, is a little bit of what Phase 4 information contains. I do not like to disclose Phase 4 information yet, because Phase 4 information contains many unbelievable truths, and if Donald Marshall fails to raise the human population on the different types of human cloning, Vril reptiles, and the Vril agenda, then humanity is in trouble, especially me. Yes, there are people in the Illuminati that eat gold, through the body of a Vril type 1 reptile, via their human recorded consciousness on a microchip, attached by a wire, to a Vril type 1 brain. Furthermore, the nationals of some countries, such as Germany, are extremely annoyed and angered, by the fact that Queen Elizabeth II and the royals, and royalty from other countries and their friends, have eaten all the natural gold in their country, and replaced it with manufactured gold, which lacks the element that makes Vril type 1 reptiles experience an extreme state of drug-induced euphoria. German nationals, that attend the cloning centers as REM sleep-driven human clones, are extremely angered and annoyed, that Queen Elizabeth II and her friends have eaten all of Germany's natural gold through the bodies of Vril type 1 reptiles and replaced Germany's gold, with manufactured gold. Queen Elizabeth II stole plenty of German, Nazi gold, which she was keeping in British vaults. The former Pope, Benedict XVI, real name, Joseph Ratzinger, who is a German national, is extremely angered and annoyed, that Queen Elizabeth II and her friends have eaten all of Germany's gold, and replaced it with manufactured gold. The manufactured gold, which the Illuminati know how to make, works the same for everything else, such as electrical conductivity, 24-karat gold shiny rings, etc. However, because manufactured gold is missing one element, manufactured gold does not make Vril type 1 reptiles experience an extreme state of drug-induced euphoria, or extreme stupefaction. Manufactured gold does not make Vril type 1s get super high when Vril type 1 reptiles eat it. Phase 4 information contains many unbelievable sounding truths. Therefore, I would rather have REM sleep-driven human cloning, the different forms of human cloning, Vril reptiles and the Vril agenda proven first, with concrete evidences for the public, than divulge Phase 4 information about the Illuminati cloning centers to the public. Phase 4 information, about the Illuminati, contains truths which sound absolutely absurd on the surface, and it is for this reason, that I cannot afford to lose people on the basis of truths which are much different from the norm, because, basically, I am trying to save the world. Therefore, once one of the scumbags says, yes, there is human cloning, and it is possible to transfer consciousness from a person's real body to different duplicate human clone bodies, yes, we are bad, but there are these reptiles that call themselves Vril, that we are scared of, and Donald Marshall will explain. Then the world will know that the different types of human cloning, Vril reptiles and the Vril agenda, which I have disclosed, is true. People will then realize that the rest of my experiences from the Illuminati cloning centers is also true, which will include Phase 4 information. Once the world knows many truths about the Illuminati cloning centers, then I can retire. The most important information, which deals with the root causes of most of humanity's problems, such as the different forms of human cloning, consciousness microchips, Vril reptiles, and the Vril agenda, have now been revealed to the public. There are other aspects concerning the Illuminati cloning centers, which will get revealed in the Great Big Retribution, or Ratfest, which I am anticipating. Everyone that is part of the Illuminati's REM sleep-driven human cloning subculture, and remembers their sleep-driven human cloning experiences in their waking life, are going to try to save themselves, such as Beyoncé. Beyoncé wants to escape the Illuminati cloning centers as fast as possible. I need more people looking into the topics concerning the Illuminati's REM sleep-driven human cloning subculture. I know that there are many people reading this information about the Illuminati. However, it is unknown to me exactly how many people are reading this information to do with the Illuminati, or how many people have reached a point where they know the disclosures which are being presented are true, and a part of reality, through the process of exploring, researching, and filling in any gaps which they may have in their knowledge, in order to really understand the disclosures being presented. I must have plenty of people realizing and considering the truths contained in these disclosures, because the knowledge being presented here, about the Illuminati, is extremely urgent, and cannot be avoided, ignored, denied, or remain concealed from public knowledge. Furthermore, the Illuminati REM sleep-driven human clones have made demands on me, when I was unwillingly activated as a REM sleep-driven human clone, at the cloning center. The Illuminati do not want me to include everything I remember from my REM sleep-driven human cloning experiences at the above-ground cloning center, in Western Canada. The Illuminati want me to retract some information that has been previously disclosed to the public, about the Illuminati cloning centers, and lie. I said no to such a request made by the Illuminati. The Illuminati have been extremely angered by the fact that I disclosed to the world exactly what the Illuminati does with gold, natural and manufactured gold. Moreover, the Illuminati are crazy about eating gold. They harvest many things, and this includes hoarding gold. Eating natural gold, which the Illuminati does, through the bodies of Vril type 1 reptiles, is not something which is done on rare occasions, or even special ceremonial occasions. Eating natural gold through the bodies of Vril type 1 reptiles, in order to experience an extreme drug-induced euphoria, via human recorded consciousness on a microchip, is something that happens every day at the Illuminati. Illuminati cloning centers. It is an everyday occurrence. The Illuminati are crazy about gold. Moreover, when the gold passes through the digestive system of the Vril type 1 reptile, and the Vril type 1 reptile excretes the gold from its body, the gold becomes useless, which may be due to the gold passing through the Vril type 1's highly acid stomach. In other words, gold which is excreted from the Vril type 1's reptile body cannot be used for electrical conductivity, etc. And the other functions gold is used for. Natural gold does more to a Vril type 1 reptile, than the manufactured gold made by the Illuminati. Whenever the Vril type 1 reptiles eat natural gold, they get extremely high, and it gives the Vril type 1 reptiles a feeling which is better than heroin for them. Furthermore, the Illuminati REM sleep-driven human clones wanted me to tell the public, in my waking life, that there are a group of several alien species united in an alliance called the Covenant. This is not true, and I will not play along with the Illuminati's agenda. The Illuminati plan to fake a staged landing with ultra-technologically advanced aliens from outer space to demand the world's gold supply. There aren't any aliens returning. It will be a staged, fake, a psychological operation and a set-up, if the Illuminati ever go through with such plans. The ultra-technologically advanced aliens will say that they will take care of the Vril reptilian problem, but in return, the technologically advanced aliens want this world's gold supply. It will all be a great deception, so that the Illuminati can acquire all of this world's gold. Furthermore, for anybody who is having difficulty believing, and reaching a point, where he can accept that people in the Illuminati, as well as many rich people eat gold, watch the short video below, GQ 2014b. It is important to note the following from Donald Marshall's disclosure, with respect to the reason the Illuminati eat gold, through the bodies of Vril type 1 reptiles. Donald Marshall told the public about this topic, which deals with Phase 4 information, because it appears to Marshall's knowledge that the Illuminati were about to carry out a fake and staged psychological operation, for the purpose of harvesting the world's gold supply. Therefore, Donald Marshall was left with a choice to inform the world in regards to what the Illuminati does with natural gold, and the impending plans the Illuminati have to steal more of the world's gold supplies. Marshall told the public about what the Illuminati does with natural gold, so that humanity will be prepared and know exactly what is occurring, in the event the Illuminati undertakes their staged psychological operation, for the ultimate purpose of stealing all the world's gold. Donald Marshall first explained at length that the Illuminati eat natural gold through the bodies of Vril type 1 reptiles, during March 11, 2013, April 3, 2013, and June 16, 2013, on his Facebook timeline. The information about the Illuminati eating gold was told by Marshall in 2013, from March to June 2013. In 2013, Donald Marshall had not met the ultra-technologically advanced aliens as a REM sleep-driven human clone version of himself at the cloning center, such as Amun-Ra, Lucifer, Horus, Gilgamesh etc. that live on through subsequent clone bodies, and via their recorded consciousness. Consciousness on microchips, inserted into the clone bodies. To the best of Marshall's knowledge in 2013, it was not proven to him that there are groups of many technologically advanced aliens, such as Amun-Ra, Lucifer, Horus etc. allied together called the Covenant. Marshall did not meet these technologically advanced aliens, as a REM sleep-driven human clone version of himself at the cloning center, until 2014. Donald Marshall started to write about Amun-Ra, and the other technological aliens, on his Facebook timeline from approximately May 10, 2014 onwards. Therefore, because Marshall was unaware of the existence of such aliens in 2013, he stated what he knew as truth, to the best of his knowledge in 2013. For this reason, when Marshall tells the world in later years, during his 2016 interview on Paranormal Central, Squatch Zone, 2016A, Squatch Zone, 2016B, that there are a group of aliens allied together called the Covenant, he is simply stating new truths he learned, that has been proven to him repeatedly when he was unwillingly activated as a REM sleep-driven human clone version of himself at the cloning center. At that point, Marshall had been conversing with the technologically advanced aliens for over 2 years, since 2014, whenever he fell asleep in his real body and he was unwillingly activated as a REM sleep-driven clone, at the cloning center, by the Illuminati. Amun-Ra, Horus, Lucifer, Gilgamesh etc. The technologically advanced aliens are real, they are part of this reality, and also frequent the cloning centers. The existence of the technologically advanced aliens is corroborated by the fact that statues which were built of these beings in the Middle East, in ancient times, and have survived till this day, exactly match the physical appearances of the technological aliens Marshall, as well as other REM sleep-driven human clone victims have witnessed at the cloning centers, and described in their waking life. Moreover, there are many references to Amun-Ra etc. all through this world. The discussion and the existence of the technologically advanced aliens will be demonstrated to readers in upcoming documents. Nonetheless, the most important aspect to know about the technologically advanced aliens, right now, is that the technologically advanced aliens will not rid this world of the Vril reptilian problem. The technological aliens are part of the problem. The technological aliens want to be introduced to the world as nice aliens, but they are far from nice aliens. The technological aliens are at the very top of the Illuminati pyramid structure of current life. The technological aliens are worshipped by the human Illuminati elite, and the human Illuminati elite obey the technological aliens with unquestionable loyalty. The human Illuminati elite are terrified of the technological aliens, because of the aliens' immense technological prowess. The technological aliens control this world, with the human Illuminati elite as their puppets. The technologically advanced aliens also rule through fear, in the background of this world, out of public view, and are responsible for enticing some of the most inhumane acts ever, in human history. The technological aliens demand to be worshipped as gods, and encourage human sacrifices, murders. To honor them, they promote pedophilia, cannibalism, technological body snatching, with the soulstone consciousness microchip, brain microchips, and biological body snatching, with the proboscises of Vril type 1 reptiles. Moreover, the technological aliens eat and torture humans. They love to hear humans screaming in distress. Hearing humans scream in distress is like the equivalent of sexual ecstasy to the technological aliens. The technologically advanced aliens are bad news. Do not be fooled by any ploy to introduce them to the world as nice, or any plan which suggests the technological aliens can help to solve humanity's deep-rooted problems. They technologically advanced aliens that frequent the cloning centers are part of the problem. There is no text on this page. Contact information: Facebook, https://www.facebook.com/donald.marshall. 148 Press Ctrl plus click. Hold Ctrl on your keyboard and left click with your mouse on each image to your right to reach each source listed here. My Facebook timeline starts from March 2012. All posts are public and therefore newcomers should start reading from March 2012, in order to fully understand the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and more. Donald Marshall Proboards, Forum, http://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/board/1/general, board. There is a search function on Proboards. You can use this function to search for and read all the disclosures I have made regarding REM-driven clones, the people involved and more. I understand that it is human nature to want to know which people have been to the cloning center as REM-driven clones. Therefore, use the search function to read about any public figure which I have already covered that you have an inkling about. You can also post anonymously on Proboards and the administrators will transfer your question onto Facebook, which I'll answer. Donald Marshall Revolution, http://donaldmarshallrevolution.com/Donald Marshall Revolution details a brief overview of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. It also gives the viewer the most significant information relating to these disclosures in a small and easily understood style. Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/donaldmarshallofficial2/ Follow me on Instagram and help spread the information regarding the Illuminati and their REM-driven human cloning subculture. Twitter, https://twitter.com/themeofficialtruth. Follow me on Twitter and help spread the information regarding the Illuminati and their REM-driven human cloning subculture. Email, donny865@hotmail.com. I currently have over 35,000 unread emails in my Hotmail inbox and counting, at the address above. I cannot respond to all of these messages unfortunately, at this present stage of events. It is better to contact me through Facebook and private message me this way. You can also contact Celine O'Carroll, Josie Dutch, and Brittany Weber on Facebook, or leave a message with Celine O'Carroll, Josie Dutch, and Brittany Weber on the forum, Donald Marshall Proboards, and they will forward your message to me. I really appreciate everyone's efforts and well wishes. Interviews: readers can listen to the radio interviews I have done. Listen for consistency, particularly anything which you do not hear me pronounce clearly for the first time. The best thing to do is to pause the recording at that particular point and replay it. You should also research the statements you do not understand. Sometimes reading helps comprehension a lot faster. One of the main reasons you should pause and replay the recordings is because the truth has been kept hidden for so long that plenty of what I discuss in my interviews are beyond most people's current worldview, so, at some points I may speak too fast for you. My audio/microphone may not be so clear, so you may miss what I say, etc. Others have also commented on the fact that they pretended as if I was someone from the distant future sent back in time. I am not, to give important information to the world about highly advanced technologies, which currently exist, but are hidden and secret, and being used against the populace. Under such a premise, these people rationalized that they would not understand the information which was being presented to them straight away, and they would have to be patient in order to grasp certain concepts, technical speak, and the highly advanced technologies etc. before they can grasp the seriousness of the information presented. Furthermore, a friend has told me that when he first watched the Vinnie Eastwood interview, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, he did not hear me say the word scars. When Vinnie asked, "How do I know I'm the real me?" although he replayed that particular point in the video 8 times. Everything was just beyond his current comprehension, at the time. No matter how many times he replayed that part, he really could not hear me say the word scars, so he let that part go, and played the rest of the interview, pausing, and replaying points which he did not understand, especially to comprehend whether I was talking about my original body or my REM-driven clone duplicate body. He also listened to all my interviews for consistency, to note any slip-ups, or any parts of my testimonies which do not add up. He would listen to all my interviews, pausing and replaying parts he did not understand, and he would reserve his judgments until he felt everything I was saying was, for example, as ordinary as, "I woke up today, brushed my teeth, and took the dog for a walk." He was also patient to realize the truth. After listening to my interviews, he would just let it sink in. Days later he would come back and listen to the same interviews, to test whether his comprehension on the topics I discuss has improved, and whether he can understand what I am saying without having to pause and repeat, at certain points in my interview, and soon enough he could now hear me say scars at that particular point of the Vinnie Eastwood interview. He had reached the point where all topics I discuss sounded to him like I'm saying everyday commonplace stuff that people have heard, such as, "I woke up today, brushed my teeth, and took the dog for a walk." For anyone who may struggle to understand the topics I discuss, I strongly recommend you take the above approach as my friend did. Soon enough, you too will realize the real truth of the world like he has. REM-driven human cloning, kept secret and used for sinister purposes. I cannot say the following is true for everybody, however, an unproductive venture a complete newcomer can do, is to listen to my interviews first time, all the way through, without pausing or replaying parts which he/she does not fully understand. If you do this, and if there is just a single part of my interviews which does not make sense to you, this will interfere with your understanding of the entire interview. Remember, all I am discussing is technology, thousands of years advanced compared to what you currently use, available today, hidden and secret. If things start to get too complex for you, reduce it to its bare minimums, advanced science and technology. I hope that helps. Another thing which I do in my interviews, that friends have picked up on, is, because REM-driven human cloning has been my reality for many years, I don't differentiate between my original body and my REM-driven clone body. I just say, I did this, I did that, and Queen Elizabeth II did this and that, therefore it can become very confusing for newcomers. Please bear with me. As I have explained in this document, the experience of REM-driven human cloning is that a person literally goes to sleep in their original body, only to be activated by the Illuminati members as a REM-driven clone, 90 to 110 minutes after first falling asleep, to experience the same earth the person left behind when he/she went to sleep in their original body, clear as daylight. When the person wakes up from sleeping, their REM-driven clone drops limp noodle and a person goes from having an experience on the same earth, clear as daylight, in a REM-driven clone body, to waking up and experiencing the same world, now in their original body, clear as daylight. The same consciousness inhabits both bodies. Therefore, and naturally, because I am experiencing the same world, with a clarity, in a body much similar to mine, a REM-driven clone body, and because I am still me, because it is my consciousness which resides in the REM-driven clone body, and it is the same consciousness when I am experiencing the world in my original body, when I wake up from sleep, and because in each case, my consciousness includes the experiences, knowledge, and memories which makes me in each body, REM, driven clone body or my original body, I naturally do not differentiate between my REM, driven clone version, and my original body, as an outsider discussing this topic and these concepts would. I understand it helps comprehension, and therefore, I have painstakingly done this throughout this document. Consequently, please bear with me. Everything becomes easily understood once the reader gets over this hurdle. I hope this helps, and I hope this helps to better understand the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, Vril reptiles, Vril human hosts, and the Vril reptilian agenda, as well as the interviews which I have done. On the following pages you can find information for newcomers which has been written with a checklist to help people with the topic of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, followed by links to my interviews. You can copy and paste the links to your web browser or press Ctrl plus click, hold Ctrl on your keyboard and left click with your mouse, on the images below, to direct you to the interviews. Information about Donald Marshall's interviews for newcomers. Donald Marshall's interviews have been presented in this document, in an order, for the benefit of the reader who is a newcomer to the information of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture. It is highly recommended that a newcomer to the information of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture focuses solely and attentively on Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, before he or she proceeds to watch/listen to other interviews listed which features Donald Marshall. The reasons the newcomer should focus solely and attentively on Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood before proceeding to watch and listen to other interviews featuring Donald Marshall are because, Donald Marshall Official, 2022. In Vincent Eastwood's interview with Donald Marshall, the viewer can see Donald Marshall on video, shot from a medium close-up, frontal, eye-level perspective, slide share, 2013, University of Chicago. No date, fuse tones, no date, and this allows the viewer to see the facial expressions, as well as some body language gestures of the person being video recorded. Donald Marshall addresses the subject matter of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture topic by topic, and this allows a person who is new to the information of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture the opportunity to focus on one topic at a time, and dedicate objective research time towards one topic, such as REM, driven human cloning, Vril reptiles, Vril human hosts and the Vril reptilian agenda etc. Until the person reaches a point where that person can confirm with certainty, through objective research, that there is truth to REM, driven human cloning, Vril reptiles, Vril human hosts, and the Vril reptilian agenda as detailed by Donald Marshall etc. Donald Marshall is allowed to speak for many minutes at a time uninterrupted, and this allows the viewer the opportunity to get into the flow of the topics being presented, with regards to the Illuminati's REM, driven cloning subculture, Vril reptiles, and the Vril agenda. Moreover, there are two main topics mentioned in Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, in comparison to other interviews featuring Donald Marshall, REM, driven human cloning, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy. Although the soul, stone microchip and Nostradamus prophecy, as well as other prophecies, are main topics in their own right, and relevant to the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, the relevance of Nostradamus prophecy and the soul, stone microchip, feature as subtopics in the Vincent Eastwood, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, interview with Donald Marshall. With the above in mind, remember Donald Marshall is revealing information which has been kept hidden and secret from the public for many decades to many thousands of years. The disclosure of REM, driven human cloning, has been kept hidden from the majority of the world for over 80+ years, since 1945. The true nature of the reptilian conspiracy, which is indeed a reality, but takes extensive research, diligence, and patience from the individual who truly wishes to realize the reality of the reptilian conspiracy, whereby the reptilian conspiracy involves a species of subterranean troglodytes known as Vril, as presented by Donald Marshall, has been hidden from the majority of the world for thousands of years. Therefore, keep in mind that as a newcomer you should not expect to understand the topic of REM-driven human cloning immediately. Furthermore, the reptilian conspiracy as presented by Donald Marshall, which involves Vrils, takes many hebdomadads, 7 days, worth of independent research before a newcomer to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture can confirm with certainty that yes, the reptilian conspiracy involving Vril reptiles, as presented by Donald Marshall, is in fact a reality. With the above in mind, individuals must first concentrate solely and attentively on the topic of REM-driven human cloning as presented by Donald Marshall in his interview with Vincent Eastwood, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, until the individual reaches a point whereby the individual knows with certainty and can explain the following clearly, concisely, and with confidence. REM-driven human cloning, 32nd degree Freemasonry knowledge. Remote murder of an original person by REM-driven human cloning technology. Give examples of, and describe the events relating to public figures that have died as a result of remote death by REM-driven human cloning technology. Explain the differences between dying as a REM-driven clone and dying as an original person. Memory suppression. Duplication cloning. Replication cloning. The different types of clones, Mark 1 to Mark 4 clones. Mark 2 REM-driven clones. Consciousness transfer. Understand there are two separate bodies in the narrative of REM-driven human cloning, a person's original body and a REM-driven clone duplicate. Understand high-profile people meet as REM-driven human clone versions, via the process of consciousness transfer from their original bodies to their REM-driven clone duplicates. Understand high-profile people are experiencing life on the same Earth, as REM-driven duplicate clone versions when they meet at the cloning centers, and they are not meeting as original people at the cloning centers, with their original, real, bodies. Understand REM-driven human cloning experiences takes place at cloning centers, here on Earth, when people have gone to sleep, and have been activated as REM-driven human clone versions of themselves. Understand as a result of REM-driven human clone activation, the original, real person's body is asleep while she or he is simultaneously awake and active as a REM-driven human clone version of themselves through the process of consciousness transfer from a person's original body to a REM-driven human clone duplicate. Understand REM-driven human cloning experiences does not take place in the fifth dimension, the astral realm, etc. Understand REM-driven human cloning inhibits a person's ability to have dreams or nightmares. Understand the experience of REM-driven human cloning is clear as daylight, and not similar to that of a dream or nightmare, provided the person having a REM-driven clone experience is not under memory suppression or the influence of drugs. Explain the history of REM-driven human cloning. Be sure to detail how REM-driven cloning started with royalty and politicians, which then led to celebrities becoming involved in the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, which further led to random civilians being activated against their will as REM-driven clone versions, and used by the Illuminati for the Illuminati's entertainment. Give examples of movies, songs, literature, etc. which references REM-driven human cloning, and explain what, why, when, how, where, etc. the references to REM-driven human cloning are made, in human culture. Give examples of events, e.g. death, sports, REM-driven clone sex, etc. which happen at the cloning centers with REM-driven human clones of original people. Explain how fake alien abductions are conducted through the use of REM-driven human cloning technology. Explain the outcomes of intermittent REM-driven clone torture, and the outcomes of constant unrelenting REM-driven clone torture, as well as the consequences, symptoms, and side effects an original person is likely to experience as a result of intermittent REM-driven clone torture, in comparison to constant unrelenting REM-driven clone torture. Describe the environment of the cloning center in Western Canada as detailed by Donald Marshall. Explain the real implications of selling one's soul with regards to how selling one's soul relates to Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Understand the reasons Donald Marshall was told Illuminati secrets as a REM-driven clone version of himself. The bullet points detailed above are the subtopics in relation to REM-driven human cloning which Donald Marshall speaks about in his interview with Vincent Eastwood. There are 26 bullet points detailed above in relation to REM-driven human cloning mentioned above. As you can see, there are many subtopics one must familiarize themselves with before they can begin to understand the reality of REM-driven human cloning in just Vincent Eastwood's interview with Donald Marshall alone. Once you understand the topic of REM sleep-driven human cloning, and the key points mentioned above, you can then shift your attention to concentrate solely and attentively on the topic of the Vril reptilian conspiracy as presented by Donald Marshall in his interview with Vincent Eastwood, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, until you reach a point where you know with certainty and can explain the following clearly, concisely, and with confidence. Vril reptilian conspiracy, 33rd degree. Freemasonry knowledge. There are 3 different types of Vril reptiles: Vril type 1, Vril type 2, Vril type 3. Vril reptiles, Vril type 1, Vril type 2, and Vril type 3, are terrestrial aliens, that live underground, and have lived underneath the Earth's surface for thousands of years. Vril reptiles are terrestrial aliens because they are foreign to the Earth's surface. The strengths and weaknesses of each type of Vril reptile: Vril type 1, Vril type 2, Vril type 3. The Vril type 1 reptile has the ability to parasitize human brains, kill human consciousness, and use the human body as a host body for its Vril reptile consciousness. The parasitical process begins with the Vril type 1 ejecting its proboscis located at the top of its head. Whenever a Vril type 1 reptile ejects its proboscis, located at the top of its head, out of its Vril type 1 reptile body, this process of autotomy kills the Vril type 1 reptile body. It is a one-way transfer. The Vril reptile proboscis must then find a mammal's brain to parasitize or it will die as a proboscis. The Vril reptile proboscis parasitizes humans by traveling through the eye. It then spirals around the optical nerve, and travels to the brain, driven by taste sensations. Once the Vril reptile proboscis reaches the brain, it releases parasitical cells inside the brain, and this process, which kills human consciousness, allow the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness to use the human body as a host body for its Vril reptile consciousness. Vril reptiles are human body snatchers. The location of consciousness inside the human brain tastes like butterscotch to Vril reptiles. The word drone also refers to a parasite human host of Vril reptile consciousness. Biological and parasitical takeover by a Vril reptile is complete and total domination of a human body. Biological and parasitical takeover by a Vril reptile is not a timeshare, such as the movie The Host, 2013, implies. Parasite human hosts of Vril reptile consciousness need recovery time after the biological and parasitical body snatching of a human being. Vril type 1s have a head shaped like a king crab, diamond-shaped scales, claws for digging, a blood dart spike instead of a tongue, and a proboscis located at the top of their heads. It is the use of the Vril type 1 proboscis, which has the ability to parasitize mammals. The head of a dried up and carved up manta ray looks similar to the head of a Vril type 1 reptile. Vril type 2s look similar to Vril type 1s in biology and anatomy. However, the difference between Vril type 2s and Vril type 1s is, Vril type 2s do not have a blood dart spike. Vril type 2s have a sheath covering their proboscis. Vril type 3s have large bulbous eyes, really long necks, 3 fingers and 2 toes, and look similar to a long-necked gray alien. The appearance of how Vril Type 3 reptiles really look like is shown in the Star Wars movie, Attack of the Clones. The aliens referred to as common-known aliens in the Star Wars movie is the actual and real appearance of Vril Type 3s, in reality. The Vril Type 3 reptiles shown in the Star Wars movie are the prettiest Vril Type 3s you are ever likely to see. Vril Type 3 reptiles look like Pumpkinhead as they age. The 13 Illuminati bloodlines have been in alliance with Vril reptiles for centuries. The 13 Illuminati bloodline families received jewels, gold, diamonds, sapphires, and other precious gemstones etc. from the Vril reptiles living beneath the earth, in exchange for human beings, adults and children, to eat. The alliance between the human Illuminati elite and the 13 bloodline families is the reason the Illuminati bloodlines of the world became rich and wealthy. The Vril reptiles gave the bloodline families jewels and gemstones from underneath the earth, in exchange for humans to eat. An edict of Lucifer, practiced by Luciferians, suggests kidnapping human beings to allow Vril reptiles to body-snatch human bodies, parasitize, and use the human body as a host body for Vril reptilian consciousness, pleases Lucifer. The countless celebrities who cover one eye in the entertainment industry, magazine photographs, videos, etc. relates to Vril reptiles, Vril parasite human hosts, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy. The countless photographs where celebrities cover one eye means, be careful, avoid allowing the Vril Type 1 reptile lizard to stick its Vril proboscis in your eye and parasitize you. The one eye symbolism also means, beware, there are Vril reptiles and Vril human hosts here on Earth. The one eye symbolism, where celebrities cover one eye in photographs, also means, you are only seeing half of the true reality of this world, because you are not truly awakened until you know the truth about REM sleep, driven human cloning, Vril reptiles, and parasite Vril human hosts, which exists in this world. This is another depth to the meaning of the one-eyed symbolism, covering one eye. The ancient Egyptian pyramids, with shafts, were designed with the intention to trap and cull the population of Vril Type 1 reptiles. Different names for Vril Type 1 reptiles: chupacabra, demons, mimics, mogwai, oni. Different names for Vril Type 2 reptiles: duendes, dickheads, gnomes, gremlins, pixies. Different names for Vril Type 3 reptiles: Anunnaki, Argonauts, Mothmen, Pleiadians, Quetzalcoatl. Biological body snatching involves Vril reptiles, and the use of Vril Type 1 reptile proboscises to parasitize human brains. Technological body snatching involves the soulstone microchip, brain microchips, and consciousness microchips. Biological body snatching and technological body snatching both involve overriding the consciousness of the human brain, to use the human body as a host body. Biological body snatching with the Vril Type 1 reptile proboscis is murder of human beings, because the parasitical takeover by a Vril Type 1 reptile is a one-way transfer, which murders human consciousness forever. The proboscises of young Vril Type 1 reptiles are used to parasitize human beings. The proboscises of young Vril Type 1 reptiles are small enough to travel through the human eye, without causing too much noticeable and physical damage to the human body. The world's natural gold reserves are depleted because Illuminati members eat natural gold, and eat natural gold through the bodies of Vril Type 1 reptiles. Vril Type 1 reptiles eat and are fed natural gold by Illuminati members. Natural gold gives Vril Type 1s a stupefied high, worse than heroin. Illuminati members share the extremely high experience through the use of consciousness microchips, brain microchips, via a wire attached to a Vril Type 1's brain, when Vril Type 1s are fed natural occurring gold. Parasite human hosts of Vril reptile consciousness are compliant slaves, because they know their life is dependent on mimicking human behaviors. Even with other mammals, such as dogs, cats, horses etc. When a Vril type 1 reptile parasitizes the brains of the above-mentioned mammals, the Vril type 1 reptile consciousness is smart enough to mimic the behaviors of the mammal it parasitizes. The population of human hosts of Vril reptile consciousness is small, compared to human beings who still have human consciousness in their human bodies. There are Vril parasite human hosts from all walks of life, from normal everyday civilians, to the highest levels of governance, royalty, celebrities, and politicians. Beautiful women have also been parasitized by Vril reptiles, and made into Vril reptilian human hosts, for desperate men. To marry the Vril parasite human hosts, of beautiful women. As best as possible, do not be panicked by the reality of parasite human hosts of Vril reptile consciousness. The photograph which features as the front cover of this document, and explained on page 71 onwards, is corroborative evidence. The photograph shows the ritual ceremony of the creation of a human host of parasite Vril reptile consciousness. Human beings are made into Vril human hosts, with the proboscises of Vril type 1 reptiles every day, in many different countries. The photograph of the ritual droning ceremony, the creation of a human host of Vril reptile consciousness, is what is conversationally referred to as the shape-shifting, reptilian. Reptilian shapeshifters and shape-shifting reptiles. The shape-shift is not magical, mystical, or something which occurs in a different dimension. Rather it is a one-way transfer, of a biological and parasitical takeover, of a human brain, by a Vril reptile proboscis, occurring in this physical dimension. The shapeshift involves the biological property of the Vril type 1's reptile proboscis. It is the proboscis of a Vril type 1 reptile, which shifts, from the Vril type 1 reptile body, to travel through the eye, and around the eye of humans, parasitize human brains, and use the human body as a host body for the Vril reptile consciousness. The shapeshift or reptilian shapeshifters is a metaphor for when a Vril type 1 reptile stops being a Vril type 1 reptile, by ejecting its proboscis, from its Vril reptile body, to travel through the eye, and parasitize human brains. The creation of Vril human host parasites, also known as the droning of human beings, by the Illuminati, is not an isolated thing, but an everyday occurrence, which occurs in many different countries across the world. Medical tests, such as a combination of MRIs, CT scans, and blood tests will unequivocally demonstrate the reality of Vril human hosts, because the above-mentioned medical tests will show damage to the frontal lobes, and damage to the brain, which occurs during a Vril reptile parasitical takeover of a human brain. Humans are a food source for Vril reptiles. Human beings are kidnapped and fed to Vril reptiles that live underground, underneath the Earth's surface. Children are kidnapped all over the world, and brought underground, underneath the Earth's surface, to be fed to Vril reptiles as a food source. This forms one of the reasons for many missing children's cases across the entire world. Children are fed to Vril reptiles, and Vril reptiles eat children. Vril reptiles like to drink human blood. Vril reptiles prefer children's blood because children's blood has comparatively less vaccinations than adults' blood. World leaders are complicit with the Vril agenda, and the parasitizing of human brains by Vril reptiles, because world leaders are scared of Vril reptiles. World leaders are scared of Vril type 1s, Vril type 2s and Vril type 3s. The bullet points detailed above are the subtopics in relation to the Vril reptilian conspiracy which Donald Marshall speaks about in his interview with Vincent Eastwood. There are 57 bullet points detailed above in relation to the Vril reptilian conspiracy mentioned above. As you can see, there are many subtopics one must familiarize themselves with before they can begin to understand the reality of Vril reptiles, Vril human hosts, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy, in just Vincent Eastwood's interview with Donald Marshall alone. This is why an individual who is new to the information of the Illuminati's REM sleep-driven human cloning subculture, should first spend a considerable amount of time researching the subtopics in relation to REM, driven human cloning presented in Vincent Eastwood's interview alone. Once the topic of REM sleep, driven, human cloning is clearly understood, that is when you can focus on learning and understanding the topic of the Vril reptilian conspiracy, because there are many subtopics one must understand clearly and concisely, before an individual who is new to this information can confirm, yes, I understand the topic of REM, driven human cloning, and the topic of the Vril reptilian conspiracy, with confidence. Nonetheless, once a newcomer has familiarized herself or himself through objective research with the bullet points mentioned above with confidence, whereby the individual can explain, understand, and give examples in relation to the topic of REM, driven human cloning, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy, with regards to the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, this is when the individual will be able to make the distinction easily, between when Donald Marshall is speaking about his original body, and his REM, driven clone duplicate. Furthermore, once a newcomer is capable of grasping the information in relation to REM, driven human cloning, this is also when the individual will easily understand idiomatic, conversational, language used by Donald Marshall, such as "they cloned me in," whereby they refers to the Illuminati, and "being cloned in" refers to having one's consciousness transferred from their original body to their REM, driven clone duplicate, while an original person sleeps, and is consequently activated as a REM, driven human clone version of themselves experiencing life on the same earth at the cloning center, etc. This is the purpose this document, as well as preceding documents, serves. These documents allow individuals who are new to the topic of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture the opportunity to research Donald Marshall's statements objectively and reach a point whereby newcomers can realize the validity in Donald Marshall's statements at a faster rate. These documents afford individuals the opportunity to watch Donald Marshall's interviews at their own pace, and at certain points whereby individuals cannot understand the exact implications of the information detailed by Donald Marshall, the newcomer can review this document, as well as preceding documents, and have their queries answered extensively. This is also why a references section is provided. Most of the research in relation to the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, has been compiled, allowing the newcomer the opportunity to easily find sources which corroborates Donald Marshall's exposure of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture. Given all the reasons mentioned above, this is why it is recommended that the newcomer starts off by watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, because if the newcomer can focus on just one interview, and focus on just one topic, REM, driven human cloning, and reach a point where that individual can realize truth in the topics mentioned, as presented by Donald Marshall, then this alone will give the individual the momentum to research the corresponding topics and further investigate other topics such as the reptilian conspiracy, etc. To a point where the individual realizes the truth to other topics such as the reptilian conspiracy involving Vril reptiles, as presented by Donald Marshall. Furthermore, focusing on one interview and one main topic at a time, is a method recommended to the newcomer as a technique to lessen the overwhelming feeling and cognitive dissonances one experiences when she or he is first presented with the information pertaining to the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture. Remember, as a newcomer to this information, just concentrate on understanding the topic of REM, driven human cloning, and once you are comfortable and understand the information as presented in Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, you can then move on to watch the other interviews featuring Donald Marshall in the order presented in this document, although, of course, you are welcome to watch the interviews in whichever order preferred. After becoming familiar with the topic of REM, driven human cloning, you can then move on to investigate the Vril reptilian conspiracy, as well as other topics as presented by Donald Marshall, once you are sure you understand each main topic clearly, concisely, and with confidence. Without further introduction, the links to interviews featuring Donald Marshall are presented below. Links to Donald Marshall interviews. The links to Donald Marshall's interviews are presented here. Copy and paste the links below to your web browser to be guided to Donald Marshall's interviews, or, Press Ctrl plus click on each image presented below, or simply click each image below, depending on your device, in order to be directed to each corresponding interview. Vincent Eastwood, February 26, 2013, Donald Marshall Official, 2022. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = abm vp8zlbzq. Running time, 73 minutes, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 26 seconds. Lisa Phillips, CFR, April 11, 2013, Astral 7 IGHT, 2014b. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = bcd85l1yyIw. Running time, 119 minutes, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 32 seconds. Ginny Sparcelo, March 8, 2013, Nick Bootneck Jordan, 2013, link, https://soundcloud.com/Nick, Bootneck, Jordan/Ginny's, Barcelo, Donald. Running time, 55 minutes, 0 hour, 55 minutes, 24 seconds. Green Egg Radio Show, March 21, 2013, Astral 7 IGHT, 2013a, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = 1z Melwin 2GW. Running time, 46 minutes, 46 minutes, 11 seconds. Greg Carlwood, THC, February 26, 2016, Vulgaropoulos, 2016. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = Dalsks 5CJ2TM. Running time, 134 minutes, 2 hours, 14 minutes, 22 seconds. Squatch Zone, March 6, 2016, Squatch Zone, 2016a, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = Catched 4 Mike. Running time, 130 minutes, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 02 seconds. Squatch Zone, May 29, 2016, Squatch Zone, 2016a, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = YQ5mxft. Running time, 79 minutes, 1 hour, 19 minutes, 17 seconds. Donald Marshall is the first of 3 guests to appear on the show. Donald Marshall's interview ends at the 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 17 seconds mark of the video playback. Brett Wayne Patchmeyer and Cole Johnson, March 21, 2014, Astral 7 IGHT, 2014a. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = X4GVNR9YQ3M. Running time, 54 minutes, 09 seconds. Donald Marshall's first interview, May 10, 2012, Astral 7 IGHT 2015, link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = ZH2U9X1E_2. Running time, 46 minutes, 40 seconds. Radio presenters contact Donald Marshall. Any radio presenters who sincerely want to contact Donald Marshall for radio interviews on their show is welcome to do this. Please contact Donald Marshall through Proboards by leaving a message for Donald Marshall to contact you. Professionals who understand consciousness transfer contact Donald Marshall. Neuroscientists, engineers, or professionals who understand how consciousness transfer works, and can provide Donald Marshall with a detailed methodology of how to block the consciousness transfer to Donald Marshall's REM-driven clone. Please leave a message for Donald Marshall on Proboards, and this will be greatly appreciated. Canopy which blocks consciousness transfer to REM sleep phase. Human clones. Faraday Labs trademark silver EMF protection bed canopy. The product, pictured, left, Faraday Labs, no date, is an EMF canopy which completely blocks consciousness transfer to REM sleep phase human clones, while a person is inside the canopy. Once a person leaves the EMF canopy, the Illuminati can still harm a person in real time, with different grades of advanced cloning technologies. This EMF canopy protects Donald Marshall while he sleeps, and whenever he stays in the canopy. Nonetheless, a person cannot spend 24/7 inside the EMF canopy. Donald Marshall still requires a permanent solution whereby he is free from the Illuminati. Scientists, neuroscientists, engineers, and all professionals with expert knowledge, must come together, must be braver, and provide Donald Marshall with a detailed procedure of how to block covered technologies used against his real body while he is outside of his EMF canopy. Product link, https://faradaylabs.com/products/canopy. Other sources corroborating Donald Marshall. Press Ctrl plus click on the images below to be directed to each source. Astral 7 IGHT blogspot https://www.archive.org/web/202205215052/astral7ight.blogspot.com/. Astral 7 IGHT has compiled Donald Marshall's disclosures regarding the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture extensively. Astral 7 IGHT also details his experiences as a victim of REM-driven human cloning, and as a consequence, Astral 7 IGHT corroborates Donald Marshall's exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture as humanity's current reality. Donald Marshall Books, Donald Marshall Books, Google Drive. The compilation guide to Donald Marshall's information, presented as short documents. Read, print, download and share. DonaldMarshall.com http://donaldmarshall.x10host.com/home.html. DonaldMarshall.com is a website dedicated to Donald Marshall's exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This website is managed on behalf of Donald Marshall with the aim of informing the public about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, as well as to notify the public about the current state of the world, in which we live in. Vril Lizard's Ancient Truth https://web/20230811095211/https://vrilizards.webs.com/. Visit the Vril Lizard's website to learn more about Vril reptiles, Vril parasite human hosts, the Vril agenda, and more about the Vril reptilian conspiracy. Bio.link, Brittany Weber https://bio.link/Brittany Weber. Brittany Weber's bio link extensively corroborates Donald Marshall's information. Brittany Weber has also made TikTok videos exposing the Illuminati, REM sleep phase human cloning, Vril reptiles, and the Vril reptilian agenda. Bio.link, Josie Dutch https://bio.link/Josie Dutch. Josie Dutch's bio link widely corroborates Donald Marshall's information. Josie Dutch has a large following on Instagram where she also assists Donald Marshall to expose the Illuminati's REM sleep phase human cloning subculture, Vril reptiles, the Vril agenda and more. Instagram, Sasha Edwards https://www.instagram.com/Sasha_A_Edwards/. Sasha Edwards Instagram expansively covers 1. I symbolism, which references the Vril reptilian agenda, Vril reptiles, and Vril parasite human hosts. Visit her page and observe the prevalent occurrence of 1. I symbolism done by many prominent celebrities. Donald Marshall Conspiratorium Room, music videos, links, and news, https://www.facebook.com/groups/conspiratorium/a place to learn, to privately post videos, links, and news related to the entertainment industry, cloning centers, Donald Marshall, and the Illuminati. Request to join. Donald Marshall Public Figure Facebook page, https://www.facebook.com/donald.mutar.marshall. Donald Marshall's public figure page is run on his behalf, where posts from Donald Marshall's Facebook account are transferred to this page, to allow all to post, comment, read, and share Donald Marshall's information. Rogue 1, https://www.facebook.com/rogue1dm/ A Facebook group to learn more about Vril parasites, microchip body snatching, human cloning, especially REM phase human cloning, which must be known and stopped. The Reference Palace, https://www.facebook.com/thereferencepalace A palace, where references relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture and Donald Marshall's disclosures, are collected, catalogued, and collated for Donald Marshall. Donald Marshall's Chat Room, Donald Marshall's Chat Room Facebook. Learn the truth about REM sleep-driven human cloning, Vril reptiles, Vril human host parasites, Donald Marshall's disclosures and more. Stop Human Cloning, Stop Human Cloning Facebook. The intention of this group is to help with bringing an end to REM sleep-driven human cloning, bring an end to the Illuminati's wicked ways, and save victims trapped in Illuminati human cloning centers. Seeing Through the Looking Glass, Seeing Through the Looking Glass Facebook. Learn the golden truth about this world, REM sleep-driven human cloning, Vril reptiles, Vril parasite human hosts, and more regarding Donald Marshall's disclosures. Gematria, alpha, numerology, also connects all the above-mentioned topics. Donald Marshall, Clone Center Victim, Donald Marshall, Clone Center Victim Facebook. The intention of this group is dedicated in exposing the truth about the Illuminati's REM sleep phase human cloning, and reptilian shapeshifters, in other words, Vril reptiles, Vril parasite human hosts, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy against humanity. Petitions. Press Ctrl+ click on the images below to be directed to each source. Stop Human Cloning, Change.org 2016, https://www.change.org/p/stop, human, cloning, by Charis Franklin. Sign this petition to help raise further awareness against the clandestine practice of human cloning, and REM-driven human cloning. With your signature you will be helping to save many victims as a result of your stance against the covered practice of human cloning, and REM-driven human cloning. By signing this petition, you will also be voicing that you are against the kidnapping, rape, torture, molestation and sex slavery of innocent children by a clandestine group of individuals who refer to themselves as the Illuminati, and with your signature you will raise further awareness for others to take a similar stance. End Human Cloning. REM-driven human cloning. The petition site 2016, http://www.thepttonsite.com/n GB/952/622/178/end, human, cloning. REM, driven, human, cloning. / Find Donald Marshall and learn more about human cloning and REM, driven human cloning. On the petition website, you will be met with the first image above to your right. On this page, click anywhere on the image and you will be presented with Mr. Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, the second image displayed below here. Watch Mr. Donald Marshall's interview, if you haven't already done so, which discusses the widespread nature of REM-driven human cloning, and how such highly advanced technologies are used against the populace unsuspectingly. You can sign this petition anonymously, as well as leave comments anonymously. Share, tweet and email this petition to others, in order to raise further public awareness about a clandestine current practice which affects all our livelihoods, the Illuminati's REM, Driven human cloning subculture. Appendices. Appendix A. Steps you can take to help expose the Illuminati. Useful guidelines for understanding this disclosure. 1. Know the information. We are dealing with very complex topics involving advanced science and technology which is hidden from the majority of the world, underground, and in deep underground military bases. Without building a foundation and a thorough understanding with regards to the topics relating to the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, you will not be able to help or understand what you are fully helping with so far as this cause is concerned, if you do not have a thorough understanding of the main topics in relation to the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture. This is why, as a first step, it is fundamental to know and understand the information. Moreover, your mind will need the time to adjust to the gravity of the situation humanity faces, which is counter to the conditioning, brainwashing, and drip-feed disclosure information currently distributed publicly, on a daily basis. Listen to Donald Marshall's opening letter about the Illuminati. Listen to Donald Marshall's letter on YouTube, Astral 7 IGHT 2014C, or read Donald Marshall's original and open letter to the public, Donald Marshall Proboards, 2012A, if you have not done this. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = td1gc2dv4xi, Astral 7 IGHT, 2014C, running time, 23 minutes, 21 seconds. Watch George Green's interview. Watch George Green's interview and listen to George Green mention when governments first started to clone human beings, Project Camelot, 2022. George Green interview, Part 1 of 2. Link, https://odce.com/@projectcamelot_d/project, Camelot, interviews, George, Green, 9. SRC = embed and T = 253.118562, Project Camelot, 2008A, running time, 53 minutes, 31 seconds. George Green interview, Part 2 of 2. Link, https://odce.com/@projectcamelot_d/project, Camelot, interviews, George, 2, 5. SRC = embed, Project Camelot, 2008B. Running time, 80 minutes, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 14 seconds. Phil Schneider's video lectures. Watch Phil Schneider's 2 lectures listed below. Listen to Phil Schneider mention how quickly military technology advances in comparison to the technology the public uses. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = Oljerjasnixtwandib, Schneider, 1995, running time, 72 minutes, 1 hour, 12 minutes, 38 seconds. Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch v = SLGB5U, OC FM and IB, Schneider, 1996, running time, 68 minutes, 1 hour, 08 minutes, 44 seconds. Read information about Donald Marshall's interviews for newcomers. The information is presented on pages 110 to 117 in this document. Use the checkpoints/bullet points as learning outcomes one should aim to understand while watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, Donald Marshall Official, 2022. Watch Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood while watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2022. Simultaneously use the checkpoints mentioned on pages 111-116 in this document to review which points you may or may not have understood. With regards to the information about REM, driven human cloning, and the Vril reptilian conspiracy, go over the checkpoints in this particular interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2022, until you understand it. Get to the bottom of the information. Study this until you understand and discover the truth about this information. Vincent Eastwood, February 26, 2013, Donald Marshall Official, 2022, Link, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals ABM VP8ZLBZQ running time, 73 minutes, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 26 seconds. Read Donald Marshall's Proboards forum, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012b, link, http://donaldmarshall.proboards.com/board/1/general, board after following the above guidelines, whereby you have followed the above steps, and you have now reached the point where you have finished watching Donald Marshall's interview with Vincent Eastwood, 2022, if you now have many unanswered questions about human cloning, REM sleep, driven human cloning, and you currently have an insatiable need to know which famous people have been to the cloning centers as REM, driven human clone versions of themselves and what Donald Marshall has seen famous people do at the cloning center, in Western Canada, as REM, driven human clone versions, then seek Proboards, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012b. It is only human nature to want to know about other human beings. Donald Marshall's Proboards forum provides a search function which allows you to find exactly what some of the world's most famous people have done as REM, driven human clone versions of themselves, at the cloning center. After searching for a specific person, use the keyboard function Ctrl+F, Control and find, type the person's name into the search panel which will be displayed once you press Ctrl+F, this will then highlight where the person's name is mentioned in the thread. You can use the up and down, or previous/next, to navigate to the exact location the famous person's name is mentioned. Watch the remaining Donald Marshall interviews listed in this document after you are finished reading Donald Marshall's Proboards forum, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012b, and you have researched all the questions you wanted answers to initially, and you have read about many of the famous people which primarily piqued your interest, as well as, what these famous people have done as REM, driven clone versions of themselves at the cloning center. It is now time to watch the remaining Donald Marshall interviews listed in this document on pages 118 to 120. Watch the other interviews at this stage for consistency with regards to the information being presented. Also make note of any new information presented in further interviews. 2. Tell your close friends and family about this information once you have done all the above and have reached this stage. This is the stage whereby, provided you have taken reasonable steps to avoid believing fallacies as truth, or falling into delusions, and your conclusions regarding the information concerning the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, can be based on, and argued from a standpoint of objectivity. This is the point where most people are usually convinced there is some truth to the information of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture as presented by Donald Marshall, because at this point, a person has found many corroborative evidence in favor of Donald Marshall's claims, for the information concerning the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture, to be substantiated beyond the point of mere coincidence. When you have reached this stage and you are somewhat convinced that there is some truth to the narrative of the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture as presented by Donald Marshall, you will still be at a stage where you do not know with complete certainty the extent to which Donald Marshall's information about the Illuminati's REM, driven human cloning subculture is relevant in relation to the world you are currently living in. However, at this stage it is okay to have confidence in the fact that REM, driven human cloning is a reality. Vril reptiles and the Vril reptilian conspiracy is a reality. Governments are cloning human beings. Governments have been cloning human beings for many decades. Governments are complicit with the Vril reptilian agenda, and have also been parasitizing human brains with Vril reptile proboscises for many decades. This is the most critical stage that it is suggested that you inform all your close friends and family with regards to this information. There are several reasons why it is suggested you tell all your close friends and family members at this stage. The reasons are because, braveness, naturally, the more people you tell on a 1-to-1 level, the braver you will become in terms of helping with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM, driven cloning subculture. You will also learn the range of responses people give, when first being told about this information, when you inform many people on a 1-to-1 level. Moreover, you will become better at informing more people about this critical information as time and your experience regarding notifying others about this urgent information progresses. Clear conscience. Most people feel a sense of responsibility once they have some level of confidence that the information relating to the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture has some truth to it, especially when people reach the stage when they have a level of confidence that REM-driven human cloning is a reality. This is why it is important to tell your close friends and family at this stage, because it will lessen any feelings of guilt you may feel from knowing this information is true, but staying silent. Remember, silence translates to consent, and once most people realize their silence equals their consent for these deplorable actions against humanity to continue, people tend to feel braver and as a result gain a clearer conscience from voicing their disapproval of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. Comfort zone. Your comfort zone, in terms of helping with the exposure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, will grow when you take more positive actions to help with the disclosure of this information. Furthermore, with each new action you take, you will feel discomfort. You will even feel discomfort with something as simple as clicking like on one of Donald Marshall's Facebook posts, the first time you decide to do this. The discomfort which happens results from going against the current trend of what has been socially acceptable for decades. You will be confirming that yes, human cloning is reality, Vril reptiles are a reality, etc. With each new action you take in terms of helping with this disclosure, and that is what part of the discomfort is about. However, taking positive actions and steps with helping to expose the Illuminati causes you to become braver, and further expands your comfort zone with each action you take, and as time and your experience with helping this disclosure progresses, you become more comfortable in supporting this cause. Remember, you are supporting humanity, that is all you are doing. Safety. You will feel much safer once you have the knowledge that all your close friends and family members are aware of the fact that you know about top government secret information involving the clandestine cloning of human beings, and the secret of Vril reptiles. Remember, at this stage once you have a certain level of confidence, and know that there is truth to the information of the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, this is the best point to tell your close friends and family. Tell your close friends and family. The fundamental action here is to tell them. Do not worry about being believed. It is much more critical to tell your close friends and family than to be believed at this stage. Furthermore, at this stage, you will feel discomfort each and every time you decide to tell a close friend or family member about the reality of REM-driven cloning, Vril reptiles, Vril parasite human hosts, and the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. This is natural. It does not matter how many years you have known a friend or family member, human cloning in general is just an uncomfortable subject for many people to discuss, and human cloning will be a difficult topic to discuss for some people when you present the topic as a reality which is currently widespread and hidden from the majority of the world. Tell people about this information in person sometimes. A better approach is to tell people about this information in person, and tell them from your personal experience, how you got to learn that there is truth to the disclosure of the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture, and mention the reasons why you are telling your friends and family members about this scary, but at the same time relevant and critical information. In other words, how did you stumble across this information? You can also start off by saying I have something very important to share with you. And carry on. From there, by informing your friends and family members about the reality of human cloning and REM-driven human cloning, and sharing Donald Marshall's summary disclosure document, Marshall 2015b, for friends and family members to read. Think of things this way, hypothetically speaking, if a loved one is in impending danger, at the very least you would warn your loved one of whatever impending danger exists. Therefore, at the very least, tell your loved ones about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Moreover, Telling people about this disclosure in person seems to work wonderfully. Sometimes you are more likely to get this critical information across to loved ones much better when you inform loved ones about this disclosure in person. Loved ones may be more inclined to believe you, as a result of you telling them in person, and on a 1-to-1 level in person. Keep in mind you are likely to feel discomfort with each new person you inform. With regards to this disclosure, it is natural, however, it is most important that you inform others. Offer to answer any questions which others may have about this information when you have reached a stage where you are sure you know the information regarding the main topics concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. You can also explain to your loved ones that you will answer any questions that they may have. Warning: some people are terrified by this information and do not want to know to any further extent. When your loved ones object to this information, leave it, and move on to a different conversation topic. Do not force this information on anybody. This information is scary. Nonetheless, the more curious among your loved ones will be inclined to know more about this information, and discover the truth pertaining to this information themselves. When informing a curious loved one, who wishes to know more about this disclosure, make sure to answer all their questions and remember to show people who display an interest in this information, how books, movies, songs, television programs, etc. relates to the world in which we live in, as well as how the resources you share further references the information concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. Moreover, remember to reference the fact that many famous people now use the word clone, hint about reptiles, participate in one-eyed symbology, on their social media accounts, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok etc. and are indirectly referencing this disclosure. Information for your contacts who would like to know about this disclosure once you start informing loved ones about the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture. With people who display interest in this information, it will also be helpful to show these people Appendix B in this document, pp. 149 to 153, for which the information contained in Appendix B originates from Marshall, 2016c, pp. 47 to 51, Exposing the Illuminati's REM-driven human cloning subculture, Volume 2, Frequently Asked Questions. Appendix B in this document discusses the reality of human cloning, as well as initial factors which stifles people's ability to accept the reality of human cloning, by informing readers that the current environment which we live in makes it difficult to see the clandestine operation of human cloning. The technological comparison, which is incredibly advanced in contrast to what the public use, is also a factor which initially makes it difficult to realize the clandestine operation of human cloning, and personal biases which will have to be put aside, whereby this information must be reviewed objectively, or else, it will be difficult to realize the truth contained in this information, which in actuality, the truths to this information are directly in front of our very face, and as a result, individuals will continue to be brainwashed if they cannot set aside their personal biases to review this information objectively. Direct your loved ones who become interested in this information to Appendix B in this document. Share Donald Marshall's Summary Disclosure document with loved ones. Link, Donald Marshall. Summary Disclosure. Empowerment by virtue of Golden Truth. Human cloning. Specifically, REM-driven human cloning.pdf, Google Drive. Copy and paste the link above to your web browser or simply press Ctrl plus click, on computer device, the image above to be guided to Donald Marshall's Summary Disclosure, Marshall 2015b. Donald Marshall's Summary Disclosure Document, Marshall 2015b, concerning the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture is only 11 pages. The Summary Disclosure, Marshall 2015b, lets the reader know straight away that Donald Marshall is discussing REM-driven human cloning, whereby people go to sleep and have their consciousness transferred to a substrate body, a duplicate clone body. Donald Marshall is not talking about human cloning from a baby stage upwards. and most importantly Donald Marshall is a natural-born human. These aforementioned points are important, because people find confusion when first reading Donald Marshall's original letter to the public, and do not research further, given the very serious implications and accusations made in the opening letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A. Therefore, share Donald Marshall's summary disclosure document, Marshall 2015B, with loved ones so that it will help to explain straight away, that in Donald Marshall's original letter, Donald Marshall Proboards 2012A, Donald Marshall is discussing topics such as